Hash tables. Suppose you work at a grocery store. When a customer buys produce, you have to look up the price in a book. If the book is unalphabetized, it can take you a long time to look through every single line for apple. You'd be doing simple search from chapter 1, where you have to look at every line. Do you remember how long that would take? That's O, parenthesis and time. If the book is alphabetized, you could run binary search to find the price of an apple. That would only take 0, log, n time. You already know that binary search is darn fast, but as a cashier, looking things up in a book is a pain. You can feel the customers teaming up as you search for items in the book. What you really need is a buddy who has all the names and prices memorized. Then you don't need to look up anything. You ask her and she tells you the answer instantly. In technical terminology, we'd say that a hash function maps strings to numbers. You might think there's no discernible pattern to what number you get out when you put a string in. But there are some requirements for a hash function. It needs to be consistent. For example, you put in an apple and get back 4. Every time you put in an apple, you should get 4 back. Without this, your hash table won't work. It should map different words to different numbers. For example, a hash function is no good if it always returns 1 for any word you put in. In the best case, every different word should map to a different number. The hash function consistently maps a name to the same index. Milks maps to index 0. Everything maps to a different slot. The hash function knows how big your array is and only returns valid indexes. So if your array is 5 items, the hash function doesn't return 100. You just build a Maggie, put a hash function and an array together, and you get a data structure called a hash table. Arrays and lists map straight to memory, but hash tables are smarter. They use a hash function to intelligently figure out where to store elements. Hash tables are probably the most useful complex data structure you'll learn. You can make a new hash table using the dict function. Book equals dict parenthesis. Book is a new hash table. Let's add some prices to book. Press enter. Book. Square. Open parenthesis. Then apple. Close square parenthesis equals 0.67. Book. And then milk 1.49, and then book avocado is equal 1.49 as well. When you print book, it will show avocado 1.49, apple 0.67, milk 1.49. Create a mapping from one thing to another thing. Look something up. That is a perfect use case for hash tables. Hash tables are great when you want to do that. Building a phone book is pretty easy. First, make a new hash table. Phone-book equals to dict. Close and open and close parentheses. Just pass the key into the hash. Hash table make it easy to model a relationship. This process is called DNS resolution, preventing duplicate. I should explain to the customer how our problem-solving process and structure works for them to help us solve the problem. The truth is, I should just not explain to the user how our problem-solving process works. I also have to explain to them the service level agreement and expectations if they became impatient and angry, just like how an IT manager can explain the SLA to an employee and provide a statement, "We can't help you unless you help us help you." I don't feel comfortable because I'm doing low skilled work. I sometimes don't feel comfortable because I know that I may please customers by doing great job in answering their requests in short term, but I may not have time for the big items that have far-reaching impact like adding features and configuration that enhance their productivity. So you have to balance both. I am not motivated because people is not designed to constantly work. I am not motivated to work because I don't see clearly the path to becoming where I want to be. I will need to research the people I want to emulate more. Reading other people's mind using Messenger also helps in making the picture clear. Had God put me in wealthier family, I would have never experienced the dead-end job I have now. God wants us all to specialize and be culture specific because He puts us in a place where we can provide maximum value. The reason you were born to the family you have now is because God plans you to make an impact to their lives. If you want to get to the next level, you have to finish your mission there. No matter what happens, don't condemn your family because we become what we do. And judging them tells a lot about us than them. Tells about you than them. Instead, be grateful for them because we are all dependent on each other. And without that community, without our community, we could end up much worse. You cannot treat people like garbage and worship God at the same time. Some people are visual learner and may learn more through watching videos. The truth is, active engagement requires more focused attention compared to passive activities like watching a video or listening. When we actively engage, we are more likely to be fully present and attentive, reducing distractions and enhancing information processing and encoding. When we actively engage with information, our cognitive processes are more actively involved. Reading, for example, requires active decoding, comprehension, and interpretation of the text. Reading involves visual processing. Reading can relate the information to our own experiences, thoughts, and prior knowledge. Creating these connections helps informing associations and context, making the information more meaningful and memorable. Bible encourages reading and studying to help individuals gain insight into God's will and His ways. The Bible provides guidance for making decisions, discerning the truth from falsehood, and living according to God's principles. Reading encourages and explains concepts more deeply than watching videos because it detailed how people think. No one watch hours of videos, but one can easily spend whole day reading. Coffeezilla. Reading is different than listening and watching videos because this is the only activity that let us access advanced human capabilities. I can solve any customer's problem fast if I master the principle and theory of sales process because it's easier to invent new strategy from there. The truth is, no matter your level of mastery of the principles and theory of sales process, you still need to ask more questions when you aren't as familiar with the customer's environment because we have to be knowledgeable with our systems before we can be of value to our employer. It highlights the importance of compound knowledge that boosts intelligence in the job. Asking questions and being humble is usually the case for e-commerce sites because of their extremely large corporate help desks and systems. Part of setting expectation to the customer is having a structured model to make the system repeatable. The truth is, it's true that part of setting expectation is having a structured model, but it overlooks the strategy of making the customers aware of the sales process model so that they can become more skilled in getting the help they deserve. It's true that I can complain my way out of a bad working environment and country, and I have to be patient, humble, kind, and learn more. But I also have to realize that AHT and productivity is not an accurate measurement of quality call. As you learned while working from home, you realize that one of the characteristics of a good working environment is a space and time to learn new things. Quantrix allows you to learn new things by providing other department courses and 4 by 11 schedule. Quality and adherence is a better way to measure performance, and that's what you learned while being patient in Quantrix. It's true that inadvisable to enter an industry thinking you'll be in a one in a billion who will succeed. But there's a deeper reasons why communication is very important. Speaking carries us out of the desert inside of us, the desert of our own solitude. The mouth is a vital tool that takes us from slavery to freedom. It is a vital tool to move from darkness into light. Questions and speaking can help our children get out of their desert and become more articulate, which will help them succeed. Speech is the ability that enables us to bring about deliverance, to bring about hope and optimism, to bring about communication and commerce. Words, sentences, and questions, the building blocks of conversation, are the most powerful tools we have at our disposal to do God's work. Words and sentences are the building blocks of plans and ideas. Language allow us to give order to our lives and world by placing things into a narrative. Whether you are writing a long-term business plan or simply filling up your day planner, you can employ written language to give order to your days and your greater life. Oral communication is just as important as written language. Our mouth is our differentiator from animals. Programming tools is a language. I should avoid silence because it's unsettling and it makes us feel empty, and it isn't a good feeling. Remember that one of your metrics is to make the customer feel good. I should keep up on customers' expectation to improve services, product, and customers' experience. But the simplest explanation why you're doing those things is 82% of customers deem quick resolution as the most important component of excellent service. Remember that the most efficient contact is one that never happened at all. Consumers tell 21 others on average about a poor service experience. The purpose of our life is not just to build connection, but to communicate to others and to ourselves to get us out of our own desert. The whole system of monetary prosperity given to us by God is only there to get us all communicating with each other. The economy is there to get us talking to one another and also talking to ourselves. I am not producing any progress because life is mind-blowingly complex. The people who have great jobs today are just lucky to pick a specialization that is highly valued by the society today. Had the world moved in a little bit different direction, they would have a completely different life. Most of them are just lucky, and with luck you can get away with success short term, but long term it's unlikely. Your choice of specialization like picking stock, you have to know what you don't know and choose industry and jobs that has a high likelihood of fulfillment based on your goals. So much of our success in life depends on our ability to invest. Had you came from a parents that knows what industry will be in demand and put you in that right place early on, you would have a completely different results now. Our success in investing depends in many ways on luck. Had we not have the environment and parents we have when we were young, we would have different results. Investing ability can only be measured through a long periods of time. You cannot be an entrepreneur, create a basketball league thinking you're gonna use that to be a cybersecurity expert. What you are doing today should be closely related to what you want to do in the future, because what we do today will gonna have some impact in the future. Managing incidents. Effective incident management is key to limiting the disruption caused by an incident and restoring normal business operations as quickly as possible. If you haven't game out your response to potential incidents in advance, principled incident management can go out the window in real life situations. This chapter walks through a portrait of an incident that spirals out of control due to ad hoc incident management practices, outlines a well managed approach to the incident, and reviews how the same incident might have played out if handled with well functioning incident management. Unmanaged incidents. Put yourself in the shoes of Mary, the on call engineer for the firm. It's 2 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, and your pager has just exploded. Black box monitoring tells you that your service has stopped serving any traffic in an entire data center. With a sigh, you put down your coffee and set about the job of fixing it. A few minutes into the task, another alert tells you that the second data center has stopped serving. Then the third out of your 5 data center fails. To exacerbate the situation, there is more traffic than the remaining data centers can handle. So, they start to overload. Before you know it, the service is overloaded and unable to serve any request. You stare at the logs for what seems like an eternity. Thousands of lines of logging suggest there's an error in one of the recently updated modules, so you decide to revert the service to the previous release. When you see that rollback hasn't helped, you call Josephine, who wrote most of the code for the now hemorrhaging service, reminding you that it's 3:30 a.m. in her time zone. She blurrily agrees to log in and take a look. Your colleagues, Sabrina and Robin, start poking around from their own terminals. Just looking, they tell you. Now, one of the suits has phoned your boss and is angrily demanding to know why he wasn't informed about the total meltdown of this business critical service. Independently, the vice presidents are nagging you for an ETA repeatedly, asking you, how could this be possible have happened? You would sympathize, but doing so would require cognitive effort that you are holding in reserve for your job. The VPs call on their prior engineering experience and make irrelevant but hard to refute comments like increase the page size. Time passes, the 2 remaining data centers fail completely. Unbeknown to you, sleep-addled Josephine called Malcolm. He had a brainwave, something about CPU affinity. He felt certain that he could optimize the remaining server processes if he could just deploy this one simple change to the production environment. So he did so. Within seconds, the servers restarted, picking up the change, and then died. The anatomy of an unmanaged incident. Note that everybody in the preceding scenario was doing their job as they saw it. How could things go so wrong? A few common hazards caused this incident to spiral out of control. Sharp focus on the technical problem. We tend to hire people like Mary for their technical prowess, so it's not surprising that she was busy making operational changes to the system, trying valiantly to solve the problem. She wasn't in a position to think about the bigger picture of how to mitigate the problem because the technical task at hand was overwhelming. Poor communication. For the same reason, Mary far too busy to communicate clearly. Nobody knew that what actions their coworkers were taking. Business leaders were angry, customers were frustrated, and other engineers who could have lent a hand in debugging or fixing the issue weren't used effectively. Freelancing. Malcolm was making changes to the system with the best of his intentions. However, he didn't coordinate with his coworkers, not even Mary, who was technically in charge of troubleshooting. His changes made the bad situation far worse. Elements of incident management process. Incident management skills and practices exist to channel the energies of enthusiastic individuals. Google's incident management systems is based on the incident command system, which is known for its clarity and scalability. A well-designed incident management process has the following features. Monitoring is one of the primary means by which service owners keep track of a system's health and availability. As such, monitoring strategy should be constructed thoughtfully. A classic and common approach to monitoring is to watch for a specific value or condition, and then to trigger an email alert when that value is exceeded or that condition occurs. However, this type of email alerting is not an effective solution. A system that requires a human to read an email and decide whether or not some type of actions needed to be taken in response is fundamentally flawed. Monitoring should never require a human to interpret any part of the alerting domain. Instead, software should do the interpreting, and humans should be notified only when they need to take action. There are three kinds of valid monitoring output. Alerts signifies that human needs to take action immediately in response to something that is either happening or about to happen in order to improve the situation. Tickets signify that a human needs to take action, but not immediately. The system cannot automatically handle the situation, but if a human takes action in a few days, no damage will result. Logging. No one needs to look at this information, but it is recorded for diagnostic or forensic purposes. The expectation is that no one reads logs unless something else prompts them to do so. Emergency response. Reliability is a function of mean time to failure, MTTF, and mean time to repair, MTTR. The most relevant metric in evaluating the effectiveness of emergency response is how quickly the response team can bring the system back to health. That is, the MTTR. Humans add latency. Even if a given system experiences more actual failures, a system that can avoid emergencies that require human intervention will have higher availability than a system that requires hands-on intervention. When humans are necessary, we have found that thinking through and recording the best practices ahead of time in a playbook produce roughly a 3x improvement in MTTR as compared to the strategy of winging it. The hero jack of all trades on-call engineer does work, but the practice on-call engineer armed with a playbook works much better. While no playbook, no matter how comprehensive it may be, is a substitute for smart engineers able to think on the fly, clear and thorough troubleshooting steps and tips are valuable when responding to a high-stakes or time-sensitive page. Thus, Google SRE relies on on-call playbooks, in addition to exercises such as the Wheel of Misfortune to prepare engineers to react to on-call events. Change management. SRE has found that roughly 70% of outages are due to changes in a live system. Best practices in this domain use automation to accomplish the following: implementing progressive rollouts, quickly and accurately detecting problems, rolling back changes safely when problems arise. This trio of practices effectively minimize the aggregate number of users and operations exposed to bad changes. By removing humans from the loop, these practices avoid the normal problems of fatigue, familiarity, or contempt, and inattention to highly repetitive tasks. As a result, both release velocity and safety increase. Demand forecasting and capacity planning. Demand forecasting and capacity planning can be viewed as ensuring that there is sufficient capacity and redundancy to serve projected future demand with the required availability. There's nothing particularly special about these concepts, except that a surprising number of services and teams don't take the steps necessary to ensure that the required capacity is in place by the time it is needed. Capacity planning should take both organic growth, which stems from natural product adoption and usage by customers, and inorganic growth, which results from events like feature launches, marketing campaigns, or other business driven changes into account. Several steps are mandatory in capacity planning. Embracing risk. You might expect Google to try to build 100% reliable services, ones that never fail. It turns out that past a certain point, however, increasing reliability is worse for a service and its users, rather than better. Extreme reliability comes at a cost. Maximizing stability limits how fast new features can be developed and how quickly products can be delivered to users, and dramatically increases their cost, which in turn reduces the number of features a team can afford to offer. Further, users typically don't notice the difference between high reliability and extreme reliability in a service because the user experience is dominated by less reliable components like the cellular network or the device they are working with. Put simply, a user on a 99% reliable smartphone cannot tell the difference between 99.99% and 99.999% service reliability. With this in mind, rather than simply maximizing uptime, site reliability engineering seeks to balance the risk of unavailability with the goals of rapid innovation and efficient service operations, so that users' overall happiness with features, service, and performance is optimized. Managing risk. Unreliable systems can quickly erode users' confidence, so we want to reduce the chance of system failure. However, experience shows that as we build systems, cost does not increase linearly as reliability increments. An incremental improvement in reliability may cost 100 times more than the previous increment. The costliness has two dimensions: the cost of redundant machine/compute resources, the cost associated with redundant equipment that, for example, allow us to take systems offline for routine or unforeseen maintenance, or provide space for us to store parity code blocks that provide a minimum data durability guarantee. The opportunity cost. The cost borne by an organization when it allocates engineering resources to build systems or features that diminish risk instead of features that are directly visible to or usable by end users. These engineers no longer work on new features and products for end users. In SRE, we manage service reliability largely by managing risk. We conceptualize risks as continuum. We give equal importance to figuring out how to engineer greater reliability into Google systems and identifying the appropriate level of tolerance for the services we run. Doing so allows us to perform a cost-benefit analysis to determine, for example, where on the nonlinear risk continuum we should place search, ads, Gmail, or photos. Our goal is to explicitly align the risk taken by a given service with the risk the business is willing to bear. We strive to make a service reliable enough, but no more reliable than it needs to be. That is, when we set an availability target of 99.99%, we want to exceed it, but not by much. That would waste opportunities to add features to the system, clean up technical debt, or reduce its operational costs. In a sense, we view the availability target as both a minimum and a maximum. The key advantage of this framing is that it unlocks explicit, thoughtful risk-taking. Measuring service risk. As standard practice at Google, we're often best served by identifying an objective metric to represent the property of a system we want to optimize. By setting target, we can assess our current performance and track improvements or degradations over time. For service risk, it is not immediately clear how to reduce all of the potential factors into a single metric. Service failures can have many potential effects, including user dissatisfaction, harm, or loss of trust, direct or indirect revenue loss, brand or reputational impact, and undesirable press coverage. Clearly, some of these factors are very hard to measure. Hardware. The true voyage of discovery consists not of going to new places, but of having a new pair of eyes. This book is a voyage of discovery. You are about to learn three things: how computer system works, how to break complex problems into manageable modules, and how to build large-scale hardware and software systems. This will be a hands-on journey as you create a complete and working computer systems from the ground up. The lesson you will learn, which are far more important than the computer itself, will be gained as side effects of these constructions. According to the psychologist Carl Rogers, the only kind of learning which significantly influences behavior is self-discovered or self-appropriated truth that has been assimilated in experience. This introduction chapter sketches some of the discoveries, truths, and experiences that lie ahead. Hello, world below. If you have some programming experience, you've probably encountered something like the program below early in your training. And if you haven't, you can still guess what the program is doing. It displays the text "Hello World" and terminates. This particular program is written in Jack, a simple, Java-like high-level language. Trivial programs like Hello World are deceptively simple. Did you ever stop to think about what it takes to actually run such a program on a computer? Let's look under the hood. For starters, note that the program is nothing more than a sequence of plain characters stored in a text file. This abstraction is completely mystery for the computer, which understands only instructions written in machine language. Thus, if we want to execute this program, the first thing we must do is parse the string of characters of which the high-level code is made, uncover its semantics, figure out what the program seeks to do, and then generate low-level code that re-express the semantics using the machine language of the target computer. The result of this elaborate translation process, known as compilation, will be an executable sequence of machine language instructions. Of course, machine language is also an abstraction, an agreed-upon set of binary codes. To make this abstraction concrete, it must be realized by some hardware architecture. And this architecture, in turn, is implemented by a certain set of chips, registers, memory units, adders, and so on. Now, every one of these hardware devices is constructed from lower level, elementary logic gates, and these gates, in turn, can be built from primitive gates like NAND and NOR. These primitive gates are very low in the hierarchy, but they, too, are made of several switching devices, typically implemented by transistors, and each transistor is made of, well, we won't go further than that, because that's where computer science ends and physically starts. You may be thinking, on my computer, compiling and running programs is much easier. All I have to do is click this icon or write that command. Indeed, a modern computer system is like a submerged iceberg. Most people get to see only the top, and their knowledge of computing system is sketchy and superficial. If, however, you wish to explore the beneath surface, then lucky you. There's a fascinating world down there, made of some of the most beautiful stuff in computer science. An intimate understanding of this underworld is what separates naive programmers from sophisticated developers, people who can create complex hardware and software technologies. And the best way to understand how these technologies work, and we mean understand them in the marrow of your bones, is to build a complete computer system from the ground up. NAND to Tetris. Assuming that we want to build a computer system from the ground up, which specific computer should we build? As it turns out, Every general purpose computer, every PC, smartphone, or server is a NAND to Tetris machine. First, all computers are based at bottom on elementary logic gates, of which NAND is the most widely used in industry. We'll explain what exactly is a NAND and gate in Chapter 1. Second, every general purpose computer can be programmed to run a Tetris game, as well as any other program that tickles your fancy. Changing of system or habit over time is the number one secret to success, because in order to be successful, you need to change massively or a little bit in your habit for the compound effect works for you. So the system will determine our success, or changing of habit will determine our success. There's always a better way of doing something, and a way of doing something or way of thinking is just a system. So you need to always improve your system to be like Google, and there's always a new truth. So there's always a better way of doing something or doing the new way of truth. Life is all about energy because we have limited time or energy. So systemization or habit is life, because in order to save energy, our brain makes our choices a habit because it's lazy. So life is all about energy, so it's about automation or systemization. People just can't see the consequences of the courses that they are learning today because they are short-term thinker, not long-term, like you, because the result of the closing skill that you learn today will probably next 3 years. It's not only the money that compound in life, it's the courses that we learn, it's the food, it's the exercise. That is how compound effect works. So don't look at your results now, because the great courses that you are learning today will gonna be fruit 6 months from now. You shouldn't be a slave by the task you always encounter at work. You should automate what you can automate at work, which is the RR codes, the notes, all of them. If you're always thinking about that, it will suck most of your time, and being insincere is not creating a system, because you don't really believe in it, because you haven't do it for a long period of time, like system or habit, and you are not saving your time, which is what God wants us to do, because we have limited time. So I should create systems and automate everyday tasks to go further to my goals with less energy, and system will make me look sincere. Learning great courses is like our choices compounded over time, or $100 per hour. Because we choose to learn great course, then those people who have poor choices and spent their time on $0 activity. Because it's not just money that compounds, it's our choices. So it won't make you over motivated underachiever, because you learn time management by Darren Hardy, and that's just a great course. Successful people has a system of belief, and in order to have their system of belief, you have to pay them for their work and research, because research is life, and in order to be successful, you have a system of belief of successful people. So great courses is the source of our results. Okay, so some people already had experience in call center, 2 years like Juliet. Some people like Mark is a teacher, so he's learning communication for so long. So believe in some ovens, because it's not the big things that adds up in the end. Some ovens said that one day all of your effort will be compounded and will look like an overnight success, like Willie or P-per-view of Willie and some ovens. One magic secret to success is that he just never gave up, because he did all the wrong things, and because he did all the wrong things, eventually he found the right thing. And the only way you can lose is if you give up, and everybody will get to success if they didn't give up. And society strongly feels that failure is bad, like what people in Park Avenue feels or tire when you failed in CC or RS. And also knowledge lets you know how the world works. And if you don't know, or you don't have a theory of how the world works, you're going to suffer as a result. And if you want to work the compound effect on your side, you need to continually try like what you are doing now. Because when doing what's not working and trying has compound, over time, eventually you will see what's working, and it will seem like overnight success when you get there. So keep at it and never give up. If you're still not achieving your goal, then there is so much limiting beliefs that is in stock with you. You cannot do the same thing and expect different results, but you should always know that consequences of our actions will come 3 years from now due to compound effect. You create breakthrough by redefining the evidence that you have of what you believe is true and redirecting it closer to objective truth. You learned a lot in 20 minutes in your shower than you learned in your entire life during visualization. So counterintuitively, it's more productive to do it because you're using our unique advantage to animals, which is planning brain, that helps us minimize enormous energy of thinking about the next step and learning a new skill. Visualizing is the same as reality because everything that we see is a magnificent illusion. By visualizing it first in our mind, the moment you just do things without plan or visual, you find yourself engrossed with little details. Jeff Bezos, hunter-gatherers, Nikola Tesla, and energy. If you're good in call center right now, it's probably because of the momentum and compound effect. And compound effect is really surprising and amazing because the one who understands it earns it, he who doesn't pays it. It's the greatest math discovery of universe. Warren Buffett, Darren Hardy, and RC, e-commerce, and Peter Thiel. It's also better than writing in close to truth and close to lie because you don't need phone or any other things to do it, which made it simple so you can use it anytime you want. Visualization and taking proactive plan in every minute of your life makes sense because it helps you focus on solving the hard problems without computers or internet, and by writing down the key goals, which is calls. You also have to imagine yourself taking calls at your ceiling to be an observer in calls. It works based on your experience because you just dreamt of your job. Small energy can have big consequences. That's why people who do less often earns more than people who do physical work. Hating are just unproductive and so hard to control. If you have hate in you, those energies will translate in every area of your life. And as you know, we only have limited energy, and your limited small energy applied in the wrong thing that can compound or make your life a lot worse is detrimental. Though the man who invented positive thinking is con artist, it doesn't remove the fact that you cannot win in any activity if deep inside you, you think you're gonna lose or you're not deserving of it. Juice secrets. It makes sense because there's a lot of energy involved in doubting the choice you will choose, not to mention momentum and compound effect. Our money is a result of health, knowledge, and hard work. You can make money through hard work, perseverance, and it can produce compound effect. You can make money using your health, which is literally what doctors do. It's good to anticipate things that might pop up in calls, but you should not ignore the compound effect. Every day, you should be learning something new because your goal is not just to become good in your calls, but in your future careers too. Without consistency or habit, our life will be very difficult and we won't experience compound effect of behavior. Our goals will continually be not the things that we want in the end until we die or until we reach 30. To succeed in any endeavor, you must have patience that the knowledge and skill will compound if you just keep at it. Thoughts of masturbation and eagerness do not matter much more than action, because action is how God judges us, and action leads to continued thoughts will just feed the action more in a compound effect manner. Personal psychology works because it's psychology. Everything you do, whether washing dishes or buying something, has a psychological effect in you, and it is compounded over time. If your personal psychology is not good, then you can be good in sales call too, because other people will sense your level of confidence. I should change my tone of voice, but I should do that without customer noticing, because no one knows nothing. Don't be arrogant. Don't be arrogant, but remember that you know your product more than anyone else, so be confident, because you work hard for it, and the compound effect is in your favor. Value is in the eye of the beholder. If people pay your money in that shop, then it's what more valuable. You might not realize why you are valuable because of the compound effect, but you are. Having an experience will compound your knowledge that will help you compound and mix things that is uniquely useful to your specific circumstances and change in your job. The combination of our beliefs, giving to feel wealthy because wealth is a crown upon the heads of the wise, focus eyes, visualization strengths, personal psychology is fact. Kabbalah, if it doesn't make sense to you, it wouldn't make sense to the other person. Object relationship practice, listening skill or matalas pandinig as per Kitchen Stop, CTT and CTL for 3 years, compound effect, tone of voice, hacking and learning, advanced knowledge through Getsudo, and sorts of other things is what make me a great communicator. You cannot outperform by someone who just enters fraud analysis because you have large database that compound on itself, and that takes time to master and learn. Understanding of hierarchy just accelerate my progress. It's the compounder. Being a monolingual in English would have been a setback. We would lose our confidence to gain new skills and combine things to make the whole compound, and combination of it is greater than the sum of its parts. Life works in a power law. It compounds and our brain have a hard time understanding it. That's why we are surprised. We don't think in systems. That's why we are surprised. You can say it with utmost conviction by reading Easy Prey Investors and Winning Well, because it is extensive knowledge of the area of your expertise, fraud analysis and call center, and capitalism secrets. Compounded knowledge is great in speaking because excellent speaker is highly dependent on context too. Decomposing complex applications. So far in this chapter, you have mainly focused our analysis on the x-axis of the skill cube. We saw how it represents the easiest and most immediate way to distribute the load and scale an application, also improving its availability. In the following section, we are going to focus on the y-axis of the skill cube, where applications are scaled by decomposing them by functionality and service. As we will learn, this technique allows us to scale not only the capacity of an application, but also, and most importantly, its complexity. Monolithic architecture. The term monolithic might make us think of a system without modularity, where all the services of an application are interconnected and almost indistinguishable. However, this is not always the case. Often, monolithic systems have a highly modular architecture and a good level of decoupling between their internal components. A perfect example is the Linux OS kernel, which is part of a category called monolithic kernels, in perfect opposition with its ecosystem and the Unix philosophy. Linux has thousands of services and modules that we can load and unload dynamically, even while the system is running. However, they all run in kernel mode, which means that a failure in any of them could bring the entire OS down. Have you ever seen a kernel panic? This approach is opposite to the microkernel architecture, where only the core services of the operating system run in kernel mode while the tests run in user mode, usually each one with its own process. The main advantage of this approach is that a problem in any of these services would more likely cause it to crash in isolation, instead of affecting the stability of the entire system. The Torvalds Tannenbaum debate on kernel design is probably one of the most famous flame wars in the history of computer science, where one of the main points of dispute was exactly monolithic versus microkernel design. You can find a web version of the discussion. It originally appeared on Usenet at node.jstp.link. It's remarkable how these design principles, which are more than 30 years old, can still be applied today and in totally different environments. Modern monolithic applications are comparable to monolithic kernels. If any of their components fail, the entire system is affected, which translated into Node.js terms means that all the services are part of the same code base and run in a single process when not cloned. Figure 12.9 show an example of monolithic architecture. It shows the architecture of a typical e-commerce application. Its structure is modular. We have two different front ends, one for the main store and another for the administration interface. Internally, we have a clear separation of the services implemented by the application. Each service is responsible for a specific portion of the application business logic: products, cart, checkout, search, and authentication and users. However, the preceding architecture is monolithic since every module is part of the same code base and runs as part of a single application. A failure in any of its components can potentially tear down the entire online store. Another problem with this type of architecture is the interconnection between its modules. The fact that they all live inside the same application makes it very easy for a developer to build interactions and coupling between modules. For example, consider the use of when a product is being purchased. The checkout module has to update the availability of a product object, and if those two modules are in the same application, it's too easy for a developer to just obtain a reference to a product object and update its availability directly. Maintaining a low coupling between internal modules is very hard in a monolithic application, partly because the boundaries between them are not always clear or properly enforced. A high coupling is often one of the main obstacles to the growth of an application and prevents its scalability in terms of complexity. In fact, an intricate dependency graph means that every part of the system is liability. It has to be maintained for the entire life of the product, and any change should be carefully evaluated because every component is like a wooden block in a Jenga tower. Moving or removing one of them can cause the entire tower to collapse. Create our single repository of truth for the entire system. In the previous step, we enabled the on-demand creation of the development, test, and production environments. Now, we must ensure that all parts of our software system can be configured and managed using a source of truth that is maintained in version control. For decades, comprehensive use of version control has increasingly become a mandatory practice of individual developers and development teams. A version control system records changes to files or sets of files stored within the system. This can be the source code, assets, or other documents that may be part of a software development project. We make changes in groups called commits or revisions. Each revisions, along with metadata such as who made the change and when, is stored within the system in one way or another, allowing us to commit, compare, merge, and restore past revisions. It also minimizes risk by establishing a way to revert objects in production to previous versions. When developers put all their application source files and configurations in version control, it becomes the single repository of truth that contains the precise intended state of the system. However, because delivering value to the customer requires both our code and the environments they run in, we need our environments in version control as well. In other words, version control is for everyone in our value stream, including QA, operations, InfoSec, as well as developers. By putting all production artifacts into version control, our version control repository enables us to repeatedly and reliably reproduce all components of our working software system. This includes our applications and production environment, as well as all of our pre-production environments. To ensure that we can restore production service repeatedly and predictably, and ideally quickly, even when catastrophic events occur, we must check in the following assets to our shared version control repository. All application code and dependencies, libraries, static content, any script used to create database, schemas, application reference data, etc. All the environment creation tools and artifacts described in the previous step, example VMware or AMI images, Puppet, Chef, or Ansible scripts, any file used to create containers, example Docker, Rocket, or Kubernetes definitions or composition files, all supporting automated tests and any manual test scripts, any scripts that support code packaging, deployment, database migration, and environment provisioning, all project artifacts requirements, documentation, deployment procedures, release notes, etc. All cloud configuration files, AWS cloud like AWS cloud formation templates, Microsoft Azure stock TSC files, OpenStack any other script or configuration information required to create infrastructure that support multiple services, enterprise service buses, database management systems, DNS zone files, configuration rules for firewalls, and other networking devices. We may have multiple repositories for different types of objects and services where they are labeled and tagged alongside our source code. For instance, we may store large virtual machine images, ISO files, compiled binaries, and so forth in artifact repositories like Nexus or Artifactory. Alternatively, we may put them in Bob stores, Amazon S3 buckets, or put Docker image into Docker registries and so forth. We will also create and store a cryptographic hash of these objects at build time and validate this hash at deploy time to ensure they haven't been tampered with. Research highlights the importance of version control. The 2014 to 2019 State of DevOps reports led by co-author Dr. Nicole Forsgren show that the use of version control for all production artifacts was a higher predictor for software delivery performance, which in turn predicted organizational performance. These findings underscore the critical role version control plays in the software development process. We now know when all application and environment changes are recorded in version control. It enables us to not only quickly see all changes that might have contributed to a problem, but also provides the means to roll back to a previous known running state, allowing us to more quickly recover from failure. How other agents treat the customer and how customer treat rep matters too. That will be the mood of the call, so you also have to be aware of that. My money is just a number. Carrot is carrot without money. Setting your worth to a number is like concentration camps. Most of our rich clients are not actually talking to us on the phone, and if they do, they usually have a solution and patience-based approach. They don't use words like, you said, it's never my fault, I don't care. Most rich people have humilities because it just makes you a better person and problem solver. It also makes you cooperative because they understand that no one does it alone. One of the key financial decisions that made people wealthy is they don't live below their means. Look at Value Investor book. It's actually how you become rich by not assigning who you are to a number. You should also make the middle part perfect, of course, but more importantly, the beginning and the end of the call. Our company is not unique. Almost every company in the Philippines are having internet issue. Even Canada stores has internet issue. Even meet Kevin in California. That's why Elon Musk needs to fix this inefficiencies. The big picture mindset that we need to make our business easier to do business with is vague. You have to come up with useful rebuttals that you can use to the customer, like, I want to activate your SIM card, but at the same time I want to tell you the truth and save you time. That's why I set your expectation in the beginning of the call. You can use but at the same time. I'm trying to explain you the process because Canadians understand that it's all about the process. Credit score changes throughout the year. That's why we have 6 months time frame for them to remove it. You can remove ROICO if it currently has no spending cap or security deposit because customer probably changed their credit score and customer has been with us for years. Credit score is higher in October than January because people rack up their credit score. If you remove ROICO and it has spending cap or security deposit, the system are designed to notice that and the BPR are vague because the one who does it made it vague for us to think critically. Just trying to make the beginning and end of the call exponentially better than the middle doesn't see the interconnection of beginning, middle, and end. You should do that in a way that you will structure the middle that will make you approach the beginning and end exponentially better. It's the collaboration of beginning, middle, and end is what matters the most, not just the beginning and end. Focus on the interaction of the whole and make the whole better. The middle is important too, just like your hands are an employee in the company. Without it, the company would not function. Adversity is in fact the best teacher of all if we take responsibility of our mistakes. They offer priceless opportunities about ourselves and how we need to improve. Envy is expensive flaws. It can lead you to rent expensive house, hire lawyers and analysts. Envy is part of the 7 deadly sins, as Warren jokes. It's better to tell the truth most of the time so that you don't have to remember your lies, so you can focus on what's more useful. Mohish, stock multimillionaire, sometimes jokes that he never had original idea in his life. This is the way progress works. We copy the best ideas and we make it our own. This can be done in business too, finding out what they do well and recreating it. Many of the best ideas are already out there, waiting for us to clone. Most business succeed because they get a lot of small things right. They do not just get one thing right. Warren designed his investment to fit his personality, just like you. You yearn security. You want minimalism like Alex Becker. That's who you are. Don't get out of that. Patience is powerful in every aspect of life, including your job and investing. Buffett and Charlie always knew they will become rich, but they weren't in a hurry. Just like the investor who made a huge return in a short period of time but then lost all the money after 2 decades. To get those exponential returns in finding company, you just have to be patient and let compound effect do its thing. The good Lord incentivizes us to increase our dependency upon each other, so the more interconnected or detailed the interconnection, the better the system is. He rewards us with the blessings of financial abundance. In other words, with each win, more of a living with less effort when we specialize and trade. The process is called business. God rewards us by specializing by inventive focus and momentum principle. So the more detailed and the more close to truth and close to lie you create, the more interconnected the system is. As you learn, our environment is stronger than our brain. We cannot hack our brain by our brain. Also, our environment can continuously stimulate this feeling of envy, so it's important to choose the right environment continuously. It's also important to consciously choose what goes into our mind, just like the cancer patient, and to have our willpower better so that we can be a little bit rational. That's why you need to go outside and change environment when you are caught up by envy in your room. You cannot also get out of Park, Circle, or Yen if it's making you unproductive at this point of your life. Even the experts in salon does not understand that handsome changes over time. Also, they do not understand that perception is how we perceive reality or true unconscious. You can use that knowledge to fix yourself until you become like K-pop. Because even neuroscientists knows little about how our brain works. There are infinite number of tonalities, but we mostly use 10 tonalities to persuade because that's how the world works. 45% of communication is tonality and 45% is body language. Fraud is complicated because it's like economy. It's complex adaptive system because it's dealing with people's life savings, and its 10th commandment of God, do not steal. So the customer who are asking why our process are constantly changing has not been informed by the agent onset of the call and doesn't understand markets or the world, and that needs to be changed to them. Customer can become habituate if you only use one tonality during the call. You can also add absolute certainty since it's useful at the beginning and end of the call. Visualizing works because it's 200 million times powerful than conscious mind. It also works in communication because we should focus on what we do, not see, rather than what we see. The explanation that this world are complex and we're trying to make sense of it using our little brain is also true in communication. Our conscious mind can only focus on 3 to 4% of the surrounding environment, and it deletes the rest, allowing us to focus on a few key items it deems most important. Unconscious mind keeps things the same. Weight, body, and all sorts of other things are constantly being adjusted to maintain a certain point that a million years of evolution has deemed to be optimal. That's why close to truth and close to lie works, because it's making these million beliefs habitual or unconscious. We are human being. We are entirely subject to our emotional impulses, surroundings, and checklists, and other things. When it comes to airtight emotional cases, we rely far more heavily on unconscious communications. Words are used to influence prospect, conscious mind, and body language and tone are used to influence unconscious mind, which is 90% of communication. You can use absolute certainty because it's easy to adopt in your call since you're always using I care. Customers will just be overwhelmed by the words you say because they too caught up by their emotions, or 95% of communications. They just not understand what you say because 90% of communications are unseen. That's why any additional info will close the customer, especially if you try to keep that info scarce. Globe and Mail is reliable because one of Elon Musk's mentor or business writer from that company. So the increase in SIM swap that you mentioned is actually good. That's why client doesn't stop you from using it. Customer buy Bell products because of countless different things including 24 hours customer service, great loyalty department, quality products, easy to use provider like iPhone, and so on like Walmart. In Walmart, people buy because of combination of things. customer service, personality, quality products, great machines, manager thanking them for buying. Call is a complex adaptive system, so you need to paint the beginning in the end, but you also have to be detailed about why it works. It's a complex adaptive system because you always have to predict what will be the resolution in the end, and you have to tailor your beginning to the end depending on the call driver, and you have to always have boundary for worst case scenario and make it less worse as it fits on the call. One of the most important lessons in the end is to set their expectation on the worst case scenario upfront because they deserve not to be disappointed. They deserve honesty and they deserve to easily be adopted in this complex adaptive world. One of the biggest enemy of profitability in retail or physical worlds is shrinkage. So Walmart made an incentives to reduce it and they will pay employee as much as $200. Because most people don't enjoy stealing and will stop it if given the chance. And most associates don't want to think that they're working alongside anyone with us stealing. Integration with a message broker. The orchestrator pattern gave us a mechanism to integrate the various services in an explicit way. This has both advantages and disadvantages. It is easy to design, easy to debug, and easy to scale, but unfortunately, it has to have a complete knowledge of the underlying architecture and how each service works. If we were talking about objects instead of architecture nodes, the orchestrator would be an anti-pattern called God object, which defines an object that knows and does too much, which usually results in high coupling, low cohesion, but most importantly, high complexity. The pattern we are now going to show tries to distribute across the services the responsibility of synchronizing the information of the entire system. However, the last thing we want to do is create direct relationships between services, which would result in high coupling and a further increase in the complexity of the system due to the increasing number of interconnections between nodes. The goal is to keep every service decoupled. Every service should be able to work even without the rest of the services in the system or in combination with new services and nodes. The solution is to use a message broker, a system capable of decoupling the sender from the receiver of a message, allowing us to implement a centralized publish/subscribe pattern. This is, in practice, an implementation of the observer pattern for distributed systems. We will talk more about this pattern later in Chapter 13, Messaging and Integration Patterns. Figure 12.14 shows an example of how this applies to the e-commerce application. It uses a message broker to distribute events in our e-commerce application. As we can see, the client of the checkout service, which is the front-end application, does not need to carry out any explicit integration with the other services. All it has to do is invoke checkout service/pay to complete the checkout process and take the money from the customer. All the integration work happens in the background. The store front end invokes the checkout service/pay operation on the checkout service. When the operation completes, the checkout service generates an event, attaching the details of the operation, that is, the cart ID and the list of products that we just purchased. The event is published into the message broker. At this point, the checkout service does not know who is going to receive the message. The cart service is subscribed to the broker, so it's going to receive the purchase event that was just published by the checkout service. The cart service reacts by removing the cart identified with the ID contained in the message from its database. The product service will subscribe to the message broker as well. So it's received the same purchase event. It then updates its database based on this new information. adjusting the availability of the products included in the message. This whole process happens without any explicit intervention from external entities, such as an orchestrator. The responsibility of spreading the knowledge and keeping information in sync is distributed across the services themselves. There is no God service that has to know how to move the gears of the entire system, since each service is in charge of its own part of the integration. The message broker is a fundamental element used to decouple the services and reduce the complexity of their interaction. It may also offer other interesting features such as persistent message queues and guaranteed ordering of the messages. We will talk more about this next chapter. Summary: in this chapter, we learn how to design Node.js architectures that scale both in capacity and complexity. We saw how scaling an application is not only about handling more traffic or reducing the response time, but it's also a practice to apply whenever we want better availability and tolerance to failures. We saw how these properties often are in the same wavelength. Thinking about data systems. We typically think of databases, queues, cache, etc. as being very different categories of tools. Although a database and a message queue have some superficial similarity, both store data for some time. They have very different access patterns, which means different performance characteristics, and thus very different implementations. So why should we lump them all together under an umbrella term like data systems? Many new tools for data storage and processing have emerged in recent years. They're optimized for a variety of different use cases, and they no longer neatly fit into traditional categories. For example, there are data stores that are also used as message queues, and there are message queues with database-like durability, guarantees Apache, Kafka. The boundaries between the categories are becoming blurred. Secondly, increasing many applications now have such demanding or wide-ranging requirements that a single tool can no longer meet all of its data processing and storage needs. Instead, the work is broken down into tasks that can be performed efficiently on a single tool, and those different tools are stitched together using application code. For example, if you have an application managed caching layer using memcache or similar, or a full-text search server such as Elasticsearch or SOLR separate from your main database, it is normally the application code's responsibility to keep those cached and indexes in sync with the main database. Figure 1.1 gives a glimpse of what this may look like. We will go into detail in later chapters. When you combine several tools in order to provide a service, the service interface or application programming interface usually hide those implementation details from clients. Now, you have essentially created a new special purpose data system from smaller, general purpose components. Your composite data system will provide certain guarantees. Let's say that the cache will be correctly invalidated or updated on write so that outside clients see consistent results. You are now not only an application developer, but also a data system engineer. If you are designing a data system or service, a lot of tricky questions arise. How do you ensure that the data remains correct and complete, even when things go wrong internally? How do you provide consistently good performance to clients, even when parts of your system are degraded? The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. Data models are perhaps the most important part of developing software because they have such a profound effect, not only on how the software is written, but also on how we think about the problem that we are solving. Most applications are built by layering one data model on top of another. For each layer, the quick question is, how is it represented in terms of the next lower layer? For example, as an application developer, you look at the real world in which there are people or organizations, goods, actions, money flows, sensors, etc., and model model it in terms of objects or data structures, and APIs that manipulate those data structures. Those structures are often specific to your application. When you want to store those data structures, you express them in terms of general purpose data models such as JSON or XML documents, tables in a relational database, or a graph model. The engineers who built your database software decided on a way of representing that JSON HXML relational graph data in terms of bytes in memory, on disk, or on network. The representation may allow the data to be queried, searched, manipulated, and processed in various ways. On yet lower levels, hardware engineers have figured out how to represent bytes in terms of electrical currents, pulses of light, magnetic fields, and more. In a complex application, there may be more intermediary levels such as APIs built upon APIs, but the basic idea is still the same. Each layers hide the complexity of the layers below it by providing a clean data model. These abstractions allow different groups of people, for example, the engineers and the database vendor. Summary. This chapter introduced two key Node.js features, streams and events, that you use to serve up static content from your web application. Equally importantly, this chapter introduced client-side template engines, and you use Mosaic to put together a simple start to a front end for your photo album application. You might have noticed, however, that some of the things you have been doing thus far seem unnecessarily complicated, tedious, or possibly even worryingly bug-prone. The handle/incoming_request function in particular, it would be nice if there were some further modules to help you keep track of things more easily. It is thus that you are not going to develop the photo album much further in its current form, but continue to look at some modules that will clean up your code significantly and allow you to add features quickly and with little code. You will do so using the Express application framework for Node. Building web applications with Express. Thus far, you have been learning the fundamentals and core concepts of Node.js. Armed with these ideas, you have built some simple applications. Although you've had to write a lot of code to do some reasonably basic things, it's time to change gears a bit and start building more interesting web applications using one of the biggest strengths of Nodes: the huge collection of libraries and modules available to you through NPM. Now that you understand the core workings of Node and modules, it's time to start finding ways to make your life significantly easier and your development much faster. In this chapter, you start working with Express, a web application framework for Node. It takes care of many of the basic tasks you learned about in previous chapters and even exposes some powerful new functionality that you can take advantage of in your apps. I show you how to build apps with Express and update your photo album app to use it. Then you look a bit more at application design, learn how to expose the API from your JSON server, and explore some new functionality you haven't seen before. Installing Express. In this chapter, we are going to slowly change the way you install application via NPM. You might expect that to install Express, you just type npm install Express, and this would work just fine. However, it always installs the latest version of the Express Node module, which you might not want when you're deploying your application to live production servers. When you deploy and test against a particular version, it's good to have that same version run on the live servers. Only after you upgrade to a newer version and fully test against that do you want to use that new version on the live service. So the basic methodology for building Node applications is now as follows. 1. Create an application folder. 2. Write a package.json file describing the package and starting which npm modules are needed. 3. Run npm install to make sure these modules are installed properly. So, create a new folder called trivial_express for your express test application and then put the following into package.json in that folder. The name and description fields are reasonably self-explanatory, and the app is just a toy right now, so it has an appropriate version number. As you saw in chapter 5 modules, you can set private to true, which tells npm never to try installing it in the live npm registry, because it is just a test project for your own use. After creating the file, you can run the following through it in the dependencies section and install all the appropriate modules. npm install. Because Express itself depends on many different modules, you see a decent amount of output before it exits. But then, your node_modules I can just watch an hour of video and create a website that has front and back end instead of reading a book, which could take days rather than hours. The reason you're not able to create your own website with front and back end despite watching countless of hours of courses and videos is because watching doesn't access our higher level human capabilities. Books provide a more complete and detailed understanding, which is often needed to understand a subject. Your brain also needs to have fun while learning to avoid burning out. Based on your experience, counterintuitively, reading uses all our senses because it forces us to visualize image instead of having it readily available in videos. Reading is also a skill that increases like exercise as we expand our understanding of different concepts that helps us build upon those concepts that will help us have a more capability to understand the world. In conclusion, to self-learn, you have to push your brain to understand a little bit more complex concepts and read a book about a book that you want to understand. Seek the wisdom, history, fundamentals, and complete understanding of the subject. If nothing is clicking, push your brain more and continue finding about a book you can understand. In time, if you do it enough, you will be exponentially healthier, knowledgeable, and more productive in creating the life you desire because you have a stored knowledge that can be built upon something else and strength and energy to do more because of the motivation and relief of stress you get from listening to music while reading. Being patient in a job usually doesn't really works because not everyone is meant to be part of every group, and there's often a gap in learning in every occupation. It's true that not everyone is meant to be part of every group, but it ignores the fact that people who are interesting in great careers are those who became patient and continually try to understand certain concepts related to their careers until their patience and law of compound effect of knowledge works on their favors. It also undermines the fact that those people are not inherently knowledgeable about web development. They just have a parents or environment that allows them to hone and sharpen the skill at a young age. In short, those things can be practiced with discipline. It is never wrong to read a sentence again and to not understand certain things. Because having awareness that we don't know is the fastest way for us to learn things that we want to know. We are all dependent on systems. Don't be arrogant and be patient. I should explain to the customer how our problem solving works and structure works for them to help us solve the problem. The truth is, I should just not explain to the user how our problem solving process works. I also have to explain to them the service level agreement and expectations if they become impatient and angry, just like how an IT manager can explain the SLA to an employee and provided the statement, "We can't help you unless you help us help you." I don't feel comfortable because I'm doing low skilled work. The truth is, I sometimes don't feel comfortable because I know that I may please customers by doing a great job in answering their requests in the short term, but I may not have time for the big items that have far-reaching impact, like adding features and configuration that enhance their productivity. So you have to balance both. I am not motivated because people is not designed to constantly work. The truth is, I am not motivated to work because I don't see clearly the path to becoming where I want to be. I will need to research the people I want to emulate more. Reading people's mind using Messenger also helps in making the picture clear. Had God put me in wealthier family, I would have never experienced the dead-end job I have now. God wants us all to specialize and be culture specific because He put us in a place where we can provide maximum value. The reason you were born to the family you have now is because God wants you to make an impact to their lives. If you want to get to the next level, you have to finish your mission there. No matter what happens, don't condemn your family because we become what we do, and judging them tells a lot about us than them. Instead, be grateful for them because we are all dependent on each other, and without that community, you could end up much worse. I can just watch an hour of video and create a website that has front and back end instead of reading a book, which could take days. The reason you're not able to create your own website with front and back end despite watching countless of hours of courses and videos is because watching video doesn't require as much as cognitive process as reading, and it doesn't access our higher level human capabilities. Books provide more complete and detailed understanding, which is often needed to understand a subject. Your brain also needs to have fun while learning to avoid burning out. Based on your experience, counterintuitively, reading uses all our senses because it forces us to visualize image instead of having it readily available in videos. Reading is also a skill that increases like exercise as we expand our understanding of different concepts that helps us build upon those concepts that will help us have a more capability to understand the world. In conclusion, to self-learn, you have to push your brain to understand a little bit more complex concepts and read a book about a book that you want to understand. Seek the wisdom, history, fundamentals, and complete understanding of the subject. If nothing is clicking, push your brain more and continue finding about a book you can understand. In time, if you do it enough, you will be exponentially healthier, knowledgeable, and more productive in creating the life you desire because you have stored knowledge that can be built upon something else, and strength and energy to do more because of the motivation and relief of stress you get from listening to music and reading. Additionally, most video creators are just ranting in video, and it's designed to be short and entertaining because it is the nature of the medium, unlike reading, which is part of healthy stress reliever. It's hard to explain abstract things in video. Being patient in a job usually doesn't work because not everyone is meant to be part of every group, and there's often a gap in learning in every occupation. It's true It's true that not everyone is meant to be part of every group, but it ignored the fact that people who was interesting in great careers are those who became patient and continually try to understand certain concepts related to their careers until their patience and compound effect of knowledge and wisdom works for them. It also undermines the fact that those people are not inherently knowledgeable about web development. They just have a parents or environment that allows them to hone and sharpen the skill at a young age. In short, those things can be practiced with discipline. It is never wrong to read a sentence again and to not understand certain things, because having awareness that we don't know is the fastest way for us to learn things that we want to know. We're all dependent on systems. Don't be arrogant and be patient. I can solve any customer's problem fast if I master the principle and theory of sales process, because it's easier to invent new strategy from there. No matter your level of mastery of the principles and theory of sales process, you still need to ask more questions when you aren't as familiar with the customer's environment, because we have to be knowledgeable with our systems before we can be of value to our employer. It highlights the importance of compound knowledge that boosts intelligence in the job. Asking questions and being humble is usually the case for e-commerce sites because of their extremely large corporate help desk and systems. It's true that part of setting expectation is having a structured model, but it overlooked the strategy of making the customers aware of the sales process model so they can be more skilled in getting the help they deserve. Server-like computer won't be able to pass the files that client needs if they don't have the web server software or algorithm that manages the load request that can communicate to API in order to provide web services to the client. A computer with server software can provide services simultaneously to many different clients. Clients are a type of host. Clients have software for requesting and displaying the information obtained from the server. A single computer can also run multiple types of client software. For example, a user can check email and view a web page while instant messaging and listening to an audio stream. Summary: writing a web application is not hard once you know how all the parts work. On the other hand, writing a maintainable web application requires some forethought and planning. Code maintainability in web applications is closely related to the idea of the separation of concern of certain aspects of the application. In other words, a program should be made up of many small parts that do one thing and do one thing well. The interaction between these parts should be minimized as much as possible. In this chapter, we saw a few basic tips on how to keep our client-side code clean and straightforward. One of the most essential parts of this is that we learn how to generalize meaningful concepts. This is closely related to the idea of object-oriented programming. On the server side, there's a design pattern that dictates the structure of the code. The model view controller design pattern is an accepted practice for organizing maintainable client or server applications. The practice is so widely accepted that entire frameworks have been built that force developers to write applications using it. These frameworks include Ruby on Rails. In the MVC pattern, the model abstracts the database using some sort of data modeling tool. In our examples, the view is simply the client portion of our application, the HTML, CSS, and client-side JavaScript. The controller maps requests from the view to actions on the model, and response with that data can be used to update the view. Another common practice is to organize the server-side part of a web application as a RESTful web service. A RESTful web service exposes program resources such as data models to the client-side portion of the application through straightforward URLs. The client makes a request with a specific URL, some data, and an HTTP verb which the application router maps to a controller action. The workflow. Creating web applications Creating web applications is a complicated task involving lots of moving parts and interacting components. In order to learn how to do it, we have to break down these parts into manageable chunks and try to understand how they all fit together. Surprisingly, it turns out that the component we interact with most often doesn't even involve code. In this chapter, we'll explore the web application development workflow, which is the process that we use to build our applications. In doing so, we'll learn the basics of some of the tools that make it a manageable and mostly painless process. These tools include the text editor, a version control system, and a web browser. We won't study any of this in depth, but we'll learn enough to get us started with client-side web programming. In Chapter 2, we'll actually see this workflow in action as we're studying HTML. If you're familiar with these tools, you may want to scan the summary and the exercises at the end of the chapter and move on. We've mostly finished the bridge. We've mostly finished our journey through the client-side portion of a web application. Although I haven't stated it explicitly, when I refer to the client-side portion of a web app, I'm talking about the part of the program that runs in your web browser. The other side of the story is the server-side part of the application, which runs and stores information outside of your web browser, usually on a remote computer. This chapter is not about the server-side part of a web application, but it's about a collection of technologies that allow the client and server to more easily exchange information. I like to think of this set of technologies as the bridge between the client and the server. Specifically, we'll study JavaScript objects, JSON, JavaScript object notation, sharing code, with a browser. One of the main selling points of Node.js is the fact that it's based on JavaScript and runs on V8, a JavaScript engine that actually powers some of the most popular browsers, Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge. We might think that sharing the same JavaScript engine is enough to make sharing code between Node.js and the browser an easy task. However, as we will see in this chapter, this is not always true, unless we want to share only simple, self-contained and generic fragments of code. Developing code for both the client and the server requires a non-negligible level of effort in making sure that the same code can run properly in two environments that are intrinsically different. For example, in Node.js, we don't have the DOM or long-living views, while on the browser, we surely don't have the file system and many other interfaces to interact with the underlying operating system. Another contention point is the level of support for modern JavaScript features. When we target Node.js, we can safely adopt modern language features because we know which Node.js version runs on our servers. For instance, for our server code, we can safely decide to adopt or await if we know it will run on Node.js version 8 or on a more recent version. Unfortunately, we can have the same confidence when writing JavaScript code for the browser. This is because different users will have different browsers with different levels of compatibility with the latest language features. Some users might be using a modern browser with full support for sync weight, while other users may still be using an old device with an old browser that does not support sync or wait. So most of the effort required when developing for both platforms is to make sure to reduce those differences to a minimum. This can be done with the help of abstractions, patterns, and tools that enable the application to switch dynamically or build time between browser-compatible code and Node.js code. Luckily, with the rising interest in this new mind-blowing possibility, many libraries and frameworks in the ecosystem have started to support both environments. This evolution is also backed by a growing number of tools to support this new kind of workflow, which over the years have refined and perfected. JavaScript modules in a cross-platform context. The first wall we hit when we want to share some code between the browser and the server is the mismatch between the module system used by Node.js and the heterogeneous landscape of the module system used on the browser. Another problem is that on the browser, we don't have a require function or the file system from which we can resolve modules. Most modern browsers supports import and ES modules, but again, some of the users visiting our website may not have already adopted one of those modern browsers. In addition to these problems, we have to take into account the differences in distributing code for the server and the browser. On the server, modules are loaded directly from the file system. This is generally a performant operation, and therefore developers are encouraged to split their code into small modules to keep the different logic units small and organized. On the browser, the script loading model is totally different. The process generally starts with the browser downloading an HTML page from a remote endpoint. The HTML code is parsed by the browser, which might find references to script files that need to be downloaded and executed. If we are dealing with a large application, there might be many scripts to download, so the browser will have to issue a significant number of HTTP requests and download and parse multiple script files before the application can be fully initialized. The higher the number of script files, the larger the performance penalty that we will have to pay to run an application on the browser, especially on slow networks. Even though some of this performance penalty can be mitigated with the adoption of HTTP/to server push, client-side caching, it's a duty of yours to proactively learn about your strengths, to explore, because if you don't, you can be fired. People have strengths and not everybody is meant to be part of every group. Make sure to have clear expectation, train people, and provide appropriate second chance if needed. There's a lot of chances in Pioneer account. You serve them by not tolerating poor performance and mission alignment by making them learn more about their strengths. If they are fired because of negligence or abuse of coworkers, it's better for them long term to be fired because you are teaching them how to succeed in the real world. Most of highly paid jobs are dead-end jobs or extremely specialized. There are only a few engineers in the world that can oversee deep sea oil drilling projects. These people is paid extremely well, but if they quit, they will find it extremely hard to secure a role that they have before. If they quit, their skills will become obsolete because routine beats skills and talents. You can be a famous TikTokerist who doesn't have a job because there's no economics value in their skill. or you can be a world-class fraud analyst. Companies design it to be like that, to be a dead-end job so you can be addicted. Knowing that, you should find a job that enhances a skill that you can use in another job easily, like English speaking, writing, and listening. You can report to sales too because you are using a lot of persuasion and verification to make your customer believe in what you are saying. You have to have a lot of product knowledge. You are doing customer service, fraud prevention, and loyalty at the same time. You are serving people, which is what sales is, and that power activity is what matters. Big companies demand it to regulators to be like that, and regulators are paid handsome amount of money. To whoever has will be given more. To whoever does not have even what they have will be taken from them. That is why you can often win by being specialized in a very narrow category. If fraud analysis is not your strength, then what it is? You have already took strength assessment and look at your weakness straight in the face before 25. Maybe you just misinterpret Scott Adams because HR and TL Len is very enthusiastic about you being a call center agent and fraud analyst. Add TL Erica, Tess, Mario, Elms, and Charles. It's better to work as a call center agent in a boring company than an engineer in a great company, because you can build your career out of your hobby that most people are dumb enough to get a career by staying in secure jobs. Again, the more people wants to work in a company, the more likely company can get away with paying less and the attrition is high. It's economics 101, kids. Add to the fact that success of employee depends on the company because that's what's built the society and culture that shapes people's behavior. Also, rejecting an employee in an interview is better for them long term, so it's better for you to be out of T-Mobile for your long-term success. You became fraud analyst instead of just customer service who really hit incentives. You avoided addiction, high blood pressure, depression, and anxiety disorder. You avoided unemployment, low-level work in engineering. I should work for money and build a career out of my hobby because corporate structure tend to have bad managers. It also design its employee to be addicted in their work, so the job security that people desire that made them choose engineering is non-existent. Corporate structure is designed to have a unhealthy environment because of bad managers, and as you know, our environment and the people around us changes us, so dream job does not exist. Company changes us, it can change our identity and vision that we had in the first place. Like language, skills in these highly paid jobs and what most thought is secure is quickly become obsolete as soon as they quit their jobs. That's just how specialization works. The more specialized, the more valuable, the harder that skill set to compete upon by others because we don't have 1,000 years. Better way to do it is to invest your time in your strengths in industry and company that will likely be in demand in the next 50 years in the Philippines. Life is long, you have to think like that. Be in finance. Just like when Lee Kuan Yew makes students study English because only after they graduate they knew what's the right path, just like you, accountant is good. Is accountant really? For an average web page, this process also takes place, one for each object within the page, a graphic, an embedded video or flash file, and even a CSS template. In step 2, notice that the browser looks up the IP address of server.com. Every machine attached to the internet has an IP address, your computer included, but we generally access web servers by name, such as google.com. The browser consults an additional internet service called the Domain Name System, or DNS, to find the server's associated IP address and then uses it to communicate with the computer. For dynamic web pages, the procedure is a little more involved because it may bring both PHP and MySQL into the mix. For instance, you may click a picture of a raincoat, Then PHP will put together a request using the standard database language. SQL, many of whose commands you will learn in this book, and send a request to the MySQL server. The MySQL server will return information about the raincoat you selected, and the PHP code will wrap it all up in some HTML, which the server will send to your browser. The steps are as follows. You enter http server.com into your browser's address. Your browser looks up the IP address for server.com. Your browser issues a request to the address for the web server's homepage. The request crosses the internet and arrives at the server.com web server. The web server, having received the request, fetches the home page from its hard disk. With the home page now in memory, the web server notices that it is a file incorporating PHP scripting and passes the page to the PHP interpreter. The PHP interpreter executes the PHP code. Some of the PHP contains SQL statements, which the PHP interpreter now passes to the MySQL database engine. The MySQL database returns the results of the statements to the PHP interpreter. The PHP interpreter returns the results of the executed PHP code along with the result from the MySQL database to the web server. The web server returns the page to the requesting client, which displays it. Although it's helpful to be aware of this process so that you know how the three elements work together, in practice, you don't really need to concern yourself with these details because they all happen automatically. The HTML pages returned to the browser in each example may well contain JavaScript, which will be interpreted locally by the client and which could initiate another request the same way embedded objects such as image would. The benefits of PHP, MySQL, JavaScript, CSS, and HTML5. At the start of this chapter, I introduced the world of Web 1.0, but it wasn't long before the rush was on to create Web 1.1. With the development of such browser enhancements as Java, JavaScript, GScript, Microsoft's light variant of JavaScript, and ActiveX. On the server side, progress was being made on the Common Gateway Interface, CGI, using scripting language such as Perl, an alternative to the PHP language, and server-side scripting, inserting the contents of one file or the output of running a local program into another one dynamically. Once the dust had settled, three main technologies stood head and shoulders above the others. Although Perl was still a popular scripting language with a strong following, PHP's simplicity and built-in links to the MySQL database program had earned it more than double the number of users. And JavaScript, which had become an essential part of the equation for dynamically manipulating cascading style sheets, CSS and HTML, now took on the even more muscular task of handling the client side of asynchronous communication, exchanging data between a client and a server after a web page has loaded. Uses English-like commands. The highest level of MySQL structure is a database, within which you can have one or more tables that contain your data. For example, let's suppose you are working on a table called users, within which you have created columns for surname, first name, and email. And you now wish to add another user. One command that you might use to do this is as follows. Insert into users values Smith John jsmith@mysite.com. You will previously have issued other commands to create the database and table and to set up all the correct fields. But the SQL insert command here shows how simple it can be to add data to a database. SQL is a language designed in the early 1970s that is reminiscent of one of the oldest programming languages, COBOL. It is well suited, however, to database queries, which is why it is still in use after all this time. It's equally easy to look up data. Let's assume that you have an email address for a user and need to look up that person's name. To do this, you could issue a MySQL query such as the following. Select user surname, first name from users where email equals jsmith@mysite.com. MySQL will then return Smith, John, and any other pairs of names that may be associated with that email address in the database. As you'd expect, there's quite a bit more that you can do with MySQL than just simple insert and select commands. For example, you can combine related datasets to bring related pieces of information together, ask for results in a variety of orders, make partial matches when you know only part of the string that you are searching for, return only the nth result, and a lot more. Using PHP, you can make all these calls directly to MySQL without having to directly access the MySQL command line interface yourself. This means you can save the results in arrays for processing and perform multiple lookups, each dependent on the results returned from earlier ones, to drill down to the item of data you need. For even more power, as you'll see later, there are additional functions built right into MySQL that you can call up to efficiently run common operations within MySQL, rather than creating them out of multiple PHP calls to MySQL. Using JavaScript. JavaScript was created to enable scripting access to all elements of HTML document. However, with PHP, it's a simple matter to embed dynamic activity and web pages. When you give pages that PHP extension, they have instant access to the scripting language. From a developer's point of view, all you have to do is write code such as the following. Less than, $PHP, echo, today is, period, date, close parenthesis, dot, question mark, greater than, sign. Here's the latest news. The opening PHP tells the web server to allow the PHP program to interpret all the following code up to the question mark and greater than tag. Outside of this construct, everything is sent to the client as direct HTML. So the text here is the latest news, is simply output to the browser within the PHP tags. The built-in date function displays the current day of the week according to the server system type. The final output of the two parts looks like this. Today is Wednesday. Here's the latest news. PHP is a flexible language and some people prefer to place the PHP construct directly next to PHP code like this. Today is less than PHP echo date. Here's the latest news. There are even more ways of formatting and outputting information, which I'll explain in the chat. The problem of getting the right people in the right place at the right time will be an ongoing problem, and it will never end because there's always better ways to do things. You have to realize that not every contact needs to be served because they are not qualified or not possible based on your company's policies and your skill set. You have to know the right customer type. It's system-generated process and it's a complicated problem because when you change the people who have the right skill, new problem arises. Additionally, choosing the right skill and people is subjective at best because no accurate quality measurement will determine the value of an agent. Just like there's no health measurement that can evaluate your life expectancy due to an infinite number of factors affecting those outcomes. Technically, you can do all high-risk validation for the customer because there's only few fraudsters in the market. You can easily spot the real and fake if you will use your common sense. An exceptionally high FCR rate may point to many simple contacts that can be prevented before they happen through better products or improved self-service. Treat FCR as an organization-wide initiative. When an issue is not resolved on the first contact, the problem is often outside the contact center. Example, with product or service documentation, functionality, or processes. Track FCR at least two ways, as an internal measure and based on whether or not customers feel that their issues were resolved on the first contact via survey feedback. If these measures don't closely correlate, find out why. Above all, keep your eyes on customer experience and business results. Remember that FCR is just a supporting indicator, not the end game. Errors and rework often occurs due to changes to customer requirements, processes, etc. Errors and reworks are often the source of innovations about how center provides service. They change process based on the current problems affecting the agents and continually thinking ways to improve how they serve customers. Some systems problems are not being resolved because management doesn't know the root cause. They have to ask 5 whys. Have you ever been part of this conversation? I thought we fixed that problem. Why are we talking about it again? That is why referring this to our process improvement tool works, because it implies that you are solving the root cause. Relationships can be unhealthy if you have it with the wrong people. Too many women is as bad as too many food. It's unhealthy for your well-being. David Ray's work, if you know how to choose the right company to invest your time, skills, and effort. David Ray's advice works because that's what you learn in your ego death, which is people's mind can go to places we never thought about. And it's hard to understand that when you don't experience it yourself. How we see ourselves is how others will see us. If we see ourselves unworthy of wealth, people will believe that is true, and it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. In this case, intentions and beliefs are so important. It's healthier to work in a job where you get paid because you know the value or help that you provide to other human beings. Additionally, they will become more motivated and will actually act and change their lives if they pay for something. The problem with volunteering is we're only doing it when we feel like it. There's no accountability. Let's say you will volunteer to help others on Sunday, but then it rains. Yes, some people really do show up or feel motivated even if they don't pay for something. But this is a small minority, a fraction of people. Most of us need the economic incentive and administrative oversight. We do much better in situations that force us to overcome our personal wants and desires. Discipline and accountability keeps us alive. Working engenders a growing, strengthening willpower that ensures that you go into work to serve your fellow man each and every day. You are in good shape precisely because you haven't missed a day of work. Most of us are motivated when there is money involved for both sellers and buyers. Don't think of yourself as too smart. The moment you think about it, you lose. Have you seen how Auntie Rhea, Janet, micro manage you or did reverse psychology to you? If you want to get ahead above the top 10%, you have to be more detailed and scripted than them, because no matter how talented you are in a TV show, you have to make it scripted and well planned for the odds to work in your favor. The opportunity and income is limited, which makes it more important for you to be scripted. The GDP shrink by 9.5% and it will only go back to pre-pandemic on 2025. Doesn't mean you will not produce value. Remember the detailed explanation why country will be less productive if you reward the lazy? You need to innovate or create new industry to separate yourself and guaranteed earn more money. It might be asking money from your mother or family and invest it and become millionaire, and that's your unique path. Coffeezilla said that reading a book is about internalizing it and applying it in your real life, just like what Darren Hardy said. He also said that 2% of what Big Guru said might be true because that's how great liar works. They say things that are true. You can copy things that is true, but don't let it be your go-to about success because until now, no one knows the secret formula to success. They might be lucky because they are in the right time, but still, it's way out of anybody's head. These rich people can say something that they think when they are achieving their goals, but that doesn't mean that external factors affect those success like luck and so on. You also have to think if what they are saying is based on science because too many times rich people advice actually makes me worse. Sure, you have to work hard and all, but the vendor of balot outside also works hard. Coffeezilla doesn't say that you should not be grateful in things because that will actually help your productivity. What he is saying is don't expect to be always happy when you're doing that because life is compromise of suffering. It's more system and detailed as what argument above might suggest. You just go to choose the things worth suffering for. Being grateful and thinking of income and opportunities limited is a different thing. It's more complex than what might one thought of at first. Thinking of income and opportunity as limited put a constraint on us and makes us resourceful, happy, and innovator. Thinking of income as limited in one's own career is not as speculative after all. Just look at the income increase of workers as they age. We will just suffer more if we get bored because our minds have limitless energy. We should instead focus ourselves on active leisure with social interaction. I'm not saying that Darren Hardy other tricks didn't work like eat your frog first, but system thinking might argue that he can just get that from somebody else, and that doesn't mean that the luck or the time you enter the field is right. Doing other physical things like groceries, walking, changing your motorcycle oil, and anything that doesn't involve your phone but productive and complex problem will definitely help regain your control. It helps you take a break based on your strength since you gain fulfillment doing complex things. Additionally, it's more rewarding than doing nothing because doing nothing makes us scroll our Facebook newsfeed and succumb to unhealthy habits, which is the source of our addiction in the first place, which makes us suffer even more because I work and take break under pressure. Successful in academics is different in financial and career. That's why those who does not have a license can be financially more successful than those who don't. But that is statistically rare because there's more educated millionaires than not. It might work or that might be what you are thinking back then when you were studying, but you did think so smart of yourself. You just got lucky because you entered at the right time and you were with the right people. It also comprises of multifaceted factors. You also have to consider the economics, financial, engineering of why you left your job. Economics means does the per hour rate make sense? Does the engineering part of the job make sense based on your long-term goals? Remember that HR failed to hire people, so you can see that economics didn't work for the HR and thus won't be able to make HR successful. Querying a MySQL database with PHP. The reason for using PHP as an interface to MySQL is to format the results of SQL queries in a form visible in a web page. As long as you can log into your MySQL installation using your username and password, You can also do so from PHP. However, instead of using MySQL's command line to enter instructions and view output, you will create query strings that are passed to MySQL when MySQL returns its response. It will come as a data structure that PHP can recognize instead of the formatted output you see when you work on the command line. Further, PHP commands can retrieve the data and format it for the web page. The process of using MySQL with PHP is as follows. Connect to MySQL and select the database to use. Prepare a query string. Perform the query. Retrieve the results and output them to a web page. Repeat steps 2 to 4 until all desired data has been retrieved. Disconnect from MySQL. We'll work through the steps in turn, but first, it is important to set up your login details in a secure manner so people snooping around in your system have trouble getting access to your database. Creating a login file. Most websites developed with PHP contain multiple program files that will require access to MySQL and will thus need the login and password details. Therefore, it's sensible to create a single file to store these and then include that file wherever it's needed. Example 11.1 shows such a file, which I've called login.php. Type the example, replacing the username, root, and password of MySQL with the values you use for your MySQL database, and the host and database name too, if necessary, and save it to the document root directory you set up in Chapter 2. We'll be making use of the file shortly. The hostname localhost should work as long as you're using a MySQL database on your local system, and the database publication should work if you're typing the examples I've used so far. The enclosing PHP and question mark and greater than tags are especially important for the login.php file because they mean that the lines between can be interpreted only as PHP code. If you were to leave them out and someone were to call up the file directly from your website, it would display as text and reveal your secrets. But with the tags in place, all that person will see is a blank page. The file will correctly include your other PHP files. Note, in previous versions of the book, we have used direct access to MySQL, which was not at all secure, and later on switched to using MySQLi, which was much more secure. But as they say, time marches on, and now there's the most secure and easiest way yet to access a MySQL database from PHP, and that's called PDO, which we now use by default in this edition of the book as a lightweight and consistent interface for accessing database in PHP. PDO stands for PHP Data Objects and is a data access layer that uses a unified API. Each database driver that implements the PDO interface can expose database-specific features as regular extension functions. The host variable will tell PHP which computer to use when connecting to a database. This is required because you can access MySQL database on any computer connected to your PHP installation, and that potentially includes any host anywhere on the web. However, the example in this chapter will be working on the local server. So, in place of specifying a domain such as mysql.myserver.com, you can just use the word localhost or the IP address 127.0.0.1. The database we'll be using data is the one called publications that we created in Chapter 8. If you're using a different database, one provided by your server administrator, you'll have to modify login.php accordingly. Rapid investigation of fraud and fraudsters. According to the I2 Analyst website, organized frauds is harmful to revenue and reputation and is usually perpetrated across multiple systems and processes. IBM I2 Fraud Intelligence Analysis is designed to significantly reduce the costs, time, and complexity associated with these investigations. Patterns, links, and relationships are rapidly created from vast, disparate datasets, enabling you to rapidly identify and disrupt fraud and misuse. The following list from the I2 Analyst website expresses the advantages of using I2 Analyst Notebook as a visualization tool that provides a clear and succinct correlation between entities. Improve investigation effectiveness for better results and reduce cost. Broaden your investigative community and raise awareness by involving key stakeholders and specialists in the investigation. Make use of other IBM solutions for detecting fraud and managing investigations. Improve customer relationships by demonstrating a proactive stance against fraud. Improve your resistance to fraud by understanding system and process weaknesses. Use I2 fraud intelligence analysis to improve investigation effectiveness. Include any data to uncover hidden attacks, patterns, and trends. Rapid investigation leads to timely responses, significantly reducing the ongoing cost of undetected fraud. Produce easy-to-interpret visualization of complex fraud rings for investigation, internal repudiation, or to support prosecutorial measures. Easy creation maps, timelines, temporal analysis to support investigation and response in time-critical business processes. Broaden your investigative network. Collaborate investigation efforts to support rapid response. Raise fraud awareness across your community. Early detection of suspicious patterns or transactions, leading to prioritize investigation using fraud analytic methods. Uncover patterns of weaknesses and enable you to take the required action needed. Figure 8.1 illustrates a pivotal element within the auspices of I2 Analyst Notebook. The figure displays data extraction sets and transactions linked to associates and established patterns that can be used to further enhance fraud analysis and/or financial crimes investigations. Association link chart source IBM I2 Analyst Notebook reprinted with the permission of IBM I2 source. I2 Analyst Notebook. With I2 Analyst Notebook, it's an easy task to discover fraudulent activities or suspicious transactions that will produce accurate results and link associations of persons, businesses, and commodities. The link associations of all determine and or confirm the relationships. I2 Analyst Notebook defines associations, establishes groups, criminal associations, establishes patterns, and display events on a time or a theme line. IBM I2 Analyst Notebook is at the top of the analysis spectrum. An analyst notebook is designed to provide a representation of visually complex criminal enterprises that are used for examining and processing large quantities of data that result in the development of recognizable patterns. According to an IBM white paper from 2012, a flexible data acquisition approach allows analysts to more quickly collate both structured and unstructured information to help build a single, cohesive intelligence picture. The flexible data model and visualization environment, coupled with a wide range of visual analysis tools, helps users build multiple views for detailed network, temporal, statistical, or geospatial analysis, and reduce the time taken to identify key connections, networks, patterns, and trends that may exist. The result gained from this detailed analysis can be shared via intuitive and visual briefing charts or visualizations that can be included in end-user intelligence products. This can simplify the communication of sometimes complex information and ultimately help to drive more timely and accurate operational decision making. Anita Sutton was enjoying a bottle of wine with a friend when the words first stumbled out of her mouth. I don't enjoy my job. 3 years before, she'd been working as a primary school teacher, but now she had an educational leadership position. It was a job she had wanted, and it didn't hurt that it doubled her income. At first, she enjoyed the challenges of her new job. She learned new skills, took on new responsibilities, and thrived with a new set of coworkers. The extra income allowed her to buy finer things, take fancier holidays, and save more money for her retirement. But after only a couple of years, the role began to change. More expectation kept being placed on me, she says, and I didn't know how to say no without thinking it made me look like a failure. Anita's job took up an increasing amount of time away from friends and some of her passions like salsa dancing, painting, cycling, and hiking. 3 years after accepting her promotion, she's back teaching. She prepared working with kids and didn't mind accepting a 50% drop in pay to do what she loved. Depending on who you are, where you live, and how much money you're making now, you'll either relate to Anita or think she wasn't thinking straight. If someone doesn't have enough money to put on their table or pay for decent shelter and medical care, more money will almost certainly make their life better. But there's a point at which their income doesn't increase life satisfaction. You might have heard this income threshold is about $90,000 a year in the United States. Cost of living rise so that number does too. However, we shouldn't all aim for that income level. To understand why, consider a pair of jeans. The average American man's waist size is 40.2 inches, or just over 1 meter, a different kind of inflation that also rises every year. But only a tiny percentage of the male population has a waist that size. The vast majority is either slimmer or wider. Most men wouldn't tell an employee at a clothing store, "I'm interested in jeans with a 40.2-inch waist," just because that's the national average. That's as logical as saying, "I want to earn $90,000 a year," because research suggests that it will make me happiest. Your specific circumstances, much like your specific waist size, are the key factor. Casey spends about $500 a month on living costs, including food, fuel for his car, insurance, and entertainment. He earns retirement income of $600 a month from the U.S. government's Social Security plan and an additional $1,000 a month from money he invested in lifetime annuity. Ironically, this homeless man saves about $1,100 a month. I'm not saying you should ditch the normal life, whatever that is, and move into a car. However, we can learn a lot from a guy like Casey Coleman. I never expected, for example, that he would fit my definition of success. His four-legged table is strong and sturdy. He has enough money based on his standards. He enjoys amazing health and great relationships, and he has a strong sense of purpose. When they have $500 million, they're only slightly psychotic, says Janice, but once they hit $1 billion, most of them are completely crazy. She adds, many of them lose control of their lives. Their relationships are built on impressing other people with their fancy homes, yachts, airplanes, cars, and collectibles. It's isolating because they have trouble establishing or maintaining real relationships with people who will love and respect them for who they are as people. I don't believe most multimillionaires or billionaires are unhappy or psychotic. Plenty of them live healthy, balanced lives. But people who spend millions of dollars on self-wiping toilets, hey, you never know, diamond-studded dog houses, and golden chandeliers might be different. They might place an unhealthy emphasis on material things. And realms of research prove that highly materialistic people are far less happy than non-materialistic people. Janice clients may soak at one extreme while the ascetic Casey Coleman dances at the other. Could too much income make you less successful? At the beginning of this chapter, I introduced the educational leader turned school teacher Anita Sutton. Canadian has an entrepreneur mindset, personal independence and self-reliance, respect for those starting a business, acceptance of failure in entrepreneurial and innovation efforts, and tolerance for high degree of income disparity. That's why when you say you're not an independent contractor, they have immediate respect for you. Uncle are just trying to make money from you because he sold the gun of your mother. Also, he is the reason you can't get credit card. You should love him as your best friend, but love him right, in God's way of connecting, which is in business. You should learn to love what he is doing by investing in it, so reply to him next 2 days. If he did you wrong or not pay you back, it's your time to clean your sins and forgive them. I should prepare for a worst case scenario because that's how we adapt to thermodynamics effect of life. As humans, we underestimate how things could go wrong. So to help you and your customer prepare, you have to do that at first. But you don't need to be really angry to customer. You can still use good tonality. Once you know the customer's problem and you can solve problem properly, then that's the time you can use copy the tone in the beginning, not necessarily transition from angry to good tone. You see, to succeed, you have to evolve and change, and that's a technique to adapt faster. To change fast, you have to prepare to the law of nature, which is thermodynamics, and realities of life by Ray Dalio. You see, the people you are playing basketball with knew this. They had people come and go with their life. Also, while realizing those principles, you also have to respect beginning in the end and copying the tone in the beginning. In the end, if you are counteracting the objection to make it call fast. No, Sam Walton did not create what he thinks is good for the industry or redesign it. He knew that retail business is going to be changing in major ways, so he wanted to be part of it. He knew that focus on people's needs and wants is better because no one does it alone. It is a teamwork. Sam Walton also believes the Jewish principle of city because people from World War II back then are moving from farms to cities where jobs were. Somebody would come along and would have given customer what they wanted if they just stay where they are since they are the best store in towns. So give what your employer wants versus going on site because others will gonna give it anyway to your customer. This change or resourcefulness is not chosen, it's inevitable. You have to go to the tide. That's the power of economics. Walmart innovate and make things more efficient, and that makes them save billions of dollars as well as creating hundreds of thousands of jobs at stores. They make suppliers lose less money and therefore have more money to lessen the prices by being more efficient. Making the call fast is a complex adaptive system. You have to work hard to maintain and keep it. That's why every day close to truth and close to life works in calls because it makes sense to make things simple for our little brain. Job security lasts only as long as the customer is satisfied. Nobody owed anybody else a living. You also need to think like a customer. If you are a customer, where do you want these items to be put on? What other items you want near here to be able to get what you want easily? Retail is detail. On the other hand, it's simple. If the customer is the boss, all you have to do is please them. You have to ask if you are the customer, what options do you have for SIM replacement? Does other provider have its service online for free? You have to make a list of most important to you, just like renting. Life is not simple. Fixing personal life is good, but this reasoning doesn't always work. In language learning, if you just learn Filipino and be a good Filipino first, you will miss the collaboration that you will get from English, and God wants us to collaborate with each other. We will also believe that your view is the only worldview, which is not, which goes back to humility and patience. Language policy can make or break a nation. Pushing your limits is good, but the better way to put it into words is it's always better to have questions than answers because it leads to more learning. That's one of your biggest weakness. You tend to become overconfident because you can reach success easily because you are lucky in your past. It's weakness of everyone who get lucky or who win fast because it's hard to be grateful and complacency is easier. Knowing how economics and policies works because God wants us to combine things, make things out of nothing just like how US created computers. Just because something is not tangible doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You just don't see the connection. Remember, what we see is temporary, what we don't see is eternal. That's why rich are still not happy because they know that all they see is temporary, and that's why they buy absurd or intangible things that CoffeeZilla described as scam. In solving a problem, it's useful to think about the details of time and space efficiency. Space is how complex and tedious are your solutions. Time is how long it takes you to solve it. It's hard to be fluent in a lot of language because software engineers or their software are just language, and it's hard to be software engineer. Is fraud a social phenomenon? An introduction to homophily. One of the essential questions before analyzing the network regarding fraud is deciding whether the detection models might benefit from CNA, complex network analysis. In other words, do the relationships between people play an important role in fraud? And is fraud a contagious effect in the network? Are fraudsters randomly spread over the network, or are there observable effects indicating that fraud is a social phenomenon? That is, fraud tends to cluster together. We look for evidence that fraudsters are possibly exchanging knowledge about how to commit fraud using the social structure. Fraudsters can be linked together as they seem to attend the same events or activities, are involved in the same crimes, use the same set of resources, or even are sometimes one and the same person. See also identity theft. Homophily is a concept borrowed from sociology and boils down to the expression, birds of a feather flock together. People have a strong tendency to associate with others whom they perceive as being similar to themselves in some way. Friendships are mostly built because of similar interests, same origin, high school, neighborhood, hobbies, etc., or even the tendency to commit fraud. Relationships determine which people are influenced by whom and the extent to which information is exchanged. A network is homophilic if nodes with label X, fraud, are to larger extent connected to another nodes with label X. In marketing, the concept of homophily is frequently exploited to assess how individuals influence each other, and to determine which people are likely responders and should be targeted with a marketing incentive. For example, if all John's friends are connected to telecom provider Beta, John is likely to sign a same contract with provider Beta. A network that is not homophilic is heterophilic. The same reasoning holds in fraud. We define homophilic network as a network where fraudsters are more likely to be connected to other fraudsters, and legitimate people are more likely to be connected to other legitimate people. A homophilic network is shown in figure 5.11. The gray, white nodes represents fraudsters, legit people. Visually, gray nodes are grouped together, the so-called web of frauds. Legitimate nodes are also clustered together. Remark that the network is not perfectly homophilic. Fraudulent nodes are not uniquely connected to other fraudulent nodes, but connect two legitimate nodes as well. Also, it illustrates how small webs of frauds exist in the network. For example, subgroups of less than 1 or 2 nodes. Figure 5.11 is a real-life example of a homophilic network. Advanced network techniques take into account the time dimension. Few fraudulent nodes that are popping up together in the network might indicate a newly originating web of fraud, while subgraph characterized with many fraudulent nodes are far evolved structures. Preventing the growth of new webs and the expansion of existing webs are important challenges that both need to be addressed in the fraud detection models. We already showed that a graphical representation of the fraud network can give a first indication of the homophilic character of the network, and thus whether the work analysis might make sense in the fraud detection task at hand. Mathematically, a network is homophilic if fraudulent nodes are significantly more connected to other fraudulent nodes, and as a consequence, legitimate nodes connect significantly more to other legitimate nodes. More concretely, let I be the fraction of legitimate nodes in the network and F the fraction of fraudulent nodes in the network. Then 2LF is the expected probability that an edge connects two dissimilar label nodes. These edges are called cross-label edges. A network is homophilic if the observed fraction. Other measures to assess whether there are significant patterns of homophily present in the network include dyadicity and heterophilicity. In many systems, the number of links between nodes and sharing a common property is larger than if the characteristics were distributed randomly in the network. This is dyadic effect. Defining the job. There is a simple but powerful insight at the core of our theory. Customers don't buy products or services, they pull them into their lives to make progress. We call this progress the job they are trying to get done, and in our metaphor, we say that customers hire products or services to solve these jobs. When you understand that concept, the idea of uncovering consumer jobs makes intuitive sense. But as we have suggested, our definition of a job to be done is precise, and we need to take a step back and unpack the elements to develop a complete theory of jobs. Progress. We define a job as the progress that a person is trying to make in a particular circumstance. This definition of a job is not simply a new way of categorizing customers or their problems. It's key to understanding why they make the choices they make. The choice of the word progress is deliberate. It represents movement toward a goal or aspiration. A job is always a process to make progress. It's really a discrete event. A job is not necessarily just a problem that arises, though one form the progress can take is the resolution of a specific problem and the struggle it entails. Circumstance. Second, the idea of a circumstance is intrinsic to the definition of a job. A job can only be defined in a successful solution created relative to the specific context in which it arises. There are dozens of questions that could be important to answer in defining the circumstance of a job. Where are you? When is it? Who are you with? While doing what? What were you doing half an hour ago? What will you be doing next? What social or cultural or political pressures exert influence? And so on. Our notion of a circumstance can extend to other contextual factors as well, such as life stage, just out of college, stuck in a midlife crisis, nearing retirement, family status, married, single, divorced, newborn baby, young children at home, adult parents to take care of, or financial status, underwater in debt, ultra-high net worth, just to name a few. The circumstance is fundamental to defining the job and finding a solution for it, because the nature of the progress desired will always be strongly influenced by the circumstance. The emphasis on the circumstance is not hair-splitting or simple semantics. It is fundamental to the job to be done. In our experience, managers usually don't take this into account. Rather, they typically follow one of our 4 primary organizing principles in their innovation class, or some composite thereof. Product attributes, customer characteristics, trends, competitive response. The point isn't that any of these categories are bad or wrong, and they're just something of the most common, but they are insufficient and therefore not predictive of customers' behaviors. Functional, social, and emotional complexity. Finally, a job has an inherent complexity to it. Not only has functional dimensions, but it has social and emotional dimensions too. In many innovations, the focus is often entirely on the functional or practical need, but in reality, consumers' social and emotional needs can far outweigh any functional desires. Think of how you would hire childcare. Yes, the functional dimensions of that job are important. Will the solution safely take care of your children in a location and manner that works well in your life? But the social and emotional dimensions probably weigh more heavily on your choice. Who will I trust with my children? What is a job? To summarize, the key features of our definition are: a job is the progress that an individual seeks in a given circumstance. Successful innovations enable a customer's desired progress, resolve struggles, and fulfill unmet aspirations. They perform jobs that formerly had only inadequate or non-existent solutions. Jobs are never simply about the functional. They have important social and emotional dimensions, which can be even more powerful than functional ones. Because jobs occur in the flow of daily life, the circumstance is central to their definition and becomes the essential unit of innovation work, not customer characteristics. Being a good person is a very high level of sales skill. That's why it will get you promoted, because it includes reciprocation. It also includes being liked by others, making them commit by giving value first, and human psychology will take care of itself and it will come back to you. The more you give, the more you receive in return. It's like God's design way of prospering. QA will be fucked up if he took bad quality of my call, because I will escalate him or her and I will prove my point. Wrong. Even if you are at the top of your field, it's hard to learn other language. And we're talking about mastery, not just learning. You have to be able to understand different accents, write the language, and so on. That's what China's biggest problem. They're open to US, but how can top talent go there without mastery of Chinese? Also, they have 4,000 years of text that suggest that everything worth saying has already been said. It's like the mindset by Carol S. Dweck. It's not always the people who start out the smartest who end up the smartest, and it is said better by earlier writers. A language that is exceedingly difficult for foreigners to learn sufficiently to embrace China and be embraced by its society. That's why English is great, because it can easily be embraced by foreigners as their own language, and US will eventually embrace them as their citizens. Singapore made English their first language and Mandarin their second. You have rare people like Rizal who know different language but not master. You can better teach English to others because you know how hard it is to learn, because you experience it yourself. Chinese is very difficult to learn, monosyllabic and tonal. One can learn conversational Chinese and Japanese after a few years if they do it perfectly, or even likely a decade. Who has time for that? You can wait 2 decades to be able to read Chinese quickly. I do not know if China will be able to overcome the language barrier in recruiting outside talent unless it makes the English dominant language, as Singapore has done in the past. Remember, reading and music is God's way to be motivated. America has better technology and breakthroughs because China has a culture that does not permit a free exchange and contest of ideas. That's why the creativity of China may never match up to the US, but GDP of China can catch up. China presumably have more talents than US. It required going against the grain of 500 years of history of Filipino that made us who we are today. We are first Muslim, then became Spanish or Catholic, which culture is not like Jewish that is not need to succeed in this earth. Just like China. In empire time, China doesn't have to worry about the rest of the world because it's all agriculture. But this time, their growth will stop because they have to worry about oil, nickel, and so on. There's no limit on how we can grow if we collaborate. Look at the story of Abel and Cain. I should not just do the uncomfortable thing, but I should love and forgive the things that's making me angry to fix that. I do not believe you can impose on other people or countries standards which are alien and totally disconnected with their past. Every people, country, and everything are different. No two things are equal. We have to learn on our past mistakes. Marionette might be going through stuff that compound to the worst, or maybe she's part of 1% who will succeed by having a husband at a young age. Remember, we shouldn't compare ourselves to others because they might be in the end side of the compound curve. Additionally, what's important to you, which is financial success and healthy marriage and finances, might not be important to them. That's the beauty of life. What's right for you might not be right for Marionette. Same for Tristan and Enoch. Also, Marionette studied teaching, so it's her mastery of teaching is compounding. Also, our wealth in the end really depend on our relationships. So if you fuck your relationships, you fuck your wealth. Since stock market is volatile, if you think of it as everyday kid, you'll have crash. So the key is to find relationship that lives beyond your means. Or minimalist. Your teammates are mostly have high AHT because they are being persuaded by the customer stories. They don't use object, relationship, and sequence. Also, they don't have the talents in being analytical and objective. They also doesn't understand how what they are doing is interconnected to customer service. My understanding of hierarchy just accelerate my progress. It's the compounder. I already know that people's problem caused by people's mistakes and weaknesses. I understand business and independent contractor. I understand how BPI works and that I also have to compete on others on how fast you finish and start BPI. I understand that you need to put 555 onset of the call to make BPI works. I understand that you have to do a BPI when doing outbound too. I know economics and knew that no sales advice will fix broken company. Before, as long as you do nice, you'll escalate your career. Now, seniors in their 60s and 70s are rejoining the workforce because of bad economies, because of their empty pension and government safety that looks like fact. Because retiring is not God plans for them, just like what Daniel Lapin and Lee Kuan Yew theory. US pension made us unproductive and unhealthy. Middle-aged workers are stuck in promotionless limbo. At worst, they are squeezed out in order to make room for more senior talents. It's hard for the young to get escalator nowadays, hard for the middle-aged to ascend. It's hard for anyone over 60 to get off. Companies does not want to invest in you or lift you up to competence, partly because you will have multiple jobs in your lifetime. So you have to hack the training and invest in higher end course or continually learn in CoffeeZilla, David Ray, and Meet Kevin and learn so you don't have the company to invest in you. Hacking training is some of your strength since you're willing to take risk on it. There used to be a guaranteed lifelong employment to employee in exchange of lifelong loyalty. This has been changed by performance-based, short-term contract. The loyalty now flows horizontally to your network rather than your boss. So it's very important to be Jewish in this time because you have to network. It's important to have experience in network marketing. Master your speaking skill before 25 because A. The one who earns money is top 10% in their field, and top 10% of earner is communicators, so even if you fail, you still win. It's just because communication allows better creativity and connection, which God's designed us to be. Just like how Cal Newport discovered that our brain are social. They might be more talented to you, but if they don't have good communication, their culture will be set up to fail because it's not Jewish. Our brain intensity tend to hit its peak by 25. Secrets exist. God is a secret. No one knows God. District 4 is different than Governor of California, which has 60 million people. Customers somehow knows that most people doing their jobs reach their incompetence, but it's not clear. It's not clear that it caused by people's mistakes and weaknesses, and incompetence by Peter Lawrence. That's why they need to be reminded. We fear what we do not understand. We are confused when we don't know, and it takes infinite energy if we don't know something. It's everywhere. You might think someone knows what they are doing as a mechanic, but customer cares more about being served fast, not the actual quality of solution. They knew that once they entered job market because they were also told that the more they know, the more they go up. They experience office politics too, just like you. They are not clear about it, that's why they are speaking to you and not going up to the career ladder. So it's good to explain it to them for them to not be fucked up and be promoted. If they didn't read Principles by Ray Dalio and Peter Principle, then they are confused and depressed. Then their problems, they are depressed because they didn't know that most people's problems are caused by their mistakes and weaknesses. If they are a world-class player, chances are they won't be speaking to you. You don't want to become a team leader because you're not gonna use English and speak often there. Remember, you want to improve communication skills before 25, not leadership skills or subpar job for money. Once you have communication skill or people skill, everything else will follow because that is your weakness that you have to fix to be promoted based on Peter Principle. We've seen Cherry Lou Alborta incompetent to check the details when she didn't check the spending prop of the phone number 647-706-1525. TL Marks became TL after 4 years but then went down to being real fraud analyst. World is mind-blowingly complicated, man. Fraud Alert Case Management. In case the analytical model flags a transaction or observation as suspicious, an alert with corresponding priority should be triggered. The priority is set based on the severity of the fraud as predicted by the analytical model. Alerts can be generated on a 24/7, 365 basis. Depending on the setting, the prioritized alerts can be further manually inspected and processed by business experts working in investigative units. The assignment and routing of alerts to investigators can be done in an automated way by using a set of predefined business rules. It may be decided that further follow-up is not necessary because the intensity of the potential fraud, example, claim or transaction amount, is below a specific threshold. B. Not justifying the cost of additional investigation. In case further follow-up is desirable, all necessary actions to further mitigate the fraud should be taken first, followed by notifying the parties involved. Examples of action could be block credit card or money transfer, deny access to resources, and freeze account. Next, the fraud victim must be informed via phone call, SMS, or email. A fully automated multi-channel strategy can be adopted. For example, send email first, followed by SMS if no reaction after 5 minutes, followed by a phone call if no reaction after 10 minutes. Finally, the fraudster should be dealt with. In case of strong evidence, the fraudster can be prosecuted although some firms may not prepare to do this because of bad publicity or because legal action is simply not possible. As an alternative, the firm might consider a settlement with the fraudsters. Every fraud alert should be appropriately tracked using a case management environment, which accurately records all investigation workflows, documentation, communication between parties involved, and actions undertaken. Ideally, this should be implemented using a browser-based digital dashboard, HERB facilitating real-time fraud alert monitoring and management oversight. Every investigator can log onto the case management environment and get a personalized list of activities to be performed depending on his or her expertise. Summary and detailed reports can be generated. Popular examples are confirmed fraud report, example daily and monthly, suspicious activity report, fraud alert year-to-date activity report, fraud recovery report, fraud trends report, investigator performance report, heat maps showing geographical fraud hotspots, and so on. Also, a complete audit trail of each alert or case can be requested, including an overview of which investigator performed what action. To facilitate the creation of the various reports, the case management environment should offer advanced visualization and summarization facilities. It should offer online analytical processing, all-up functionality to allow for multi-dimensional analysis with roll-up, drill down, slice, and dice operations. As depicted in Figure 6.4, every claim can be further investigated in terms of linked documents, linked entities, relevant suspicion rules, and so on. Facilities can be provided to show how the network grows in time, both cumulative, whereby previous links are maintained, as well as marginal, whereby only new links are visualized. This allows to uncover more complex fraud patterns and fraud rings. As an example, assume claimant A shares the same address, car, bank account, and phone as claimant B. If claimant A has filed a fraudulent claim before, then all new claims filed by claim B should be flagged as suspicious and an alert must be generated. These complex fraud patterns can be easily visualized using link analysis. A 5-step path. Let's return to Mitch, who blundered with the college dean. Chastened by that experience, he vowed to get better at revelation. Since then, his disclosures have proved far more effective, allowing him to establish many enduring partnerships. What makes him so successful now? First, he's self-aware. He knows who he is, where he came from, where he's going, and what he believes in. He encourages colleagues to give him feedback, and he's enrolled in several developmental training programs. Second, he communicates cautiously, letting the task at hand, along with environmental cues, dictate what to reveal when. For instance, he was all business at one meeting with a potential partner until she voiced a concern about whether her students could assimilate at his university. Sensing a critical moment in the negotiation, he decided to tell her about the challenges he faced in an exchange program during college, trying to learn another language, make friends, and adjust to the curriculum. The story was personal and heartfelt, but also demonstrated an understanding of his counterpart's concern and a commitment to addressing it. He deepened the relationship and sealed the deal. Mitch arrived at effective, authentic self-disclosure by following 5 steps. First, build the foundation of self-knowledge. You can learn about yourself in many ways, but the best approach is to solicit honest feedback Ideally, a 360-degree review from coworkers and follow it up with coaching. In Why Should Anyone Be Led by You? Harvard Business School Press 2006, Rob Goffey and Garrett Jones suggest exploring biography. You might consider your upbringing, your work experiences, and new situations, such as volunteer opportunities that test your comfort zone and force you to reflect on your values. You might also consider your personal management philosophy and the events and people who shape it. We start our executive coaching engagement with a detailed interview that essentially walks clients through their personal and professional histories, their successes and failures, and the lessons they've drawn as a result. These exercises can help you choose which stories are most appropriate to share with others. Second, consider relevance to the task. Skillful self disclosures choose the substance, process, and timing of revelations to further the task at hand, not to promote themselves or create purely personal relationships. In fact, we found in our earlier work that team development efforts often fail because they try too hard to foster intimacy rather than focusing on relevant disclosure and social cohesion. Be clear that your goal in revealing yourself at work is to build trust and engender better collaboration and treatment, not to make friends, though that may happen. So before you share personal information, ask yourself whether it will help you do your job. Is it germane to the situation? Will your staff get a better understanding of your thinking and rationale? If not, you might want to save that story for a coffee date with friends. If your goal is to simply develop rapport with employees, you can find safer ways to accomplish that, such as bonding over a beloved sports team, a new movie, or a favorite restaurant. Third, keep revelations genuine. This should be a no brainer, but we're amazed at how often we hear about managers who fabricate tales. Take Alan, who recently stepped down from his position as the Associate Director of Marketing and Communications for a regional hotel chain. In both presentations and small group discussions, he would cite examples of how he had successfully used social media, video on demand, and search engine optimization in his prior position at a premier boutique hotel. The problem was that he held that job in the early 1980s, before those technologies were widespread. Alan did have extensive social media marketing experience, but it had come through his volunteer church work. He fudged the details in an effort to bond with his younger colleagues. Eventually, they found out, and Alan lost credibility, which ultimately led to his departure from company. Yeah, that is still vague explanation because we need more experience or knowledge because we know a little bit about universe. But the wise knows he can add another knowledge. Philippines are poor because church discouraged birth control. You have to be in control or educate your spouse or else those strengths of having many people will be a burden in the long term. You have to know risk management and know that having a children is not right for your age, time, and place. You cannot resign in having a child like you do in a company, which will make you take risks more in your business. Philippines are just great during Marcos' first years because America focused on developing them or babying them. Just like in Singapore, there's a criticism and they haven't mastered either Mandarin or English, but it's the best way forward. China banks are transitioning to English to stay on business. When China opens up, people who speak English and Mandarin command premium, so people naturally wants to speak Mandarin and English. Had Singapore made Singapore monolingual like Hong Kong, it would be very difficult if not impossible to transition to English and learn the updating textbooks of the world and innovate in their local place. Had you not learned English, you will not learn Jewish wisdom and become friendly and love Tita Puri and Facebook with everything that you've got. You, you also would not learn Peter Principle and Lee Kuan Yew and many more. You would not know Jew and become successful as you are now if you did not study in Rosas because Rosas is advanced in their English language skill. You would not realize that if you lose your native language, you will lose confidence in your purpose or place in the world. It will make you lose interest in learning new skills, so both are necessary. Don't be like Singapore grandparents. They do not understand why their children are allowed to teach to be teach in Chinese completely during British occupation and while in their own government. They are not allowed to teach Chinese. That is ego. The reason why English language is included as subject in the Philippines or other parts of the world because language itself is an industry or engineering, like engineering. You should still pretend to be fluent in English because that's how you better explain them. That to be better, they have to be competent to become manager. Your customer understand that not all fluent in English because they know that human memory is limited and they are not even bilingual themselves. They are monolingual for most of the time since 80% now is pure Americans. But give it 100 years, then most will be Spanish. Also, being monolingual will actually make you slow to learn, so they should not humiliate you since you are better because you are bilingual. Dark web breach is America's fastest growing crime. You can try Aura to know how many times your info has been breached in the dark web. You are so lucky because the economist you are subscribed also recommends stuff that will make you prevent fraud. You'll only earn a lot of money, not necessarily promote it, if you have a rare set of skill that business are willing to pay a lot of money for. Sometimes business compete for those talents and pay much more if the talent is very in demand. Top talent is rare and hard to find. Most senior executives and advanced specialists are not performing at their best within 6 to 12 months in their new company. It takes time to learn new culture, systems, skills, and project. Companies knows that top executives are aware that they are financially better if they switch jobs. Picturing things in your head or thinking in pictures is not enough to build a good system of communication. You also have to have good tone because that's how you mostly make your speech visual. In terms of turning television, it will take time for you to activate your English fluency, just like Mandarin of Lee Kuan Yew. That's why you're being surprised why it's always hard or you always sound Filipino on set of the call. You're already paying price for not learning English at young age. While you are young, make it your man. That's the most important in interconnection that Jews sees. They realize that other profession that's not in sales is not really in the business of doing business with the customers. They interact too, though it's part of it. They realize that one of their customers, their employer, remember, everyone is in business, even if your customer is only one. Once you realize that your boss is really your customer, everything changes. They saw that the interconnection because they have a culture of finding commonalities and distinctions in arguments. They also see the interconnection of building a portfolio and learning everything they can to be a business owner someday. Only few people can pursue their passion. If you want to be successful in business, you have to be there for your customer 24 hours. Even if you can let your customer suffer, you should not because such idleness is and being selfish and focusing on your family is not God's plan for you. Taking care of business is the most important way of showing them our love. Some people are good on taking care of children, Let them do their job. You want your children to see you putting the needs of other human beings before your own personal wants, which is taking care of children. Because before, we don't have an option of taking care of children in the time of famine, when median number of children per woman is 5. Most of my workmates want work from home option, but they don't have capacity to do it. Work from home in Asia can be a premium. Add the hot weather, that's why most of them went back because of a lot of PVN issues. The secret in life is to find a boss you can be proud of. It's good to be a team member if you have a boss you can be proud of. No one owns everything. Our true wealth is other people. That is the lesson of Abel. To whoever has will be given more. High tolerance of high income inequality or being a team member is what God wants in heaven, because the principle that is true in earth is also true in heaven. It's how the people in heaven cooperate, and that's how people in the earth should cooperate too, to maximize progress. If given chances, you don't want to be a team leader because you want to master communication skill by age 25, which you won't learn by being a team leader. You are focused on long-term success while they are focused on monetary title. You are focused on how your brain learns. They can be a writer who flunked badly because society expects him to achieve a lot while he is young, instead of working and practicing the field for decades, which is more sustainable. Just like being a TL, it's only sustainable for decades if you master being an agent first for 5 years before 25. One of the things that David Ray and you did right is researching what a company you can be proud of. Most CEOs became CEO because of their sales skills, as per Guy Spear. So he is qualified to give you advice. Remember the ownership mindset that CEO of Microsoft discussed? They understand that mindset is a key to success in business and life. In business, it's complex. You can be successful in your career and not understand markets. No matter how great engineer or fraud analyst you are in an Asian market, you'll never have capabilities that US and Europe market has. There's only so much work ethic can do. So much of the money depends on the market you tackle. It's true in nature, Pareto principle, it's also true in life. Competence is highly dependent on context. Michael Phelps is good at swimming but will never be as good at basketball because we have limited time, because we are born with different strengths. HR knows this, that's why they only hire those who have experience in almost the same category like telco and fraud analyst and Remitly. Language dies. You can be the best content moderator, but you'll not be competent English speaker if you haven't polished that before 25. Because life is complicated, you also have to consider how our brain matures over time. I've saved the most recent significant example of GE teamwork for last. The process used to select Jeffrey Immelt to succeed Jack Welch as chairman and CEO reinforces my original statements that teamwork can flourish in a business or organization led by a dynamic, high-profile CEO, and that teamwork at GE was a hybrid and customized form unique to the company. Nonetheless, after 20 years at the helm, the process for replacing Jack could have been disrupting and damaging to GE. That it wasn't is testament to the depth and breadth of the company's commitment to teamwork. For starters, Jack devised a process for selecting a hire that preserved the existing team structure. Instead of pulling the likely candidates out of the field and into the headquarters where they could be more closely observed, he felt he left them in place. This way, he could avoid the creation of a kind of corporate war zone, with rivals for the job working in close proximity, each trying to outmaneuver the others. It's a way to keep the peace and evaluate the candidates on the basis of their day-to-day ability to effectively lead major GE businesses. Second, he resisted the temptation on to take exclusive control of the selection process. Jack used the executive compensation committee of the board of directors as an assessment mechanism, as well as to provide advice and consent. He made sure that the compensation committees, especially and to a lesser extent the entire board, had a chance to get to know each of the candidates and to watch them in action. We arrange golf foursomes every April in Augusta and again in July in Fairfield so that each candidate, 23 of them, starting in 1994, would get a chance eventually to play with every board member. As the winnowing got underway, I often wondered whether or not the candidates could tell where they stood according to whom they played golf with. The more likely prospects ended up being repeatedly paired with members of the compensation committee. Jack's selection team and the least likely were assigned to board members who were not as actively involved. The same pattern prevailed for the seating arrangement at the dinners that followed. Jack and I would carefully mix and match afterward. He would seek out the board members for their candid assessments. At that early stage, none of the candidates had been informed they were on the list, but I think most of them figured it out on their own fairly quickly. You can usually tell when they're being watched and they were put under a microscope. I can safely say that no other decision in 20 years as CEO so preoccupied Jack as this one did. He thought about it every day for more than 6 years. He worried that if he blew it and chose the wrong person, much of his legacy could be lost or damaged. By June 2000, the board and by that time the press had narrowed the field to three candidates. Jim McNerney, CEO of Aircraft Engines, Bob Nardelli, CEO of Power Systems, and Jeff Immelt, CEO of Medical Systems. Contrary to press speculation, no candidates from outside GE were seriously considered. The three candidates knew they were final candidates because Jack selected chief operating officers to back them up in each of those three businesses. These COOs were there to ensure a smooth transition in the top management of those businesses. All three candidates knew that the two who were not chosen would be asked to leave the company. Jack felt that the new CEO deserved the right to pick his own executive team and avoid having to work with former rivals who might harbor bitterness at being passed over. All three candidates agreed to this plan. Getting down to the short list, however, only made the agonizing worse. He probably wouldn't agree with me, but as far as I am concerned, Jack obsessed about the decision in the last 6 months prior to the final pick. Many people believe that he knew all along whom he would choose. If that was true, he certainly fooled me. Jack and I frequently talk about the three candidates. I never got the feeling that he was leaning toward anyone in particular. It's called management, and it's your job. I usually felt a little surge of pleasure as I stepped off the elevator into the cavernous former warehouse in the East Village we'd rented as the office of Juice Software, the startup I co-founded in 2001. That day, I just felt stressed. The engineers had worked nights and weekends on an early beta version of our product, which would be ready in a week. The sales team had gotten 30 big names customers lined up for beta testing. If those customers were using our product, we'd be able to raise another round of funding. If not, we'd run out of money in 6 months. By the time I got back to my desk, I had no time or emotional reserves to think about pricing. I cared about each of these people, but I also felt worn out, frustrated that I couldn't get any real work done. Later that day, I called my CEO coach, Leslie Koch, to complain. Is my job to build a great company? I asked. Or am I really just some sort of emotional babysitter? Lastly, a fiercely opinionated ex-Microsoft executive could barely contain herself. "This is not babysitting," she said. "It's called management, and it's your job." Every time I feel I have something more important to do than listen to people, I remember Leslie's words. "It is your job." I've used Leslie's line on dozens of new managers who've come to me after a few weeks in their new role, moaning that they feel like babysitters or shrinks. We undervalue the emotional labor of being the boss. That term is usually reserved for people who work in the service or health industry. Psychiatrists, nurses, doctors, waiters, flight attendants. But as I will show in the pages to come, this emotional labor is not just part of the job. It's key to being a good boss. How to be a good boss? Given my line of work, I get asked by almost everyone I meet how to be a better boss, manager, or leader. I get questions from the people who work for me, the CEOs I coach, the people who attend a class I taught, or a talk I gave. I get questions from people who are using the management software system that Russ, Laraway, and I co-founded a company, Candor Inc., to build. Others have submitted their management dilemmas to our website, radicalcandor.com. But questions also come from the harried parent sitting next to me at the school play who doesn't know how to tell the babysitter not to feed the kids so much sugar. The contractor who is frustrated when his crew doesn't show up on time. The nurse who just been promoted to supervisor and is telling me how bewildering it is as she takes my blood pressure. I feel I should be taking hers. The business executive was speaking with exaggerated patience into his cell phone as we board the plane. Snap it, shut, and ask nobody in particular. Why did I hire that goddamn moron? The friend still haunted by the expression on the face of an employee whom she laid off years ago. Regardless of who asks the questions, they tend to reveal an underlying anxiety. Many people feel they aren't as good at management as they are at real part of the job. Often, they fear they are failing the people who report to them. While I hate to see this kind of stress, I find this conversation productive because I know I can help. By the end of these talks, people feel much more confident that they can be a great boss. There's often a funny preamble to the questions I get because most people don't like the words for their role. Boss evokes injustice, manager sounds bureaucratic, leader sounds self-aggrandizing. I prefer the word boss because the distinctions between leadership and management tend to define leaders as BSers who don't actually do anything and managers as petty executors. Also, there's a problematic hierarchical difference implied in two words, as if leaders no longer have to manage when they achieve a certain level of success, and brand new managers don't have to let. Richard Tedlow's biography of Andrew Loeb, Intel's legendary CEO, asserts that management and leadership are like forehand and backhand. You have to be good at both to win. I hope by the end of this book, you'll have a more positive association with all three words: boss, manager, leader. Having dispensed with semantics, the next question is often very basic. What do bosses, managers, leaders? That is actually my advantage. Knowing how authorization, ACH, and stock market helps me to know more about our SCIT. Just like a stock, our previous experience is an investment. It's not just about the experience, it's the quality of the experience that matters. That's why it's important for you to choose the right environment. The company's, country, school, and circle of friends matters a lot when considering previous experiences. I am not that specialized in fraud analyst because I am a good communicator and fraud analyst. It's the combination of being a good communicator and fraud analyst and being specialized in two contradicting skills is what made what I do so rare. I did in the engineering rather than teaching degree before I took communication job, which is fraud analyst. You can shortcut the need for a genetic advantage or for years of practice by rewriting the rules. Ace had the teacher background which is directly connected to communication. There will always be bullshit jobs in the system because there is always fraud. That's just the nature of scaling. Entropy states that systems are bound to have flaws and fraud is destined to come with those flaws. From firms involved in commerce or manufacturing and more from debt speculation and the creation of complex financial instruments, so did an ever-increasing proportion of workers come to make their living from manipulating similar abstractions. With instruments such as collateralized debt obligations and high-speed trading algorithms, so complex they could be understood only by astrophysicists. They had, like modern alchemists, learned ways to whisk value out of nothing by means that others dared not to even try to understand. In a way, one could argue that the whole financial sector is a scam of sorts, since it represents itself as largely about directing investments toward profitable opportunities in commerce and industry, when in fact, it does very little of that. We look at some of the more immediate causes for the creation of useless employment. Managers whose prestige is caught up in the total number of their administrative assistants or underlings. Weird corporate bureaucratic dynamics, bad management, poor information flow. The job was also extremely difficult and stressful. It appeared that part of their business model was placing impossible targets which would increase all the time so that turnover was high and more staff would regularly have to be brought in and destroyed. This is how incentives in call center works, placing impossible targets, QA of Bell, incentives of Telco, putting smokescreen in their trainees to be fired early. I'm not sure who was ultimately paying for this, the bank, an insurance company that insured the bank against losses and fraud activities in the first place. My success is largely dependent on the quality of your relationships. We're just little cogs and we have to adapt to the universe. God's law to prosperity is quality of relationships and trust. Managing people is hard because it boils down to people and we are so complex. We are different person to different people. We might be working on trivial tasks, but working in teams is how the world moves forward. If it's not because of that, we will be in war. That's why Jewish wisdom is how you succeed in this world. Our careers and education are investment, but there are new job titles that is being created every day because of our fast-changing world. If some of your coworkers wants to leave after 2 years, it is because they can't resist the boredom. The theory is that because world is changing so fast, the best investment you can have is improving your communication skill because it is useful in everyday life and what you don't use dies. That's also the reason why engineer in oil drilling company struggles to find the same job after he resigns because that's how capitalism system are set up. This is how God designed the world. Marx did not mention capitalism because world is more complicated than that. Culture cannot be changed overnight. Stable companies like Exxon, Verizon are better workplaces to work because the manager there are great in managing people like Karin Hurt because it takes time to learn new culture, how to manage people, new systems, and process that will allow for I am good in speaking English because I am a call center agent. You are better than most in speaking English because you are speaking it all the time, but you'll never have the same English American fluency because you are Filipino English speaker. There will be something in your English tone of voice that will make you Filipino, and that's a good thing. The most important thing is to master English and read and speak it frequently because of language loss. Because customers are checking your English style and there are countless English style. Those are completely different language. You also have to read, write, speak, and listen to the right English every time to become more like them. That is just poor communication. Meetings that should have been an email waste everyone's time. Emails that should have been a conversation get lost in translation, or no one's talking about what really matters. You might be right. The techniques we suggest there require a foundation of trust. You or your team might not be ready. If your managers haven't mastered the fundamentals of managing high performance team, we'd encourage you to start with our first book, Winning Well. Our new team is probably not set up for courageous culture. That's why it has to be built from the ground up. You don't have many chat minutes because you mastered deep work. You aren't spending your free time in games. You don't have the product to sell. You have to specialize first before you can have the benefit of cooperation. Not blinking is a standard process for call centers, especially for complex accounts like T-Mobile. It's called visual auditing. We can use phone number on file to validate because a number can only be used by one subscriber. So if we were able to call him on that number he used to register his account and his account is established, it means it's legitimate. If the phone number is not the account holder's ownership anymore, then the person who will answer will gonna say it. You still have to evaluate the customer's answer. It's like doing walk all over again. Calling customer on file and make sure they are what they say they are. They will be if it's established account since they have paid a lot, and they won't if it's a new account. So you have to ask relatives account with us. We are expensive lawyers for us to interpret the law. You have mastered law because you subscribe to CoffeeZilla before it gets big. You tend to be skilled at loss and fraud because of your strength, engineering, and experience politics. You tend to be more skilled at law because lawyers are expert in legal systems. You are expert in risk. We hire expensive lawyers because of the bullshit processes and lack of generalists. They are specialized and more unique than they need. The more you need to pay for their time and effort. Most lawyers, if not pay that much, will find a job that will. The more unique it is, the more expensive it is. You saw what's currently happening in T-Mobile, which is the greatest carrier of your time, and because of that, you have spoke to the best of the industry in the business, which made you the best people to work with in fraud analysts of Dell. Not everybody has the privilege of going through in PayPal, who has the most extensive knowledge in online payment fraud. Online payment fraud is how people revolutionize banks. Before, people don't trust credit cards online. The greatest among us is not only talented, but has the opportunity to showcase those talents. This is what you have because you have PayPal and telco experience. You are directly speaking to Canadian or American markets, unlike Zoom, which made you a great English communicator before 25. One of your key behaviors is learning more of your product well availed, because as Rule for Flatworld said, the more complex the question or problem, the more complex and specialized our knowledge should be. We should diversify our skill, but we should also specialize. It's somewhere in between and it's complicated. Just like who was better management, JP or Quantrix. The more specialized we are, the better we would be at it because of the compounded knowledge. That is the key behaviors of every call center agent leader, solving top problems. So you should if you want to move the needle and win well. The more unique it is, the more expensive it is. That's just the law of economics, and that's simply the reason why some are earning exponentially higher than others. That's why call center are paid the big bucks. The more unique it is, the harder it is to find human who can solve it faster. Communication without specialization is nothing. What are you gonna sell? Title, Close to the Truth, Meeting Performance Goals and Customer Expectations. Introduction. In my current role, I have a clear focus on achieving performance goals, which encompass key metrics such as average handle time, AHT, quality assurance, QA, compliance, and attendance. Alongside these objectives, I am dedicated to meeting the needs of Nordia clients, Quantrix colleagues, and Bell customers. My overarching aim is to effectively manage resources by prioritizing promptness, conducting historical analysis, and optimizing available energy or resources. Through the application of production principles, I am to fulfill customer demands by delivering products or services punctually, promptness, ensuring exceptional quality, getting it right the first time, and minimizing costs, reducing unnecessary interactions, and aligning expectations based on historical data. This approach leads to reduced energy expenditure for each interaction, as I recognize that energy equates to money. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that minimizing cognitive effort is the missing piece in this puzzle, as humans possess limited resources. Number 1. Are my service or product operating the way Nordia, Quantrix, colleagues, and Bell customers expect, considering our competitors and our company's strategic priorities? Letter A. It is crucial to recognize that our product, service, or experience is the true game changer. Understanding and meeting customer expectations should be our priority. Customer satisfaction determines their purchasing decisions, and as part of the business process outsourcing industry, we are dedicated to providing the best possible service. Emphasize key behaviors consistently. Strive for a higher standard beyond what is measured on the scorecard. Aim for better experiences, improve customer service, superior products, and a caring approach to create a better world. The key here is expect, because there can be a potential mismatch between buyers and sellers. To set clear expectations, it is important to mention that we focus on fraud prevention, which addresses 90% of manager-related problems. Understanding the fundamentals of buyer and seller dynamics in business is essential to avoid scams and legal issues. Continuously reinforce the importance of managing customer expectations. Serve customers by understanding their evolving needs and wants. Valuable insights can come from others. Strive to become the person everyone enjoys working with, as our vision should revolve around meeting the needs and wants of others. Help people achieve their goals, and they will reciprocate by helping you achieve yours. Availability on Avaya at all times is expected, and internet issues should not serve as an excuse. This is how Nordia implements the work from home setup. Regardless of whether we acknowledge it, we're all part of the customer's perception or expectation business. Can customer achieve? Number 2, can customer achieve what they expect when they use my service? Key point: customers expect continuous service innovation. Letter A, did we solve the problem at hand? How can we improve our problem-solving process going forward? Are there any new tools we can adopt or eliminate to enhance our processes? Were customer concerns resolved without requiring additional support? Can we automate certain tasks? What will happen to our products and services if we don't embrace innovation and change? Small letter A, strive to improve processes, as exceeding expectations is part of our job in creating a courageous culture as frontliners. Continuously provide feedback and escalate issues to team leaders while employing winning role strategies. Collect evidence through screenshot and seek support from colleagues and when necessary. We need to care enough to communicate the truth, even when it's challenging. Remember, no one wins in court. We need to care enough to speak the truth, as it encourages clarity. Share stories that matter with your team. Feedback only matters when it leads to positive change. You don't need to have all the right answers right away, but it's important to have clarity on values in practice, their important strategic priorities, and the next step for your team. When people feel that kind of fear, they start to avoid taking risks. They learn less, they grow less, they innovate less, they become less than they could be. This is the opposite of personal growth management. Other companies make the opposite mistake. They make firing people damn near impossible. In these companies, bosses have one hand tied behind their backs. Some addresses performance issues by foisting failing team members on unsuspecting colleagues, which create bizarre office politics. Those who are doing the best work also end up having to carry people who are not able to contribute and often quit in frustration as a result. Those who are not able to contribute realize it doesn't really matter and stop even trying. The gravitational pull of organizational mediocrity sets in. Firing people is hard, and it ought to be hard. But if you do these three things, you can make it far, far easier on the person you are firing, as well as on yourself and your team. Don't wait too long. Virtually all managers I've ever worked with have been far too slow to admit when somebody on their team is starting to underperform. They don't admit it to themselves, let alone to their bosses or to HR. When I teach management classes, I often ask people to put names in quadrants on the talent management grid. I tell them there are no consequences. They don't have to share this with anyone. This is purely mental exercise. After everyone has finished, I ask, how many of you think there is some underperformance at this company? Generally, all the hands go up. Then I ask, how many of you put a single name in one of the two poor performance boxes? Generally, only a couple of hands go up. A few people will laugh, but everyone is always very eager to move on. I force them to sit there until everyone has put names in the underperforming boxes. There are 4 good reasons to push yourself to identify other underperformance early. 1. To be fair to the person who's failing. If you identify a problem early, you give the person time to address it. It also reduces the shock if they can't or won't address it, and you end up having to fire the person. 2. To be fair to your company. If you identify and address problems early enough, you dramatically reduce the risk of getting sued or the chance that you'll have to keep them on the payroll for months of painful legal documentation. 3. To be fair to yourself. When you give somebody a good rating one quarter and fire them the next, words gets around and it undermines trust with everyone else. Not to mention that you risk being sued by the fired employee. Although it is time-consuming and unpleasant to address performance problem, it takes a lot more time and is far more unpleasant to deal with the lawsuit. 4. And the most importantly, you want to address underperformance early to be fair to the people who are performing really well. Tolerating bad work is unfair to the people who are doing excellent work. Don't just ask for advice, get them to edit what you write. Advice is far too abstract. I let him go back in, say goodbye on his own terms. He thanked me for that later, and I always had the feeling that following my gut instead of legal advice spared everybody a lot of heartache and probably avoided a lawsuit. When you have to fire people, do it with humility. Remember, the reason you have to fire them is not that they suck. It's not even that they suck at this job. It's that this job, the job you gave them, sucks for them. When I was at Juice, I had to fire somebody and was worried it would be contentious. I got a bunch of advice from our lawyer about how to do it. We had no HR department. A lot of it was really helpful, but the lawyer kept advising me to hire a security guard to walk the person out. So give a damn. Don't get too caught up in all the HR or legal advice, though. Take a deep breath and a big step back. You have a relationship with the person you're about to fire. You still give a damn about this person. Think hard about how to do it in a way that will make it easiest on them, even if it makes it harder on you, or if you have to take some risks. The managers hear the fair part but ignore not too easy part. The person passes the PIP without addressing the core issue, and the performance problems drags on for another 3 or 6 months. Why do you measure? You can't track how your organization progresses in its growth without understanding the state of the organization and how it's currently functioning. To determine where you can improve, you must measure where you are currently. Measure, try, refine. Before you make any change to how a system operates, you need to determine how that change may affect the system. In order to do that, you need to measure the system's current state. Then, after making the change, you can measure again and assess the impact. This allows you to refine your attempt and measure again. The result is a loop called the measure, try, measure, refine loop, illustrated in figure 2.1. This is a basic process of cyclic improvement and it goes by many other names. It's very similar to the Plan, Do, Check, Act (PDCA) or Plan, Do, Study, Act (PDSA) cycle, otherwise known as the Deming cycle. In this version, we start at the top with the measure step. We measure our system to understand its current state before making any changes. We then move on to the try step here. We attempt a change to see whether it will positively or negatively impact our system. Does it help us or hurt us? To answer that question, we then do another round of measure. We measure our system again and compare the current state with the original state to see how it has changed. We then refine our attempt to account for the problems or expand on the benefits. The net result should be that we are in an improved situation. This led us back to the loop where the cycle begins all over again. The benefits of measurement. Only by measuring can we understand the real value of the change we made, as well as the associated cost. Another benefit of measurement is that it lets you know when you're done. The cycle could go on forever, but sooner or later, the improvements you are able to make will no longer be worth the cost of making them. In summary, measurement helps us determine our current system state and where we are in our process so we know where to focus our energies to improve. Analyze our changes to see whether they've made things better or worse or improved things enough to justify the cost. An adaptive assessment grows and expands with your infrastructure. Realizing your inventory will be worth less if it takes 6 months to finish because the inventory you have 6 months from now will not be the same inventory that you have now. You instead create a shallow assessment of your inventory and refine it over time. As a result, you will have a much more relevant and useful inventory for a greater period of time. The true value of an adaptive assessment is time. Knowing that we have around 48 forts in our rock is infinitely more useful than not having any idea how many there are and needing to wait several months to have an accurate count. Adaptive assessments say, I value being educated sooner rather than later, and I understand I will get more educated as time goes on. Decision based on adaptive assessments. We will be using our assessments to make decisions, but it's important to understand that those assessments are not absolute. They are estimates and will be adjusted and refined over time. Our data, our assessment, is agile. As a result, the decisions we make using this data need to be agile as well. We need to be willing to rethink and re-implement past decisions when we are presented with more accurate and refined data. However, this does not mean we can flip-flop on decisions routinely. Decision flexibility is a struggle for many IT organizations. Some organizations cannot change direction easily, even when faced with clear and compelling evidence that they are headed in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, Other organizations can't stay focused on anything and constantly move back and forth in a series of non-decisions. Neither is a good place to be. To use adaptive assessments effectively, you need to be willing and be able to make decisions that stick, but also be willing to rethink those decisions when when and if the refined data you have available suggests a change. Last, Rust taught managers to get people to begin asking themselves the following questions. What do I need to learn in order to move in the direction of my dreams? How should I prioritize the things I needed to learn? Whom can I learn from? How can I change my role to learn it? Once people were clear on what they wanted to learn next, it was much easier for managers to identify opportunities at work that would help them develop skills in the next 6 to 18 months that would take them in the direction of at least one of their dreams. This translation of current work to future dreams was far more inspiring for people than here's how you climb the next rung on the ladder. Here's what to do. Make a list of how the person's role can change to help them learn the skills needed to achieve each dream, whom they can learn from, and classes they could take or books they could read. Then, next to each item, note who does what by when, and make sure you have some actions item. Helping people clarify values and dreams and then aligning them as closely as possible with their current work will invariably make your team stronger. Each individual will be more successful and happier, and together you'll achieve results. Unexpected in common horse. Thoreau said it best in Walden. If one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with the success unexpected in common hours. He will put some things behind, will pass an invisible boundary. If you have built castles in the air, your work need not be lost. That is where they should be. Now put the foundations under them. It's scary to move confidently in the direction of one's dreams. Part of your responsibility as the boss is to help people find the courage to do just that. If you do it well, there are few more rewarding jobs. This is a high-level overview of 3 conversations that on the surface seem pretty straightforward. There's a lot riding on your ability to get them right. Growth management. Figure out who needs what types of opportunities and how you're going to provide them. You've had your 3 conversations and begun the process of lining up opportunities on your team with each person's aspirations. These efforts have moved you way up on the care personally dimension of radical candor. Now it's time to move over on the challenge directly dimension. Once a year, you need to put together a growth management plan for each person on your team. Take a look across your whole team and make sure that you understand how each individual's aspirations and growth trajectory is lining up with the collective needs of the team. Then, unless everyone on your team is both where they want and where they need to be, you're going to have some pretty challenging conversations. Put name in boxes, temporarily. The first step is to identify your rock stars, and superstars. Write their names in the correct boxes. Next, identify the people on your team who are doing good but not exceptional work. This will probably be the majority of people. Then identify the people who are performing poorly but whom you believe should do much better, either because they are demonstrating signs that they can improve or because their skills and ambitions suggest improvement is possible. Finally, and this is usually the hardest part, identify the people who are not doing good work and not getting any better. Don't obsess. Spend 20 minutes maximum doing this exercise. Think fast. Next, identify the people on your team who are doing good but not exceptional work. This will probably be the majority of people. Then identify the people who are performing poorly but whom you believe should do much better, either because they are demonstrating signs that they can improve or because their skills and ambitions suggest improvement is possible. Then, to make sure you are not biased, get an outside perspective. Find someone who is familiar with the work of the people on your team but not as emotionally attached as you are. Your boss, a peer, an HR. If they would put your people in different boxes, make sure you understand why, even if you disagree. Especially if you disagree. Write growth plans. Next, come up with a 3 to 5 bullet point growth plan for each person. Make sure that you have projects or opportunities that will stretch the superstars. Make sure that you're giving the rock stars what they need to be productive. VPNs and VPN appliances. It's possible to create a VPN by enabling services on a server. For example, if you have a Windows server, you can enable the direct access VPN role and configure the routing and remote access console. The only additional hardware requirement is that the server has two network interface cards, NICs. One NIC is accessible from the internet and the second NIC provides access to the private network. If you are only supporting a few VPN clients, this might be the perfect solution. Larger organizations often use a VPN appliance, which is a dedicated device used for VPNs. A VPN appliance includes all the services needed to create a VPN, including strong encryption and authentication techniques, and it supports many clients. When using a VPN appliance, you would typically place it in the screen subnet. The firewall between the internet and the screen subnet would forward VPN traffic to the VPN appliance. The VPN appliance will route all private VPN traffic to the firewall between the screen subnet and the intranet. Remember this, a virtual private network (VPN) provides remote access to a private network via public network. VPN appliances are dedicated devices used for VPNs. They include all the services needed to create a secure VPN supporting many clients. Remote Access VPN. Figure 4.7 shows an example of how users can connect to internal networks from remote locations. You may see this reference as a remote access VPN or a direct access VPN. The VPN client first connects to the internet using a broadband connection to an internet service provider, ISP. After connecting to the internet, the VPN client can then initiate the VPN connection. The VPN server is in the screen subnet and reachable through public IP address. This makes it accessible from any other host on the internet. A VPN server needs to authenticate clients, and a common method is to use an internal remote authentication, dial-in user service, Regus server. When a user logs on, the VPN server sends the user's credential to the Regus server. While the Regus server might have a database of users and passwords, it's more common for it to pass the credentials onto another server to validate them. For example, the Regus server can pass the credentials onto a lightweight directory access protocol (LDAP) server during the authentication process. In a Microsoft domain, the LDAP server is a domain controller. IPsec as a tunneling protocol. Chapter 3 introduces Internet Protocol Security as a method of encrypting data in transit. IPsec support both tunnel mode and transfer mode. Tunnel mode encrypts the entire IP packet, including both the payload and the packet headers, and VPNs commonly use tunnel mode. Packet headers include IP addresses and MAC addresses. A benefit of using tunnel mode is that the IP addressing used within the internal network is encrypted and not visible to anyone who intercepts the traffic. If attackers do intercept the traffic, they can see the source IP address from the client and the destination address to the VPN server, but the internal IP address information remains hidden. Transfer mode only encrypts the payload and is commonly used in private networks, but not with VPNs. If traffic is transmitted and used only within a private network, there isn't any need to hide the IP address by encrypting them. IPsec provides security in two ways. Authentication. IPsec includes an authentication header to allow each of the IPsec conversation hosts to authenticate with each other before exchanging data. AH provides authentication and integrity. AH uses protocol number 51. Encryption. IPsec includes encapsulating security payload (ESP) to encrypt the data and provide confidentiality. ESP includes AH, so it provides confidentiality, authentication, and integrity. Up to this point, we have focused primarily on the functional aspects of networks. Like any computer system, however, computer networks are also expected to perform well. This is because the effectiveness of computations distributed over network often depends directly on the efficiency with which the network delivers the computations data. While the old programming adage, first get it right and make it fast, remains true in networking, it is often necessary to design for performance. It is therefore important to understand the various factors that impact network performance. Bandwidth and latency. Network performance is measured in two fundamental ways: bandwidth, also called throughput, and latency, also called delay. The bandwidth of a network is given by the number of bits that can be transmitted over the network in a certain period of time. For example, a network might have a bandwidth of 10 million bits per second, Mbps, meaning that it is able to deliver 10 million bits every second. It is sometimes useful to think of bandwidth in terms of how long it takes to transmit each bit of data. On a 10 Mbps network, for example, it takes 0.1 microseconds to transmit each bit. Bandwidth and throughput are subtly different terms. First of all, bandwidth is literally a measure of the width of a frequency band. For example, legacy voice-grade telephone lines supported frequency band ranging from 300 to 3300 Hz. It was said to have bandwidth of 3300 Hz minus 300 Hz equals to 3000 Hz. If you see the word bandwidth used in a situation in which it is being measured in Hertz, then it probably refers to the range of signals that can be accumulated. When we talk about the bandwidth of a communication link, we normally refer to the number of bits per second that can be transmitted on the link. This is also sometimes called the data rate. We might say that the bandwidth of an Ethernet link is 10 Mbps. A useful distinction can also be made, however, between the maximum data rate that is available on the link and the number of bits per second that we can actually transmit over the link in practice. We tend to use the word throughput to refer the measured performance of a system. This is because of various inefficiencies of implementation. A pair of nodes connected by a link with a bandwidth of 10 Mbps may achieve throughput of only 2 Mbps. This would mean that an application on one host could send data to other hosts at 2 Mbps. Finally, we often talk about the bandwidth requirements of an application. This is the number of bits per second that it needs to transmit over the network to perform acceptably. An old Israeli joke written for a popular 1976 film. So many risk analytics methodologies have been shaped by decades of playing cat and mouse. So many underlying working theories have been buried in years of practice that teams are reluctant to question a piece of heuristic or code in their system, even if it seems too obsolete. Moreover, many fraud-fighting teams are understandably cagey about their practices because they fear the consequences of exposing the secret sauce, not only to bad actors, but also to competitors. As noted in Chapter 3, friendly fraud typically increases at times of economic stress or uncertainty. 30% of their transactions come back as friendly fraud. It's crucial for fraud prevention teams to carry out as accurate an assessment as they can into how much friendly fraud is costing their business so that they can make decisions grounded in realistic understanding of the situation. When it comes to fraud chargebacks, banks tend to take the side of the consumer. You could say they're a little over enthusiastic, too keen to get their hands on the goods. But such customers are usually far more valuable overall than the small loss their abuse result in. So the business doesn't want to put too many obstacles in their path. Another part of their cultural ethos was that sociologist Victor Caradi has dubbed religious intellectualism. Theirs was a religion oriented to continuous contact with text, a culture of handling books, reading them, and reflecting upon their messages. It was a culture that cultivated the habit of finding commonalities and distinctions in arguments and of thinking in abstractions. It was a culture that prized the ability to make oral arguments. These cultural traits were easily transferred from religious to secular learning. From Holy Writ to legal and medical texts, from the yeshiva to the court of law. No wonder that when the learned professions were open to them, Jews excelled in fields such as medicine and law. Moreover, traditional Jewish religious culture fostered cultural traits that stood the Jews in good stead as they entered capitalist societies. The life of mitzvot, commandments, meant a style of life based on discipline, on the conscious planning of action, and the avoidance of alcoholic dissipation, intoxication being regarded as a mark of the Gentile. Jews came from a culture that favored the non-violent resolution of conflict and that valued intellectual over physical power prowess. All of this was a recipe for what economists now call cultural capital. Jews had a behavioral traits conducive to success in a capitalist society. They entered commercializing societies with a stock of know-how from their families and communities about how markets works. On the other hand, abuse is rarely seen as the responsibility of the fraud team. It doesn't affect their KPIs, and even more than with ordinary fraud, the need to avoid friction for a good customer is always a serious consideration. And with abuse, the tendency is likely to go more toward the free of friction than free of fraud. In general, it's valuable to cultivate a realistic approach to this problem. You'll never be allowed to stop all abuse because there are too many good business reasons not to. And there will be times when you won't be allowed to stop much or perhaps any. The decision in this case will really be in the fraud team's hands. It's also worthwhile having a data-driven understanding of exactly what abuse does to your company. How much loss is involved? How does this differ depending on the type of offer involved, or the market being appealed to with a particular promotion, or the age group being targeted? Crucially, at what point does abuse become chronic Meaning, is there evidence to show that a customer would cheat a few times? We'll stop there. Staying on top of all this information will mean that when someone from another department does come to your team to ask about the phenomenon of abuse, you'll be able to answer intelligently. But more than that, you may be able to take proactive approach, educating the relevant departments, marketing, product, sales, or whoever it might be about the risk to your business and data behind those risks. You can help them make informed decisions. Refund fraud is different from refund abuse, which falls into the cheating category and includes behavior such as buying multiple colors or sizes and returning the ones that don't fit or find favor, or buying an item, wearing it once and returning it, common with costly apparel. As with other forms of abuse, different businesses have different policies and level of tolerance for this kind of behavior, but it is rarely the job of the fraud prevention team to police or prevent it. Using their knowledge of the process involved, they know exactly what to say that will work with each merchant. If the item must be returned, there are many ways around that, including sending an empty envelope with the right information on it as a label. Once the refund has been processed, the customers gets to keep the goods and most of the money. They pay the refundster a percentage of the value of the item, usually 5% to 25%. It's a bargain. Reading Reading is not really how you become successful as opposed to application of knowledge from reading. The truth is, knowledge only helps if it's the right knowledge. So to get the right knowledge, you have to exercise your critical thinking skill by reading a book first. Additionally, reading while listening to music tends to be generator for you. You have the results that you have right now because you believe in Darren Hardy and Carmen Gallo, which at that time you think is correct because Darren helps you understand compound effect. But the thing that gets you where you are is will not gonna be the thing that would get you to where you want to be. Reading is better than application of knowledge because this is where you get the right knowledge in the first place. Reading is better than application of knowledge first when it comes to considering the sequence of learning cycle because there's no other better alternative. Most people in attention in visual is short. We can easily search what we see with our eyes, but that is often not accurate view of the world because what we see depends on the language we have in our mind. We should also focus on things that we do not see because what we do not see is eternal. Focus on your own relationship with God. It's a shame to be in the bottom performer considering I already have years of experience in fraud preventions. No one is always excellent performer because it depends on the phase of our lives and the system. Do not attribute the performance to your character because you are studying computer science at the same time. It just means that you learn two important things. Fraud prevention is not about your performance today, it's your performance over a long period of time. Aim for sustainability rather than short-term satisfaction. It's also useful to keep in mind that your goal in this phase of your life is to learn as much as possible and to set yourself up to succeed in your next career. Dark web breach is America's fastest growing crime. You can try Aura to know how many times your info has been breached in dark web. You are so lucky because the economist you are subscribed also recommends stuff that will make you prevent fraud. You'll only earn a lot of money, not necessarily promoted, if you have a rare set of skill that business are willing to pay a lot of money for. Sometimes business compete for those talents and pay much more if the talent is very in demand. Top talent is rare and hard to find. Most senior executives and advanced specialists are not performing at their best within 6 to 12 months in their new company. It takes time to learn new culture, systems, skills, project. Companies those that top executives are aware that they are financially better if they switch jobs every 2 years. A lot of very highly paid jobs are extremely specialized. There are only a few engineers in the world that can oversee deep sea oil drilling projects, and their work is dependent upon keeping up to date with the world's leading drilling technology. They are paid extremely well, but if they quit, their skills will quickly become obsolete. This is also the reason you have to specialize. Long term, you'll be paid more. You'll become like that engineer. They will find it almost impossible to secure a role like they have before. Picturing things in your head or thinking in pictures is not enough to build a good system of communication. You also have to have a good tone because that's how you mostly make your speech visual. In terms of turning television, it will take time for you to activate your English fluency, just like Mandarin or Flick Kuan Yu. That's why you are being surprised why it's always hard or you always sounds Filipino on set of the call. You're already paying high price for not learning English at a young age. While you are young, make it your language. The secret to success in business world has changed, so Dilbert and Peter principle is outdated. The secret to success is not just understanding hierarchical science. Big component of it is how Hong Kong learned business in every angle in their job, or how David Ray learned everything in his job so that when he starts his business, he can make $1 million in a year. Firewalls. A firewall filters incoming and outgoing traffic for a single host or between networks. In other words, a firewall can ensure only specific types of traffic are allowed into a network or host, and only specific types of traffic are allowed out of a network or host. The purpose of a firewall in a network is similar to a firewall in a car. The firewall in a car is located between the engine and passenger compartment. If a fire starts in the engine compartment, the firewall provides a layer of protection for passengers in the passenger compartment. Similarly, a firewall in a network will try to keep the bad traffic, often in the form of attackers, out of the network. Of course, an engine has a lot of moving parts that can do damage to people if they accidentally reach into it while it's running. The firewall in a car protects passengers from touching any of those moving parts. Similarly, a network can also block users from going to places that an administrator deems dangerous. For example, uneducated users could inadvertently download damaging files, but many firewalls can block potentially malicious downloads. Firewalls start with a basic routing capability for packet filtering as described in the routers and ACL section, including the use of an implicit deny rule. More advanced firewalls go beyond simple packet filtering and include advanced content filtering. Host-based firewalls. A host-based firewall monitors traffic going in and out of a single host, such as a server or a workstation. It monitors traffic passing through the NIC and can prevent intrusions into the computer via the NIC. Many operating systems include software-based firewall used as host-based firewalls. For example, Microsoft has included a host-based firewall on operating systems since Windows XP. Additionally, many third-party host-based firewalls are available. Host-based firewalls allow you to configure rules to allow or restrict inbound and outbound traffic. Personal firewalls provide valuable protection for systems against unwanted intrusions. Many organizations use personal firewalls on each system, along with network firewalls as part of an overall defense in-depth strategy. It's especially important to use personal firewalls when accessing the internet in a public place. Free Wi-Fi internet access is often available in public places, such as airports, hotels, and many fast food establishments, such as Starbucks and McDonald's. However, connecting to a public Wi-Fi hotspot without a personal firewall enabled is risky and never recommended. Software versus hardware firewalls. Firewalls come in many different forms. They can be hardware or software, open source or proprietary, host-based, appliances, or virtual. A software firewall is an application running on a system. For example, host-based firewalls are additional software running on the host system. A network-based firewall is usually a dedicated hardware system with additional software installed to monitor, filter, and log traffic. For example, Cisco makes a variety of different network-based firewalls. Many of them are dedicated servers with proprietary firewall software installed. A network-based firewall would have two or more network interface cards, NICs, and all traffic passes through the firewall. The firewall controls traffic going in and out of a network. It does this by filtering traffic based on firewall rules and allows only authorized traffic to pass through it. Most organizations include at least one network-based firewall at the network border between their intranet or internal network and the internet. You can also use open-source Linux systems as firewalls. Linux systems support IP tables and many additions to IP tables such as IPv6 tables, ARP tables, and so on. No matter how great engineer or CV agent you are in an Asian market, you'll never have capabilities that US and Europe market has. There's only so much that work ethic can do. So much of the money depends on the market you tackle. It's true in nature, Pareto principle, it's also true in life. Competent is highly dependent on context. Michael Phelps is good at swimming but will never be as good at basketball because we have limited time, because we are born with different strengths. HR knows this, that's why they only hire those who have experience in almost the same category like telco and fraud analysts in Remitly. Language dies. You can be the best content moderator but you'll not be competent English speaker if you haven't polished that before 25. Because life is complicated, you also have to consider how our brain matures over time. To whoever has will be given more, and to whoever has not, even what they have will be taken from them. We're not living in a normal world, we are living in a power law. Patience is good, but sometimes quitting is better. Quitting is actually a strategy. It gives us more time for things that matters. Some critics may say we haven't mastered Filipino or English, but it's our best way forward. It's complicated. You can be using it before 7 years old and stop using it. Language, when not used, becomes obsolete because of language loss and the nature of our memory. It's like a skill of highly paid engineer whose skills quickly become obsolete as soon as he quits his job. No single expert has enough time to be there every step of the growing phase of the internet. It's a system process. World is complicated. People are just amazed how computers evolve without their observation of how it evolves. Our models or how we see the world fall short of representing the world fully. That is why we make mistakes and why we are regularly surprised. We regularly need to add details in the system and learn so that we may be able to see the world a little bit more realistic than before. In our heads, we can keep track of only a few variables at one time. I cannot be anything that I want. I can only be more of who I already am before 25 years old. If Alex Becker and Nick Kevin was born where I born, they'd be addicted in drinking alcohol and smoking cigarette. Instead of falling into the rote task of an entry-level position after college, a debt-free graduate may volunteer overseas for a year and learn new language and culture. The keyword is entry-level position. You won't do high-level work after you graduate. You'll only do estimates. That's why it's important to be in sales and learn it right using Barbara Oakley and other proven learning techniques early on. The skills in programming is not useful in everyday lives in Philippines, which will cost you more by making mistakes in other areas of your life. Most need to budget for a neurobiological runway fund to cover the post-college years too. You might find it easier to pick up Chinese. People are hotter in sexy shirts because people are masturbation addicts and those sexy shirts just compounds the addiction. It's a duty of yours to proactively learn about your strength to explore because if you don't, you can be fired. Most business failures is caused by not setting clear expectations. You cannot make your expectation that customer usually needs to go to the store if you don't know the why behind those goals. High growth industry attracts high competition which limits your returns. Environment drives our personality far more than personal traits. Just like how John Lewis Loyola started smoking despite his great talents in making money, productivity, and persuading people. Storing data. For anything but the simplest website, you will have to store data somewhere. Fortunately, data storage is a problem that has been worked on since the earliest computers were designed, and there have been many decades of research into the best ways of storing and retrieving data of all types, at scales ranging from small product catalogs to industrial systems, tracking and storing billions of variables and events per second. Your data is often the most valuable asset belonging to your organization, not only because it helps you meet your goals, but because of the potential cost to you if it's incorrectly protected or accidentally leaked. Having a well understood architecture for what data you're storing and where make it easier to build protections and that ensure you are in compliance with the law. This chapter only scratches the surface. The most important factors are what the data you're storing is, meaning its structure, and how important and sensitive it is, and how much of it there is, and the average size of each item, and what the proportion of reads and writes is. Many databases such as product catalogs will be updated infrequently but read from much more frequently, while others such as shopping carts may have a more even balance. Still, others such as log analytics may have many writes but infrequent reads for analysis. The focus of this chapter is on the former of these types of data, which will often make up the most important bits of data in an organization. Types of databases. For a long time, relational databases such as MySQL dominated the database scene, but an increasing number of applications now use NoSQL databases. Relational databases are referred to as such because you can express relationships between the data in the schema. Relationship databases are structured into tables where an individual record in that database is called a row, and each field within that record is called a column, and all rows have the same columns with the same types. Relationships come into play because one of those columns could be a foreign key, which is an identifier that relates to a record in another table. Usually, each record has a primary key that uniquely identifies it in that table. If the author then changes names, you simply need to update that author in the users table. The guarantees many relational databases make on data integrity can result in performance bottlenecks, and being forced to define a schema upfront can make managing changes difficult. Alternatives to relational databases have become more popular and have been classified as NoSQL databases, SQL being the language used to work with most relational databases. Although the conceptual model of all relational databases is similar, there are many different types of databases that are classified as NoSQL. The most common types are key value store and document store, but you may also come across columnar and graph databases. A key value store can be thought of as similar to a hash or a dictionary in dynamic programming languages, in that the only way of addressing content is by using a key, and the actual data stored at that key is opaque. Document stores like MongoDB go a step further. In a document store, although a document will often have a unique ID like a key, it is often just a field inside the larger document. These documents tend to hold data structured as JSON or XML, and the key differences between these types of stores and key value stores is that you can look up database based on the content of the document, not just the key. There are also hybrids between key value stores and document stores. DynamoDB, for example, behaves like a key value store, but you can also add a schema to describe the types of data stored at a key that allows you to query on the value too. For performance, every application has an API of some sort, whether it's an external API that's designed to be used by applications other than yours, or an internal API that allows modules within your application to talk to each other. Designing the first kind of API is much harder than building the second kind, as it can become very hard to make changes that do not break those other applications. In the second kind of API, the code that defines the API and the code that uses it often move together, so refactoring is much simpler. In the early days of external APIs were shared libraries that you could link your application against, accessing the functions and classes in that library using normal function calls. In web development, the environment you're running in will provide a set of APIs for you to use, as well as any libraries or frameworks you might install, such as from NPM. However, the types of APIs we're going to discuss here are ones that are available over a network and will often be on different machine than the one your code is running on. In the early days of the web, a mechanism known as RPC, remote procedure calls, was very popular. It was a single URL you could hit with parameters where the function would get executed and a response given to you. However, this wasn't in keeping with the structure of the web, as having documents and resources at distinct URLs and RPC at a single URL became difficult to handle, where browser caching, and scaling became involved. Simple Object Access Protocol SOAP is the most common example of this in the web world. SOAP grew out of other ad hoc mechanisms for commuting over the web, using patterns known as AJAX and XML RPC, but was designed to work over protocols other than HTTP, such as message queues or email. SOAP is implemented by having a schema that defines which types of messages are available, and the structure of the request and responses as XML, and then a single URL where HTTP posts are sent. The body of the post specifies the request, perhaps to get data or to do some other action, and then the server responds in an expected format. The strength of SOAP is in its schemas. These schemas can simplify interacting with an API, as well as be self-documenting about the type of procedure calls that are available. But this is also its main point. Dedicated tools and libraries were needed to support these schemas and effectively use the endpoint, which complicated debugging and added other development overheads. Much of the complexity that SOAP tried to solve was complexity that protocol itself introduced. Although it was in use before, Roy Fielding codified an alternative structure for building APIs, which he called representational state transfer or REST. This kind of API deals with resources on the service, reusing existing HTTP mechanisms that deal with these resources similar to the way a web browser treats documents. This simplifies the implementation and ways of interacting with APIs by making existing web tools such as security and caching layers work naturally. These approaches were already in use in ad hoc ways before Fielding published his dissertation, but his text description has set the best standard practices to follow. At its core, REST may appear to be about using the appropriate HTTP methods, sometimes called verbs, and an appropriate URL structure. But the most important parts of it are the design constraint underlying these APIs. Separation of concerns between client and server, statelessness, cacheability, a layered system, and a uniform interface. REST can be used to describe any system that has this constraint, but the uniform interface is usually interpreted as meaning HTTP, so it becomes a set of web interfaces. The biggest difference between SOAP and REST is in terms of how easy it is to use. SOAP usually requires a special library to help deal with making requests in the right form and handling the responses, as well as matters such as authentication, but REST can reuse standard mechanism for making HTTP requests. Close to the truth. Meeting performance goals and customer expectations. Introduction. In my current role, I have a clear focus on achieving performance goals, which encompass key metrics such as average handle time, AHT, quality assurance, QA, compliance, and attendance. Alongside these objectives, I am dedicated to meeting the needs of Norja clients, Quantrix colleagues, and Bell customers. My overarching aim is to effectively manage resources by prioritizing promptness, conducting historical analysis, and optimizing available energy or resources. Through the application of production principles, I aim to master the art of fulfilling customer demands by delivering products or services punctually, promptness, ensuring exceptional quality, getting it right the first time, and minimizing costs, reducing unnecessary interactions, and aligning expectations based on historical data. This approach leads to reduced energy expenditure for each interaction, as I recognize that energy equates to money. Design in software engineering is the art of arranging code, and design in call center management is arranging cognitive resources. Primary goal of design in software engineering is to reduce the cost to change so as to call center call management. During design, you wander through a maze of requirements where every juncture represents a decision point that has consequences for the future. Design is a process of progressive discovery that relies on a feedback loop. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that minimizing cognitive effort is the missing piece in this puzzle, as humans possess limited cognitive resources. This is the wisdom of call center call management. Are my service or product operating the way Norja, Quantrix, colleagues, and Bell customers expect, considering our competitors and our company's strategic priorities? A. It is crucial to recognize that our product, service, or experience is the true game changer. Understanding and meeting customer expectations should be our priority. Customer satisfaction determines their purchasing decisions, and as part of the business process outsourcing industry, we are dedicated to providing the best possible service. Emphasize key behaviors consistently. Strive for a higher standard beyond what is measured on the scorecard. Aim for better experiences, improve customer service, superior products, and a caring approach to create a better world. The keyword here is expect because there can be a potential mismatch between buyers and sellers. To set clear expectations, it is important to mention that we focus on fraud prevention, which addresses 90% of manager-related problems. Understanding the fundamentals of buyer and seller dynamics in business is essential to avoid scams and legal issues. Continuously reinforce the importance of managing customer expectations. Serve customers by understanding their evolving needs and wants. Valuable insights can come from others. Strive to become the person everyone enjoys working with, as our vision should revolve around meeting the needs and wants of others. Help people achieve their goals and they will reciprocate by helping you achieve yours. Availability on Avaya at all times is expected, and internet issues should not serve as an excuse. This is how Norja implements the work from home setup. Regardless of whether we acknowledge it, we are all part of the customer's perception or expectation business. Can customers achieve what they expect when they use my service? Key point: customer expect continuous service innovation. A. Did we solve the problem at hand? How can we improve our problem-solving process going forward? Are there any new tools we can adopt or eliminate to enhance our processes? Were customer concerns resolved without requiring additional support? Can we automate certain tasks? What will happen to our products and services if we don't embrace innovation and change? Strive to improve processes, as exceeding expectation is part of our job in creating a courageous culture as frontliners. The way we communicate native Filipino is by using tonality. We just don't notice it because it becomes second nature. It's the same thing as English. At first, it would be difficult for you to use tonality while speaking, but you'll get used to it over time. Engineering success experience helps cause it makes me achiever and became goal setter. But just like other investment, it should be in the right company at the right time. It should be the right knowledge at the right time. I should limit my high and low pitch tone to copy American accent, but I also have to realize that there's a pros and cons on their accent. Some words may have to be communicated longer than others and might feel unproductive because it's taking too long, and it might be funny too based on others' experience and culture because of the way their accent are. Just like a stock, a previous experience is an investment. It's not just about the experience, it's the quality of those experiences that matters. I am not that specialized in fraud analyst because I am a good communicator and fraud analyst. It's a combination of being a good communicator and fraud analyst, and being specialized in two contradicting skill is what made what I do so rare. I did engineering rather than teaching degree before I took communication job, which is fraud analyst. There will always be bullshit jobs in the system because there is always fraud. That's just the nature of scaling. Entropy states that the system are bound to have flaws, and fraud is destined to come with flaws. We look at some of the more immediate causes for the creation of useless employment. Managers whose prestige is caught up in the total number of their administrative assistants or underlings, weird corporate bureaucratic dynamics, bad management, poor information flow. The better way of seeing that is by having a little bit of detail in big picture. Manager job is to build a team that works well together, support members in reaching their career goals, and create processes to get work done smoothly and efficiently. You can separate management from team, so there's no getting around the fact that as a manager, you will have to spend a lot of time with other people. A major part of your responsibilities is ensuring that the individuals you support are able to thrive. If I told you that 70% of your day would be spent in meetings, what's your immediate reaction? Additionally, it takes time to learn new systems and skills in a company. It takes about a year or two. If on the other hand your first thought is wow, that sounds awful, then you'll probably find the day-to-day of management challenging. You also have to provide stability for an emotionally challenging situation if you want to be a manager. Reading and writing is the most productive thing you can do at school because most of the things they do is administrative work, which is bullshit and isn't focused on quality of learning. Reading is for the brain, running is for the body. We don't need exercise like eating, but we need reading like eating. Older people are being promoted to management and being hired in a company nowadays by HR to avoid biases, make better decisions, and increase innovation. Sales is important, but remember Satan, market can overvalue things just like how a stock does. That's why we need a fraud analyst to assess the true value of a commodity. So the idea that the market can undervalue or overvalue things has been with us for a very long time. Law is complex, but it rests on one big idea: disputes. There will be no need for law if no one is disputing something. Fight is costly, and the cost of not having a fair trade is greater than the risk of manipulating the fair system. That is poor communication. Meetings that should have been an email waste everyone's time. Emails that should have been a conversation get lost in translation, or no one's talking about what really matters. You might be right, the techniques we suggest here require a foundation of trust. You or your team may not be ready. If your managers haven't mastered the fundamentals of managing high-performance teams, we'd encourage you to start with our first book, Winning Well, a manager's guide to getting results without losing your soul. One before taking on this advanced culture building. Our new team is probably not set up for courageous culture. That's why it has to be built from the ground up. The company contemplates suing the employee when she leaves, believing she stole company secrets and is competing unfairly but decides not to because of the cost of litigation. That's how important it is. You can be a competitor to them. They might get there by themselves, but you can read a book on how to get there, namely their messenger. Suddenly, you are smarter than them because you learned through millions of experience or people. Additionally, you did not know if what gets them there is luck or skill until you see the whole picture, namely their messenger and daily actions. It's like having Elm's entire 40 years of life and 15 years of management experience secrets at your fingertips. One of your key behaviors is learning more of your product while a bear, because as Rule for Flat World said, the more complex the question or problem, the more complex and specialized our knowledge should be. We should diversify our skill, but we should also specialize. It's somewhere in between and it's complicated. Just like was better management, JP Morgan or conflicts. My job is to solve customers' problems using our call drivers and solving it as much as we can without forgetting to track and see if key behaviors leads to improvement of numbers. It's not worth suing people that's worth less than $100,000 because 95% is not getting to trials, especially here in Philippines. It always ends up in settlement. I should provide other options like knowing what's stored near customers' area when they cannot activate SIM card over the phone. The value of call center is the number of hours they can save the customer from waiting in queue and arguing with us. That's why we need rep who can provide the right solution to the customer's problems. Every organism is a literal problem-solving machine. How to find food, avoid being food, reproduce. A gelatinous mass that lacks any muscle to move, it survived by just drifting a few feet above the ocean floor and eating whatever happens to float or pull back. This solution to the food problem works for this sorry-looking fish, but only because no other species with better food collection strategies like swimming or crawling toward food and grabbing it can manage to survive in the extreme pressure at these ocean depths. All plants and almost all animals write their problem-solving strategies just in one place, DNA. These highly tailored relationships between the environment and organism's physical structure and behavioral strategies serve them well, securing them a niche in the world where they can manage to reproduce at a rate somewhat higher than the rate at which their competitors in adjacent niche are eating them. It can take generations for a new adaptation to rise. How have human beings managed to speed up the rate of adaptation and broken the bounds of the narrowness of environment-specific survival? Why haven't we had to limit ourselves to small bits of the world like most of our animal relatives? The secret is in our breakthrough in problem solving, and in particular, the fact that our problem solving strategies are only partly written on our DNA. 3-year-olds, however, don't get it. They don't see any significance to where the wires coming out of the small lights go. They expect history to repeat itself. Language allows us to share what we've learned about cause and effect. If we ask the 4-year-olds in your experiment why the big light will come on when they press the small light, they can easily tell you. I can focus what I can control and learn as much as I can with the product and every call, but nothing is for sure, and worrying on that uncertainty is what will derail you from doing your best. T-Mobile also have internet department, assurance, sales, tech, and so on, because it will take 2 years to train an agent for all those process, and after that, they might leave, so it's not economically viable. It's more complicated than saying that we are what we choose because our environment changes us. But the strategy of following all of the culturally required rules is, in many settings, a better bet than relying exclusively on your brain power. Our cultures and laws is more powerful than us, and that is the things that we don't have control over and should not worry about. We do not control what genes we have, what parents, and so on, but we should agree that those things affects how we get our success in life. Success is timing and luck, but to spend much time longing for infrastructure that is all good and no bad is to give in to magical thinking. Infrastructure is available to us as a pre-existing platform precisely because it is not built to our personal specifications. Instead, it is the product of cross-cutting efforts by millions of people to satisfy an enormous and diverse array of needs. World is complex like that because if they don't, people will be at war every time. How would you do business if there's no ID? Law may be imperfect, but law also applies in heaven. Law exists in heaven because that's what makes heaven an awesome place. Without law, our brain power or how God designs us cannot operate in high-performing society. Part of the reason long calls happens because you did not realize that the escalating tensions and avoiding fights is part of the job. Focusing on making your customer feels good and satisfying their expectation is good, but it's helpful to remember that it's your customer's best interest to make the call fast, to make the world a better place, which is the purpose of life. It's good to be that shining light and that servant and focus on making people feel good, but at the same time you have to be very clear about what you want to achieve so people save energy and avoid confusion. It's complicated because when you got promoted early and didn't master comm skills before 25, you'll reach your incompetency as a leader very quick. Just like when Karen Red didn't choose HRVP as her career, you should not choose QA either. Most professionals usually by way of a real-time, face-to-face interaction that is rewarded according to the amount of time spent. This is the model that dominates professional service of today. It may be that the professional involved has sufficient knowledge to undertake the work without further research or separate preparation, but recourse is frequently made to written resources, online materials, or to consultation with colleagues. That is why knowing your product is official because that's how you become expert or seller in this new economy. It has been since the beginning of the time. The best way to make your feedback heard is to make the listener feel safe and to show that you're saying it because you care about her and want her to succeed. If you come off with even a whiff of an ulterior motive, you want to be right, you're judging her, you're annoyed or impatient, the message won't go through. The trade-offs of being a first world country of US and God is giving up their personal freedom. There's almost nothing you can do if you become target because they will create a customized attack based on your security, and remember, all computers are broken. It's hard to find undervalued company in Philippines, though it's a noble pursuit. The best way is to prepare for the worst case scenario and to succeed despite the toxic work environments. It's by doing good to others even when they aren't good to you, staying in a company for at least 3 years, being the guy that's everybody's happy to be around, and specialize more to avoid jinx trap. In a way, it's choosing stock that is 30% less from your perceived value or preparing for security threats and vulnerabilities. Attacks on a network can be devastating and can result in a loss of time and money due to damage or theft of important information or assets. Intruders who gain access by modifying software or exploiting software vulnerabilities are threat actors. After the threat actor gains access to the network, 4 types of threats may arise: information theft, data loss and manipulation, identity theft, and disruption of service. There are 3 primary vulnerabilities or weaknesses: technological, configuration, and security policy. The 4 classes of physical threats are hardware, environmental, electrical, and maintenance. Network attacks. Malware is short for malicious software. It is code or software specifically designed to damage, disrupt, steal, or inflict bad or illegitimate action on data, hosts, or networks. Viruses, worms, and Trojan horses are types of malware. Networks attack can be classified into 3 major categories: reconnaissance, access, and denial of service. The 4 classes of physical threats are hardware, environmental, electrical, and maintenance. The 3 types of reconnaissance attacks are internet queries, ping sweeps, and port scans. The four types of access attacks are password, brute force, Trojan horse, packet sniffers, trust exploitation, port redirection, and man in the middle. The two types of disruption of service attacks are DOS and DDoS. Network attack mitigation. To mitigate network attacks, you must first secure devices including routers, switches, servers, and hosts. Most organizations employ a defense in depth approach to security. This requires a combination of networking devices and services working together. Several security devices and services are implemented to protect an organization's users and assets against TCP or IP threats. VPN, ASA firewall, IPS, ESA/WSA, and AAA server. Infrastructure devices should have backups of configuration files and iOS images on an MTF or similar file server. If the computer or a router hardware fails, the data or configuration can be restored using the backup copy. The most effective way to mitigate a worm attack is to download security updates from the operating system vendor and patch all vulnerable systems. To manage critical security patches, to make sure all end systems automatically download updates, AAA is a way to control who is permitted to access a network, authenticate what they can do while they are there authorized, and what actions they perform while accessing the network. Accounting. Network firewalls reside between two or more networks. Control the traffic between them and prevent unauthorized access. Servers accessible to outside users are usually located on a special network referred to as the DMZ. Firewalls use various techniques for determining what is permitted or denied access to a network, including packet filtering, application filtering, URL filtering, and SPI. Securing endpoint devices is critical to network security. A company must have well-documented policies in place, which may include the use of antivirus software and host intrusion prevention. More comprehensive endpoint security solutions rely on network access control. Device security. The security settings are set to the default values when a new OS is installed on a device. This level of security is inadequate. For Cisco routers, the Cisco Auto Secure feature can be used to assist securing the system. For most OS default, usernames and passwords should be changed immediately. Access to the system resources should be restricted. I can complain my way out of a bad working environment, so I have to learn as much as I can and become so good that they can ignore me. Being so good so that they can ignore you is the best way to diffuse bad working environment, but you have to understand that in the grand scheme of things, most managers are doing subpar job because most managers' job is bullshit. Most managers reach their incompetence. If not, they are doing things that is not needed by the company to begin with. I should remember the things that makes the bad contact because it motivates us more. Realize that making mistake in navigating, even in as simple as moving from NM1 to single view, matters because of the ripple effect and compound effect that comes with moving those tools. One wrong move literally get money out of your pocket. You need to know what degree those mistakes cause, and tracking those costs enormously helps you reduce the cost and improve profit. I should find a real life example of people who have achieved the lifestyle you want, but don't expect too much because you have to be fit in the workplace setting to flourish. Philippines is Philippines. The country will probably fuck you up no matter where you graduate. There's few hardcore engineering jobs in the Philippine market. As they say, it's easier to teach accounting or business to someone with engineering background than teaching an accountant about engineering. There are some truths to that, like we have to stay in one company for 3 years, learn as much as we can, be a good person, learn persuasion, be a team member, build portfolio, and Pareto principle. But it didn't consider that competence is highly dependent on context, resources available, and colleagues and culture that made us fit in the company. We also have to realize that no matter how hard worker and talented you are, if you are not in the right industry, you will not flourish because the money in the market is limited and our environment changes us. Widespread expectations of continued success led to inflated prices. What's more, areas of high growth ultimately attract fierce competition. Even if you do everything right, other investors can ignore your favorite stock. Management can squander the company's opportunities. Government can change the rules, or nature can serve up a catastrophe because there is no guarantee in life. Additionally, you are inclined to be in IT industry because of the lifestyle you want and the strengths that you accumulate. You realize that not all of my wave mates can transition to IT because they don't have the same strengths and experience as you. Different environment, different demands, and different laws. There's an oversupply of IT graduates in the Philippines, just like Michael Ramos. They will never use the things they learned in college, like the courses you took in engineering, and only few IT graduates will get a career in their chosen profession because the competition is steep and only few will succeed. If you want the lifestyle of cybersecurity analyst and Quantrix or privileged access management engineer of Fujitsu, you have to look inside yourself and assess where you will have the most chance to excel. Being a team leader is doing a subpar job, and you're not gonna learn much on that based on the lifestyle you aspire. It's important to master English communication language before 25 years old. So the learnings I will get from the high volumes of contacts we received this 2023 will be one of the key to my success as cybersecurity and software engineering moving forward. It's more in demand to be an agent in Quantrix than it is to be a leader because TL Erica resigned in a pioneer LOB of a pioneer company. People don't live because of money, they live because of managers. So much of our success in life depends on our ability to invest. Had you came from a parents that knows what industry will be in demand and put you in that right place early on, you would have a completely different results now. Our success in investing depends in many ways on luck. Had we not have the environment and parents we have when we were young, we would have different results. Investing ability can only be measured through a long periods of time. You cannot dismiss the power of compound effect. Of course, Ralphie will become cybersecurity analyst because he had been in IT industry for 11 years. The problem of getting the right people in the right place at the right time will be an ongoing problem, and it will never end because there's always better ways to do things. You have to realize that not every contact needs to be served because they are not qualified or not possible on your company's policies and your skill set. You have to know the right customer type. Additionally, Additionally, choosing the right skill and people is subjective at best because no accurate quality measurement will determine the value of an agent, just like there's no health measurement that can evaluate your life expectancy due to an infinite number of factors affecting those outcomes. Relationships can be unhealthy if you have it with the wrong people. Too many women is as bad as too many food. It's unhealthy for your well-being. David Ray's advice works if you know how to choose the right company to invest your time, skills, and effort. David Ray's advice works because that's what you learned in your ego that which is people's mind can go to places we never thought about, and it's hard to understand that when you don't experience it yourself. Ace cannot game the system or be biased and downgrade agents he doesn't like because having accurate information is needed for making sound business decisions. Moreover, to move company forward, he needs to step up and become good at statistics. He needs to realize that statistics can easily be manipulated. Ace needs to be focused on the right metrics. It's easy to get buried in information, or worse, focus on the wrong things. Ace needs to realize that quality monitoring systems are only valuable because they have clearly defined quality and what needs to happen to support the organization's highest level objectives. Some have the latest capabilities, others don't, but they use what they have to support their mission and most important objectives. Airline couldn't possibly operate a flight without a tangible connection between the results they want to achieve and the supporting resources they need. They start with an objective: fly 300 people from Frankfurt to Dubai, same as call centers. This principle, core value of helping others succeed, is one I've repeatedly seen in the most successful organizations. You don't know what you don't know until you know it. The right solution is a continuous search for the right solution. Clearly, contact centers are becoming increasingly complex to operate, and that trend will continue. We have to become communication-oriented economy. They are strategic assets, not clerical, administrative backroom operations. They are hubs of communication, vital to understanding and serving diverse customers, capturing marketplace intelligence, and harnessing the voice of the customer to improve products and services. They are a source of leverage marketing initiatives, more focused products and services, efficient delivery of services, supporting self-service systems, minimizing potential legal issues, contribution to sales and revenue, and improve brand reputation and word of mouth. Studies have demonstrated that customer satisfaction and loyalty increase as agent engagement increases. Reductions in turnover typically can be translated into financial savings, overall improvements in quality and productivity, and higher level of strategic contribution. High turnover implies that your hiring process doesn't work because success is highly dependent on context and employees are not performing at their best within 6 to 24 months in their jobs. Outbound measures often include number of attended contacts, connected contacts, decision maker contacts, or reaching the right person. An excessive number of transferred or escalated contacts can indicate that they are not being routed to the right places, or that agents are not sufficiently trained, equipped, or empowered to handle them, or the processes needs to be changed to be able to explain to the customer clearly why they have to go to the store. AHT decreases with better processes, technologies, and training can create significant efficiencies. It's true that I should stay in a company for at least 3 to 5 years because HR career depends on you, but you also have to be patient by not being bored and avoid toxicity and realize that staying longer than 2 years is bad for your career unless you move up the ladder because of learning plateau. To avoid toxicity, you have to do more good things like stay away from toxic and less productive environment, exercise, read, listen to music, walk in nature, stay at the place of worship, and close friends. Two years of experience might be more competent than someone who has 15 years of experience doing the same task because those 2 years role has multiple responsibilities and deliberate practice. Work from home allows you to do deliberate practice and avoid wasting 50% of your time. That is why 3 years of experience working from home is equals to 6 years working on site. Additionally, there's a lot of cybersecurity entry-level role asset management, data discovery, documentation, filling out security questionnaires, etc. You need to look at the person's hunger to learn instead of experience because soft skills are harder to teach than hard skills. They are looking for people who can stay in a job for at least 3 years to keep their jobs. There's not much demand in cybersecurity because you have to scale first before you can worry about mitigating frauds. I should be patient in my coworkers because to succeed in today's business environment, you have to be there for a long time. Everybody can perform well for a month, but it's hard to be conscientious and perform in a company for 3 years. The first 2 years experience in a call center is the hardest part of the industry. We're only been 7 years alive in the Philippines, which is 2015. Staying for 3 years in call center determines your fit in it. People live on-site and queuing companies because the environment is toxic. That's the reason Garrett left in VXI, but that's not how we learn. The biggest secret in learning is being patient because almost all other factor is uncontrollable, including success of a company or in your job. If you have passed the 3-year mark working as a voice customer service in telecommunication industry before 26 years old, you will have a foundation for English communication and people skill for life. When you need it, you can easily build on that foundation. If people don't master English before 26 years old, it will be difficult for them to speak English in the future because they have to dig words out from their memory and string them out in proper sentences according to the correct idiom and grammar to express your ideas. Garrett learned communication before 25 because jumbling words and reading a lot is what will save his life once he gets old. Additionally, experienced engineers realize that highest paying engineer is not the people who knows the most in their field. It's the people who know how to deal with people. Careers have changed forever, especially in BPO in Philippines, because English is not Filipinos' first language. Team leaders are just dependent on system upon them. If they lose their jobs, it's hard to find another job like that unless they learn English before 25 years old and continue writing, reading, and speaking in English. But only few people learn English before 25 years old in our generation because they didn't have rich families when they were 8 years old and they didn't know the unlock and space repetition. There lies and truth in their head. Obsolete jobs really means boring jobs, and boring jobs is healthy jobs. Choosing a new learning experience is good after people have built their portfolio for at least 2 years at the start of their career. Because people may be fired in their next job quickly if they have not performed well, and their colleagues see that they have not stayed in a company that long. Especially during economic recession, where companies likes to be as efficient as possible, they want to make money now. Getting a new company with better pay disregards the fact that it's hard to find good managers and workplace has become so toxic because of work on-site policy and overpopulation in the Philippines. Almost everybody is using stress pills, especially in the transportation of data, TCP overview, UDP overview, port numbers, TCP communications process, reliability and flow control flow, UPD communication, and those are the parts of TCP and UDP. The transport layer is the link between the application layer and the lower layers that are responsible for network transmission. The transport layer is responsible for logical communications between applications running on different hosts. The transport layer includes TCP and UDP. Transport layer protocols specify how to transfer messages between hosts and is responsible for managing reliability requirements of a conversation. The transport layer is responsible for tracking conversations, sessions, segmenting data, and reassembling segments, adding header information, identifying applications, and conversation multiplexing. TCP is stateful, reliable, acknowledges data, resends lost data, and delivers data in sequence order. Use TCP for email and the web. UDP is stateless, fast, has low overhead, does not require acknowledgements, do not resend lost data, and delivers data in the order it arrives. Use UDP for VoIP and DNS. TCP overview. TCP establishes sessions, ensures reliability, provides same order delivery, and supports flow control. A TCP segments add 20 bytes of overhead as header information when encapsulating the application layer data. TCP header fields are the source and destination ports, sequence number, acknowledgement number, header length, reserve, control bits, window size, checksum, and urgent. Applications that use TCP are HTTP, FTP, SMTP, and Telnet. UDP overview. UDP reconstructs data in the order it is received. Lost segments are not resent, no session establishment, and UPD does not inform the sender of resource availability. UDP header fields are source and destination ports, length, and checksum. Applications that use UDP are DHCP, DNS, SNMP, TFTP, VoIP, and video conferencing. The TCP and UDP transport layer protocols use port numbers to manage multiple simultaneous conversations. This is why the TCP and UDP header fields identify a source and destination application port number. The source and destination ports are placed within the segment. The segments are then encapsulated within an IP packet. The IP packet contains the IP address of the source and destination. The combination of the source IP address and source port number, or the destination IP address and destination port number, is known as a socket. The socket is used to identify the server and service being requested by the client. There is a range of port numbers from 0 through 65535. This range is divided into groups: well-known ports, registered ports, private or dynamic ports. There are a few well-known port numbers that are reserved for common applications such as FTP, SSH, DNS, HTTP, and others. Sometimes it is necessary to know which active TCP connections are open and running on a network host. Netstat is an important network utility that can be used to verify those connections. TCP communication process. Each application process running on a server is configured to use a port number. The port number is either automatically assigned or configured manually by a system administrator. TCP server processes are as follows: client sending TCP request, requesting destination ports, requesting source ports, responding to destination port and source port requests. Upgrading your skills while young may not work because all success in life requires that will synergize to your current profession from your teacher, like answering every question of the customer in a heartbeat, and can communicate it with a high level of excellence, then you can start thinking of doing your own thing. Changing companies, taking clients remotely, in general. You really are good in English 5 years ago because you learned productivity, and you are just dependent on systems, and English is not the first language in the Philippines, and they are using Taoist, which has different sentence structure than English. Zoom has a very few American and Disney customers. Canadian is good English speakers, so if you speak with them for 3 years, it will become the English accent and grammar for them because no child, however intelligent, has unlimited data storage capacity. The memory space is finite, be it for words, for facts, or for figures. Fourth, be patient to learn new skills and be excellent in your role to get your skills compounded and to answer every question of the customer in a heartbeat. You have to be patient and be careful of the skills to master before 25 years old. Adjust your weights to master the metrics and do it ethically because it's more sustainable long term. Patience is the biggest secret to learning. There's a balance of being hurry and patience. Lean more into patience because it's harder. Be sponge. Fifth, focus on building good habits to avoid bad habits. Do not have your inside personality and worry about my current score. You have to avoid getting bored, exercise, play, read books, and take course on how to manage people, how to become a better agent, how to become more productive, how to learn better, basically all sorts of things that will make you more efficient in your learning role. Once you have the skills, knowledge, talent, and wisdom, then you can start leveraging that to teach other people and skill it because there is a learning and learning to learn. People with conscientious personalities more likely to think like others. They understand complexity of human condition, and people who stay stuck we don't know about. 6. Be humble, system thinker in just the right market. You have to treat your career like investing because one of the principles of the world that never change is the principle of compounding. Everything that we do today will gonna have enormous impact in the future. Remember, it's not the big things that adds up in the end. It's the little things that separates the ordinary in private company. Invest only in courses that you can prove change people's behavior. Don't be an American history teacher who had been teaching for 25 years but hadn't changed the content or his delivery for at least 20. He had 25 years of experience, but 20 of them were the same year repeated 20 times. Repetition without feedback, and in this case, also without any motivation. He hadn't improved in 2 decades. Unless your job is changing rapidly, this is universal trap that we all fall into. People needs to be reminded more than they need to be instructed. It's a human nature to be complacent and to stay the same because we are creatures of habits. No one can teach you what to learn since it depends on the lifestyle you prepare. No one can tell you whether the best way to teach is in person or remotely, through self-study or group classes. That will depend on how your people learn best and whether they are trying to learn job-specific skills such as new programming language or more general skills such as how to work better together as a team. In your company, there is certainly a best salesperson in terms of total sales. By turning to that person to teach others rather than bringing in someone from the outside, you not only have a teacher who is better than your other salespeople, but also someone who understands the specific context of your company and customers. Remember that Groisberg found that exceptional success rarely follows an individual from company to company. Their earlier excellence appeared to have depended heavily on their former firm's general and proprietary resources, organizational cultures, networks, and colleagues. There are a few exceptions such as stars who move with their teams and stars who switch to better firms. But most stars who switch firms turn out to be meteors, quickly losing luster in their new settings. Sending your salespeople to the most expensive sales seminars, led by someone who sold products for someone else, is unlikely to revolutionize your sales performance because the specifics of what your company does matter. Only 10% of your applicants, at best, will be top performers. So you go through far more applicants and interviews. I say at best because in fact, the top performers in most industries aren't actually looking for work precisely because they are top performers who are enjoying their success right where they are. It's important to be conscientious because obtaining this character is the only thing you can control. Carrot will not learn God's teaching without patience. Patience is the secret to learning. People may realize how little a manager can do to make their employees happy when the company is not doing well because brain alone cannot beat the system. Just like what happened to McKinsey and Company Consulting Group. You can break selling down into discrete skills. Academics and professional trainers tend to have theoretical knowledge. They know how things ought to work but haven't lived them. Consultants tend to have shallow and third-hand knowledge, often gleaned from a benchmarking report from yet another consultant or from spending a few months with one client or another, rather from sustained experience. 8. Learn to become a better leader by mastering feedbacks, behavior, task, and 360 feedbacks. I would be in jail if my victims recognize that I'm spying them. Computer repair and rent shops spy on their customers all the time because cybersecurity is new and most people are unaware how to protect themselves online. Most people doesn't have fraud analyst experience in a big company. They'll only be in jail if there's a visible money that has been taken away from them. Hacking is the pursuit of knowledge, and if you don't know the fundamental of the world you're at, you're fucked. Had you checked the messenger of your father when he died, you wouldn't be mysterious about his death, and you will know more about yourself. God wants people who seek the truth, push society's limits, and move the world forward and ask questions. You have to iterate and improve your speaking based on the topic you want to master because our knowledge have become specialized. The best way for you to be fluent in speaking is to iterate your pronunciations and tone based on your own recording of reading and speaking your own close to lies and truth journal because listening to your own thoughts seep deep into our soul. The best way to learn is through books and watch a video or read a book about a book you're reading if you can understand the language. Reading relieves our stress, which makes the work endurable. Remember, reading and writing is one of the productive tasks that Bullshit Jobs books recommends. Man shall not eat with bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God. Language is more difficult to learn than concepts because we have so limited memory for language. If we could just understand God's language, we will be in heaven. We should gather information first before writing. So we should always read to learn because writing is the most effective way to learn. It's God's ways of learning. Meet Kevin reads all the time. Skills in learning is still debatable up to these days. Jews have debated how to learn a skill in the past thousands of years, but still, no one knows anything about human performance. My job is not just to set expectations, but to control my tone based on customers' expectation. Not just tell them what to expect because customers' expectation is ever changing and those two are interrelated. Setting a deadline and doing Pomodoro session while reading and listening to music is necessary because humans are wired to be complacent. Deadlines is more important if you are working full-time because your time is very limited. We are dependent on systems, but we are also different and requires different kind of learning paths. It's true that no one knows how to really quantify human performance, and we are just dependent on systems. But it didn't consider that we are all wired and different. Reading might be the best way for us to learn because our genes is prone to stress and high blood pressure. Picking a talent is highly speculative managerial move because we don't know much about talents. How can we pick talent if we don't know what talent in the first place? Hiring great talent takes a lot of management time, and you can just constantly hire and have turnover and expect a department to get anywhere. You're paying above market rates, you're not engendering any type of loyalty. The one thing you should avoid in your career is routine tasks that will be no value for your future employer or in the marketplace. Senior analysts in Wall Street often make their junior analysts do routine tasks instead of number crunching or value providing. Few people can do, like writing, presenting to clients, interacting to customers, etc. The value of disappointments is always there at the start of compound effect. We don't understand what we do with our program because our knowledge are not compounding yet, but also because we haven't read a book about the book we don't understand. Programming cannot be seen or touched, but can perform intellectual work. It's a spirit and higher level of language that can only be understood through magic masher. Years of experience, big brain, etc. It's like the magician magic in Sorcerer's story. I should make sure to read the easy concepts. Hypertext Transfer Protocol and Hypertext Markup Language. There are application layer-specific protocols that are designed for common uses, such as web browsing and email. The first topic gave you an overview of these protocols. This topic goes into more detail. When a web address or uniform resource locator is typed into a web browser, the web browser establishes a connection to the web service. The web service is running on the server that is using the HTTP protocol. URLs and uniform resource identifier URIs are the names most people associate with web addresses. To better understand how the web browser and web server interact, examine how a web page is opened in a browser. For this example, use the http://www.cisco.com/index.html. The browser then checks with the name server to convert www.cisco.com into a numeric IP address, which it uses to connect to the server. Client-server model. In the previous topic, you learned that TCP or IP application layer protocols implemented on both the source and destination hosts must be compatible. In this topic, you will learn about the client or server model and the processes used, which are in the application layer. The same is true for a peer-to-peer network. In the client or server model, the device requesting the information is called a client, and the device responding to the request is called the server. The client is a hardware, or software combination that people use to directly access the resources that are stored on the server. Client and server processes are considered to be in the application layer. The client begins the exchange by requesting data from the server, which responds by sending one or more streams of data to the client. Application layer protocols describe the formats of the request and responses between clients and servers. In addition to the actual data transfer, this exchange may also require user authentication and the identification of a data file to be transferred. One example of a client or server network is using the email service of an ISP to send, receive, and store email. The email client on a home computer issues a request to the email server of the ISP for any unread email. The server responds by sending the requested email to the client. Data transfer from a client to a server is referred to as an upload, and data from a server to a client is a download. As shown in the figure, files are downloaded from the server to the client. Peer-to-peer networks. In the peer-to-peer or P2P networking model, the data is accessed from a peer device without the use of dedicated server. The P2P network model involves two parts: P2P networks and P2P applications. Both parts have similar features, but in practice work quite differently. In a P2P network, two or more computers are connected via a network and can share resources, such as printers and files, without having a dedicated server. Can function as both a server and a client. One computer might assume the role of server for one transaction while simultaneously serving as a client for another. The roles of client and server are set on a per request basis. In addition to sharing files, a network such as this one would allow users to enable network games or share an internet connection. In a peer-to-peer exchange, both devices are considered equal in the communications process. Peer 1 has files that are shared with Peer 2 and can access the shared printer that is directly connected to Peer 2 to print files. Peer 2 is sharing the directly connected printer with Peer 1 while accessing the shared files on Peer 1 as shown in figure. Peer-to-peer applications. A P2P applications allows a device to act as both a client and a server within the same communication, as shown in the figure. In this model, every client is a server and every server is a client. Serverless functions in depth, part 1. In chapter 2, you learned how to create and interact with a serverless API using API Gateway and AWS Lambda. Here, you'll continue to learn about how to use serverless functions by creating two new types of functions. The functions in this chapter will be different in that instead of using them as strictly a web server or an API, you'll be using them to interact with other AWS services to aid in the application development process. You'll be creating the following two kinds of functions in this chapter. A function that dynamically adds a user to a group based on their email address. In some applications, you'll need to perform coarse-grained access control, which typically means granting certain permissions to users in a broad way based on the type of role or group they are associated with. In our example, we'll have an administrator group of users that will be identified by their email address. If a user signs up with one of these email addresses, we will place them in a group called admin. A function that automatically resizes an image after it has been uploaded to Amazon S3. Many applications require dynamic image resizing on the server after a user has uploaded an image. This is done for many reasons, ranging from the need to make the web application more performant by compressing images to the need to dynamically create avatars or thumbnail images of a smaller size for images. In Chapter 7, we'll continue learning about serverless functions by creating an e-commerce application that interacts with the database and allows the user to create, read, update, and delete items from a database by invoking the function via an API call. Event sources and data structure. In Chapter 2, we briefly talk about event sources for serverless functions as part of an event-based architecture. The only event source we have implemented up until this point has been from API Gateway, an HTTP request that triggered the function and fetched data from an API and returned it in the response. In this chapter, we'll be working with two other event types and sources, one from Amazon S3 and one from Amazon Cognito. To understand the events coming into Lambda from the event sources, it's important to underscore the following point. The shape of the event data will differ between different event types. For instance, the HTTP event data structure coming from API Gateway will be different than Amazon S3 event data structure. And the Amazon S3 event data structure will differ from the Amazon Cognito data structure. Understanding the shape of the event data as well as knowing the data available to you in the event will help you understand the capabilities of what you can do in the Lambda function. To understand this better, let's take a look at the shape of various data structure from different events. For now, you do not need to understand every field and value in these data structures. I will outline the values that will be important for us in the following examples. API Gateway Event. The API Gateway event data is the data structure that will be passed into the Lambda function when invoking it from an API gateway. HTTP event like GET, PUT, POST, or DELETE. This data structure holds information like the HTTP method that invoked the function, the path that was invoked, the body if one was passed in, and the identity of the user calling the API inside the request context, that identity field. If the user was authenticated, resource, items, path, items, HTTP method, GET. Basically, Amazon S3 event. The Amazon S3 event is the data structure that will be received when invoking a Lambda function from a file upload or update to Amazon S3. This data structure holds an array of records from S3. The main information you'll typically be working with in this event is the S3 field. One of the biggest roles of the customer service is hacking or pursuing knowledge beyond their responsibility to master the business model of their companies. We are all dependent on systems and laws of the previous generation because without those, we will be at a constant state of escalations. Companies need to know that they are in the customer's perception business. To be clear, I was born to provide what customers can live without. Studying in UP will change you to a person who can achieve big goals because our environment changes us. Likewise, Quantrix changed you a lot into a person you are today, whether you recognize it or not, because our environment changes us. We are a product of our environment, and some people is complacent and arrogant and thinks they already know it all. We are all village men. We are a product of what we allow ourselves to see, hear, feel, taste, and touch. We become our choices because God wants us to be accountable of our actions. That's why He put us on this earth. It's hard to work in a job that you are not interested because salaries and time only scales linearly. You have to choose a job you enjoy doing and fit to your lifestyle. Ultimately, regularization and career advancement in any field depend on a variety of factors including job performance, skills, and industry demand. Key point, industry demand plays a big role. Timing is very important. I should stay in my company until I found a reliable way to make money. Other ways, but without change, there's no growth or success. It may be true that 360 feedback is the most important in organization dependent on systems, but a lot of your performance review from your colleague, customers, and employer is the degree of your independence and ability to be self-starter because we cannot leverage time, it only scales linearly. Striving for excellence often leads to pursuing perfection that leads to no improvement at all. Communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming languages or technical skills for several reasons. 1. Complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. Personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning effective communication requires self-awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. If star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning and value to the marketplace. The longer you are in the company, the more specific your skill is to that company and the more productive will be at your job. The longer you are in a company, the less generalized and transferable skill you accumulate, and thus the less value you have in the marketplace. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased productivity and investment, but most business decisions are being done by computers. Facebook, Twitter, and other digital 100 companies have high valuations primarily to data assets they are committed to capturing or creating. Pursuing knowledge and learning the life of people from different industries in great details is a high-value activity and should be rewarded. Just Valde-Leon are not aware of the luck that is going for him when he entered the call center industry at the right company in 2016 and data analyst job in 2020 because that is the reason why he has financial and career success today. Most of us won't get that kind of luck in our career, so we should be able to spend less than we make and be content because salary only scales linearly. It's important to appreciate the value of our communities because without them we are nothing. It may be good to focus on firm-specific skill that will make you more productive in your company and push it forward. Amazon Cognito Event. The Amazon Cognito event data is the data structure that will be passed into the function when being invoked from an Amazon Cognito action. These actions could be anything from a user signing up, a user confirming their account, or a user signing in, among other available events. We'll be using these events and the information contained within them to perform different types of actions from within the functions. IAM permissions and trigger configuration. When setting up these triggers using the CLI, a couple of things are happening under the hood. The CLI is enabling the trigger itself in the Lambda configuration. When a trigger is enabled, the event will be sent to the function every time that interaction happens. API event, S3 upload, etc. The CLI is giving additional permissions to the function itself to interact with other services. For instance, when we enable the S3 trigger in this chapter, we are wanting the Lambda function to be able to read and store images in that bucket. To enable this, the CLI will add additional identity and access management policies under the hood to the function, giving it permissions like read and write access to work with S3, or permissions to interact with the Cognito user, pull in or other example. Creating the base project. The first thing we'll do is create a new React application and install the dependencies we'll need for this chapter. npx create React app lambda trigger example. See the lambda trigger example. Next, we'll create a new amplifier project. Now that the project has been initialized, we can begin adding the services. The services we'll need for this chapter will be Amazon Cognito, Amazon S3, and AWS Lambda. We'll start by adding Amazon Cognito and testing out a post-confirmation Lambda trigger. Adding a post-confirmation Lambda trigger. The next thing we want to do is create an authentication service. We will then create and configure a post-confirmation Lambda trigger. This means we want a Lambda function to be invoked every time someone successfully signs up and confirms their account using our authentication service. This post-confirmation trigger only fires once per confirmed user. Now, update the function with the following code. In this function, there is one main piece of functionality. If the user is one of the admins specified in the admin's email array, we automatically place them in the group called admins. Change the values in the admin emails array to include your email address. To deploy the service, run the push command. Now that the backend is set up, we can test it out. To do so, we first need to configure the React project to recognize the Amplify dependencies. Open src/index.js and add the following below the last import. Next, we'll sign up a new user and display a greeting if they are an admin. To do so, open src/app.js and add the following. Run the app. Now, sign up with an admin user. If the user is indeed one of the admins, you should see the welcome admin greeting. You can also view the Amazon Cognito authentication service and all of the users and groups by running the following command. Render form function. Now that we all have all of the form components created, the form state setup, and the authentication functions created, let's update the render function to render the current form. In form.js, update the render form function to use the following code. The render form function will check the current form type that is set in the state and render the proper form. As the form type changes, render form will be called and subsequently re-render the correct form based on the form type. It's true that HR value work experience more than GPA, but it doesn't consider that the more experience we have with system, the better we know the end-to-end process, the better we see how the business works in a deep level, and better team player we will be. God are teaching us to be a team player so that we could use that skill in heaven. The more experience we have in a system or a game, the better team player we will be. People cannot simply read the files and get to work no matter how experienced they are or how good the next company is, because it takes time to build relationship, mutual connection, and benefits and company systems. There's a lot of available jobs in tech even in recession, but Google and other tech performer will punish their underperformer to endure tech. You got to have excellent communication skills to persuade other developers your value. You always have to prove your value, and you need to constantly learn because your manager will keep an eye on you. Maybe a freelancer is what you want. We should ask for a callback number in case we lost the customer if customer service are transferring the customer to us. You dramatically improve your planning and logical thinking by exercising hardcore before 25 years old. and you wouldn't know that computer science is the best fit for you had your past experience of magic mushroom and living on your own didn't happen. Significant number of people who graduate computer science degree didn't choose that path because their brain is not as capable in planning and logical ability required for their role, just like the team leader in Saitel or Johnny Rodriguez who has decades of experience in BPO. Additionally, you came from engineering school, so if someone were gonna shoot to tech, it's you. You have to learn the fundamentals as much as possible before making a website because this foundation will help you create more websites and avoid mistakes. Education is also a company or a stock and should be treated as such. Value is uncertain and hard to predict. The reason why salaries typically scale linearly while business or real estate values can increase rapidly is due to the fundamental differences in the nature of these assets and their income generation potential. One of the best ways to achieve excellent service is to do your best by being prepared both technically and personally. Being prepared included knowing what customers want, what they don't like, and what they expect from an IT technician. I should continue being kind to unkind people and be patient while doing that because that's how you show rectitude and diffuse hard, angry customers and achieve high goals in life. It's counterintuitive, be patient to do the call faster. Do good things to people and validate their feelings. Whatever makes us angry are teaching us patience. I should still use my weekend to get certifications in cybersecurity, but I still need to help my company move forward and realize that grass isn't greener on the other side because we have to consider our personality in choosing the job that we love. Maybe business analyst or software engineer is a great job. Cybersecurity jobs are scarce. Lots of people from IT wants to shift in that role and they are starting to build their portfolios now. Tech career shifter from Harangi recommends getting a system administrator or any IT roles if you can get a job. Then network your way from there. People likes to compare themselves on people who got six-figure salary in tech, but those are the people who have skill and the best at what they do. It's okay to earn meager income while spending less than you earn and invest in things that has compound returns in investment like stocks because not everybody will have a six-figure salary unless they can prove that value to the world and they are the best in it, which involves a lot of luck because high performance is highly context dependent. Also, your probability to earn more than six figures as time passes decreases. So far, we have covered quite a bit of functionality that can be achieved using a Lambda function. In this chapter, we'll continue learning how to use Lambda functions in different ways to implement common functionality you'll find useful when building applications. We'll get into how to create and integrate into our app a fully functional backend, complete with an API, authentication, a database, and authorization rules. These will allow us to have different routes available within a single function. We will then map different HTTP methods like post and delete to the routes to perform different actions on the database. What we'll build? We'll be building a basic e-commerce app that allows users to view products and administrators to create and delete products. The building blocks of this app will lay the groundwork for building almost any type of CRUD plus L, create, read, update, delete, and list application, which is the backbone of many real-world projects. We will be using what we learned in these chapters, what we learned in chapters 2 and 6, and building upon those ideas in this chapter. The services and features we'll be needing are the following. Lambda function. The main application logic will reside in Lambda function that will be running on Express server. The server will have routes for different HTTP methods. We will need to work with GET, post, and delete. Express Server is just a Node.js framework. So the server will open routes for different HTTP methods such as get, post, and delete for us to be able to create, read, update, delete, and list once the Lambda function has been invoked. API. In order to interact with the main Lambda function, we will need to be able to invoke it using HTTP requests, sending get, post, and delete requests to interact with API and database. And to do that, we need to configure our React app so that it can begin adding services. The first thing we will need to do to get started is to create and install its dependencies. Next, we will initialize a new Amplify project and begin adding services we'll need for this application. Adding authentication and group privileges. The first service we'll create is the authentication service. We need to be sure to also create the Lambda trigger in order to add users to the admin group that we will be creating. Amplify add auth. Do you want to use the default authentication and security configuration? Default configuration. Then once you open the function and the codes of the authentication from Amplify, you can then begin by configuring the admin emails array. In that function, we set an array of admin emails and an isAdmin variable. If the confirmed user is an admin, we first check to see if the admin group has already created in the service. If it has not yet been created, we create it. We then add the user to the group by calling cognito provider that admin add user to group, passing in the parameters. Now, let's go in adding the database and the API. First, we'll add the API. We'll now create an API and another Lambda function that will interact with the database. Amplify add an API. Please select from one of the below mentioned services, REST. Choose the function runtime that you want to use, Node.js. Choose the function template that you want to use, serverless express function. Integration with Amazon API Gateway. Do you want to access other resources created in this project from your Lambda function? Yes. Select the category, storage, auth. Select the operations you want to permit for app name, create, read, and update. The greatest similarity between digital goods and cryptocurrency, unfortunately, is that they are ideal for fraud attacks when you consider monetization and anonymity. In both cases, there's no shipping address, which makes all the handstands we discussed in Chapter 7 with mules and shipping address manipulation unnecessary and vastly streamlines the attack considerations. In addition, the goods arrive almost immediately, making a single attack easy to keep track of and dramatically reducing the danger of the cardholder noticing the attack in time to stop it. The time factor makes things particularly difficult for the fraud team, who must balance between customer experience and fraud prevention. Even more than fraud teams in other industries, customers expect to get their digital goods right away. That puts a lot of pressure on fraud team for both speed and accuracy. We talk about the social engineer as a psychological fraudster back in Chapter 2 when we look at different fraudster archetypes. Psychological fraudsters hit every industry, but they're particularly prevalent in digital goods and cryptocurrency, where they trick vulnerable people into sending them money directly via gift cards or cryptocurrency. If the scam involves gift cards, the cards are sometimes converted into cryptocurrency which in turn change into other currencies, ensuring that a complaint to the gift card issuer will come too late to result in the fraudster losing access to the money. Love also comes into play when a scammer pretends to be a relative of the victim in immediate need of financial assistance or even needing to be bailed out of jail. These fraudsters tend to target vulnerable people wherever possible. People who are lonely and likely to be open to an attempt to develop a relationship, as with romance scams, or young and inexperienced, or elderly and unaware of the dangers of technology, or in a position where they're likely to be especially afraid of the threat of law enforcement. Once someone has been put on one of these scammers' list, they might get tens or even hundreds of calls a month from different scammers, all trying to take advantage of the advertised vulnerability. Psychological fraudsters tailor their approach carefully to target each victim in terms of their age, gender, background, and so forth. All information that is easy to find online nowadays. They lie to increase stress or choose times of the day that are likely to be the most hectic. They'll have a story worked out with supporting details in language instead of gift cards or cryptocurrency. For example, they'll talk about electronic vouchers. Fraudsters like to target vulnerable people because they're easiest to scam, but they'll go after anyone given half a chance, and they're very skilled. Almost any ordinary, intelligent person may fall for it at one time or another. It can be very upsetting for fraud fighters to see cases where a victim has been tricked and cheated out of their savings, even if loss is outside the fraud area they control, like in trust and safety. Often, fraud teams will want to do anything in their power to fix the situation by working with other business stakeholders and right that wrong as well. If this Good Samaritan impulse can be accommodated, it's worth seeing that as a legitimate use of your team's time as long as it doesn't take up more time than is reasonable. It's better for your business relationships with customers and better for team morale. It's worthwhile involving team members in discussion about how to prevent this kind of fraud from occurring and in research to find the data to back up prevention hypotheses. Additionally, give those interacting with victims the tools to report the incident themselves on the FTC's fraud reporting website and encourage them to educate themselves. There are great resources to start with at the FTC's Consumer Information page on gift card scams. Managers may also need to provide gentle counseling if a team member experiences heightened empathy when working directly with a victim. It may be difficult to set aside your feelings when you are listening to the plight of an elderly person who has been cheated out of their life savings. I am not motivated to work because I don't see clearly the path to becoming where I want to be. I will need to research the people I want to emulate more. Reading older people's mind using Messenger also helps in making the picture clear. God wants us to all to specialize and be culture specific because He puts us in a place where we can provide maximum value. The reason you were born to the family you have now is because God plans you to make an impact to their lives. If you want to get to the next level, you have to finish your mission there. No matter what happens, don't condemn your family because we become what we do, and judging them tells a lot about us than them. Instead, be grateful for them because we are all dependent on each other, and without that community, you could end up much more worse. It's true that not everyone is meant to be part of every group, but it ignored the fact that people who has interesting and great careers are those who became patient and continually try to understand certain concepts related to their careers until their patience and compound effect of knowledge and wisdom works for them. It also undermines the fact that those people are not inherently knowledgeable about web development. They just have a parents or environment that allows them to hone and sharpen the skill at a young age. In short, those things can be practiced with discipline. The reason you're not able to create your own website with front and back end despite watching countless of hours of courses and videos is because watching video doesn't require as much as cognitive process as reading, and it doesn't access our higher level human capabilities. Books provide a more complete and detailed understanding, which is often needed to understand a subject. My current previously, I was afraid to enter electrical engineering field because the market value communication and technical skill than any other field due to rise of artificial intelligence. But in reality, competition is all the people in this earth, so it's risky to put all your eggs in one basket. That is why Jonar Marzan from Harangi does part-time job, because if he specializes early, the time he could have spent can be wasted if the thing he chooses in the end is not really what he wants. So it's important to do a lifestyle career planning early in your career, because once you have skill that market are willing to pay for, which we only have few, maybe one or two occupations because of how market forces us all to specialize. I should use because at the start of my sentence, because it automatically makes the customer guard down and they'll automatically let me explain the situation. No, the fact that free shipping was accepted by Shopee, J&T shouldn't care about it. It's not their business, and fraud analyst's job should not be taken care by them. It's true. Since if you are a millionaire, you can sustain yourself indefinitely in Thailand, but you cannot do that with other person. Additionally, business or your job right now will not last for 7 years, and in this era you are living in, you have to constantly rebuild yourself. Life will goes up and down. You have to prepare for those downs. Your chance of earning 100,000 in 10 years is 0.001%. As Lee Kuan Yew and David Ray said, Chinese is more talented than US, but how can you achieve that if you don't practice it or system set you up to fail? Talent is everywhere. You can set up yourself to succeed like what America did to themselves. You can make English language as a master language and have a humility to learn from other people's talents. Elon Musk's talent and skill set is just fit in the right place and time. Being a 7 foot tall in a gymnast is a disadvantage. There's a strong genetic component to how obedient or rebellious you are when facing authority. You can easily imagine how someone with more oxytocin might be inclined to build habits like writing thank you notes or organizing social events. Peoples are hotter in sexy search because people are masturbation addicts, and those sexy searches just compounds the addiction. There's also a sense of urgency because you knew you can fuck them while talking to them because it will be considered rape. There's always more talented people capable to lead in fraud analysts at Quantrix and especially JP Morgan. That is the reason we need to specialize. More specialization leads to harder to replicate skill sets because of the compounded knowledge that has been built over time. Specialization is what made our society prosperous. Specialization is how top earners became addicted with their job as per how money works. That uncomfortness is what will make me achieve more. It's the uncomfortness God wants us to experience, that restriction to gain a lot of power and true freedom. Those uncomfortness came from thoughts, and no matter how perfect our thoughts are, even even if it made us successful like Jeff Bezos, there's still some flaws some negative that we can complete and therefore be lonely as a result. That's why meditation during that uncomfortness works. I'm stressed because sometimes or most often do things that's not aligned with how I naturally think, like advancing or socializing with others. I should start at the end and think of useful ways to save energy and ask difficult questions to be prepared in 5 minutes of call. But I should also keep thinking of what my weakness in visual mind to make it better. That's actually how Nikola Tesla does things to improve things exponentially. You cannot improve doing the same things you're good at. That's why meditation works, because that's the only time we truly focus on our mind or visualization. It's not just about copying familiar accent. You'll have to say a lot with less and with low volume, even if that words used to have high volume for you. Though though people might be so bad, you should be nice to them even if they aren't nice to you, because people goes through stuff that you don't know about. Rich people solves depression problem. That's how you can be positive and become a light in this earth. It's fixing their depression problem, because the reality is earth is really like hell. And the reason billionaires becomes billionaires is because they add value, or their solve our depression problem. People are not unfair. The world are. Don't be angry to specific employee, but be angry at the company or system or whole world. Enforcer aren't unfair. The system are. The world are. So if you can understand what they are doing and not be angry to them and blame them because the world are, and instead become their depression remover, that's how you can add value in the marketplace. God let poverty not just to disincentivize bad behavior, but because there's no such thing as total equality. Doing so will remove the freedom of choice. My life can be less at the perspective of Muslim because I live Jewish life, but I can be extremely satisfied with it. Some people wants to marry young and some don't at all. Goals can be produced relative envy. I can feel bad because there's a lot of people less than me or more than me. Poverty is like perfection, it's relative. Money is not just about adding value. Sometimes money are just a gratefulness certificate given to you by fellow customer for good performance. If you become angry to them, the one who gets back more is not them, it's you. If you get rude to them, the one who gets fucked is them, not you. You cannot control their behavior, but you can control yours. What I learned from my job today is the customer service, sales, NCS, sales and loyalty trainings. Your previous job doesn't have free trainings, especially for trainers. You knew how trainers think. You will learn what is the job of customer service job in telco, which is the hardest account in call center. Our money is a result of health. Good design is never frozen in time. Just because you made a great design today does not mean that it will continue to be good in changes of it. Good APIs need to be able to adopt and change along with the evolution of your product or business. Breaking changes are one of the common pitfalls of many APIs. In this chapter, we discuss how to approach change with an eye for consistency, as well as how to ensure backward compatibility as your API evolves. Towards consistency, consistency is the hallmark of excellent experiences of anything. APIs are no exceptions. Consistency builds trust. Trust is the foundation for creating a thriving developer ecosystem. Here are some of the hallmarks of consistency. Developers are able to build a mental model of how to access data in your system. Response objects are formulated with strict types and meaningful names. That is, each model is the same regardless of the endpoint. Developers can use the same request patterns across a number of endpoints, which reduces the need for middleware and helps applications performance good. Requests fail predictably with meaningful errors. Sometimes, despite our best intentions, APIs can become inconsistent. Take Slack's API, for example. API endpoints had been added incrementally over time without any central design oversight. Each product group within the company designed and released API methods independently. As a result, inconsistencies emerged. Table 7.1 shows simplified request patterns for two similar API methods, channels that join and channels that invite. In Table 7.1, you can see how one endpoint takes a channel as a string name, whereas the other takes a channel as an ID. This type of inconsistency hurts developers, because for the developer to be able to use both of these endpoints, they now need to store both the channel ID and channel name and to create a layer of logic to determine which one to use to assemble a request. What if the channel name changes? The developer is additionally responsible for keeping the channel name up to date. Consistency might sound simple enough, and it's easy to create a consistent experience if you have the opportunity to decide everything at once with no historical constraints. But after you have active developers using your API, things become complicated. As companies and products evolve, new changes to the API can seem like a constant negotiation between consistency with the past and correctness for the future. Let's look at a fictitious example to illustrate what might happen. Suppose company A has released new API with not one method that lets a developer fetch all of a user's repository at once. Initially, the product allowed for only 10 repositories per user. Example 7.1 presents a response payload for an original API method from the initial API offering, repositories.fetch. Example 7.1 response payload for repositories.fetch, repositories ID 12345, ID 234556. After a few months, the company has grown. It adds a new price tier to the product that enables unlimited repositories per user. A year later, a number of power users have accumulated millions of repositories. Company B has built a popular application that uses repositories.fetch. Although the number of repositories has expanded, the repositories.fetch endpoint has continued to lock a pagination's mechanism. For more information on pagination, see Chapter 4. Now, API requests to repositories.fetch are timing out because the repositories must be aggregated across multiple database shards. Yeah, that is still vague explanation because we need more experience or knowledge because we know a little about universe. But the wise knows he can add another knowledge. Philippines are poor because church discourage birth control. You have to know risk management and know that having a children is not right for your age, time and place. Philippines are just great during Marcos' first years because America focused on developing them or babying them. Just like in Singapore, there's a criticism and they haven't mastered either Mandarin or English, but it's their best way forward. You should still pretend to be fluent in English because that's how you better explain them. that to be better, they have to be competent to become manager. Your customer understand that not all is fluent in English because they know that human memory is limited and they're not even bilingual themselves. They are monolingual for most of the time since 80% now is pure Americans. But give it 100 years, then most will be Spanish. Lee Kuan Yew learned Mandarin when he was 30 and it improves. You can do it too. You should do that in order for you to not pay a heavy price when you are 96. You're not gonna have the same conviction and passion if you have the script as opposed to doing it without. Three things motivated people: money, incentives, and loss. You should not just teach the customer, you should ask more questions and add knowledge to become better. Trust is the glue that holds society together. We are hardwired to prefer the truth. We humans have a reflective distaste for inaccuracy or lies. We dislike people who traffic in such factual inaccuracies. That's why transparency in YouTube and Facebook works. What will matter is whether leader is persuading you in the right direction. It doesn't matter if their facts has inaccuracies like TL Charles on what went wrong. If you lack motivation, thinking in systems only or pictures doesn't work. You also have to know that what you are doing is just a basic thing compared to what you want, which is becoming a CEO. So you really have to be good at it and be confident for your goals or motivations. It's realizing that even in worst case scenario, or if you go back to no money, like Meet Kevin said, you will still be incompetent and won't be fired if you just be the guy that everybody is happy to be around or love people as they are. You're everything, like Jewish mindset. Being a monolingual in English would have been a setback. We would lose our confidence to gain new skills and combine things to make the whole compound, and combination of it is greater than the sum of its part. That cultural identity and confidence about ourselves and place in the world. God wants us not to be envy Him and have a high tolerance of high income disparity because that's what it's like in heaven. That's how you succeed in earth too, by being grateful. You make yourself energetic and will make luck work in your favor. They knew that I was just young back then, like 40 years old, HR and David Ray, so you don't know any better. You aren't fired anyway, you resign and your roommates still like you. They don't hate you because you are good with people. You will be hard to stop if you are good with people. If the present trend continues, 30 to 40% of US citizens will be Spanish in 100 years from now. Study shows that you just have to place Diego in another city or Cavite and he will be like in another country. Setting expectation, saying I don't want to waste your time is not enough, just like how you have to consider a lot of different factors and adjust every aspect to meet your goals in coding. You also have to explain them that market is complex adaptive system. It changes over time. That's why setting their expectation early is very important. People will eventually understand that economy is complex adaptive system if you set their expectation and if you make them realize magic mushroom, which is people goes through stuff man that you don't know about. Setting expectation works not just because change is hard, but because it's the law of nature. It's easier to resist in the beginning, or it's harder to start at the beginning than resist in the end. Consistency or spot on is at the heart of logic, rationality, stability, and honesty. In transcendental meditation, it's a good illustration how people hide inside the walls of consistency to protect themselves from the troublesome of thought. Biggest man's problem is the inability to sit in dark room with his thoughts. Sometimes it's not the thinking that's hard, it's the unwelcome set of answers and truths. It keeps the harsh truth hiding from a place of consistency. Without consistency, we will have to think too much, and even the strong or people who have a high mental capacity cannot do it. Even Elon Musk. That's why customers are mad because they are too tired for the day, and they will encounter that. You are not lying to the customer by setting their expectation. You just have a great understanding of human psychology and how we adapt to change and how are we persuaded. God wants us to be knowledgeable to become the best version of ourselves. I also have to check the memo in order to be consistent in customers' eyes and thus make them adopt and make the call fast. Financial independence comes spending less than you make, living within your means. The trouble is, we tend to forget this when we're thriving or when we're envy to others, or when we're watching others thrive while we lag behind. The trouble is we are not grateful with what we have. It's living in your worst case scenario and investing the difference. If you are living your worst case scenario and investing the difference, then you're rich. Little concepts like making others laugh is small request that creates others' self-image over time, which makes them comply in your larger requests in the future. Writing is a poor way to communicate, but people have a natural tendency to think that a statement reflects the true attitude of the person who made it. What is surprising is that they continue to think so even when they know that a person did not freely choose to make the statement. Unless there is a strong evidence to the contrary, others automatically assume that someone who makes such a statement means it. In life, you don't just need to be smart, you have to be lucky too, as per billionaire. I've seen smart people working low wages jobs because they didn't get lucky or have humility to understand that what they call intelligent is actually luck, or graduate of engineering is just because they get lucky or professor just let them graduate. I should prepare for the worst case scenario, but I also have to know how they think and then arrange or talk to them in that way. You have to know the buyer's journey. Everything that making you angry is teaching you patience, love, and forgiveness. What you really are upset to is you define yourself to that outside metrics when in fact it doesn't define you. Additionally, you gotta have patience, man. It's not about how much you achieve in a short period of time. It's like investing. It's how long you stay in the game. Notice the inconsistencies when comparing the payloads for these two very similar endpoints. For repositories that fetch, the response includes a key, repositories whose value is an array of objects containing IDs keyed by ID. In contrast, repositories that fetch single returns an array without the repository's key. Inside of that array is an array of objects keyed by the actual ID value instead of by the string ID. Although this is a fictitious story, it's not an uncommon pattern at growing companies. After the initial version of an API is released, additional changes might be made that are inconsistent. Developers adopt these new features along with their inconsistencies. That is how inconsistency develops and sticks. As an API evolves, luckily, to help prevent these types of Inconsistencies. There are technological tools and organizational processes, and we cover some of them in the following sections. Automated testing. It's important that everyone who impacts the API understands and supports consistency, but it's difficult to enforce as an organizational value, and you cannot expect people to always make the right decisions for the system, especially when they need to reconsider the minutia of a complex system for every decision. That's where automated testing comes into play. Continuous integration is the practice of merging all developers' working copies to a single shared repository, often multiple times a day. The workflow in which a code change goes from being written to approved and merged is called CI pipeline. Adding an automated testing step in Figure 7.1 before developers are allowed to merge their code is a great choice for preventing unwanted changes from sneaking into the API, especially the backward incompatible ones. These test suites are useful for catching regressions as you develop your API. When you're implementing an automated test suite, it must give internal developers timely feedback, minimize false positives, and empower internal developers to make the right choices in their API design. The tests themselves should validate input, expected behavior, and the correct data types in the response payload. The more individuals there are who are empowered to write high-quality automation tests, the more useful your CI pipeline will be in ensuring data reliability for your APIs. You might also choose to include additional approval requirements in the CI pipeline prior to code merge for any changes that affect the output of the API. After changes that affect the API are detected, the code change can be automatically submitted for specific people to review before it can be merged. Those reviewers could have a process for making sure that requests and responses are consistent with the APIs that are already released. Automated testing should be a part of your internal development lifecycle. It brings high visibility and responsiveness to code changes. The more you can catch unwanted changes before they occur, the better off you are. If you don't have CI, run automated tests continuously off the code mainline to measure the health of your API. Run the tests as frequently as possible to begin with, then as you build your CI pipeline, make them non-blocking and monitor the results. When you have 0% false negatives, turn them on as blocking tests so that failures will prevent merges. In summary, you need to craft a process to ensure that internal developers get timely feedback on design decisions and propose changes before they merge code. In addition to having your CI pipeline ensure backward compatibility, there are additional mechanisms that can help ensure consistency for APIs, which we discuss in more detail in the subsections that follow. API description languages. In service-oriented architecture, you would be able to use an interface description language (IDL) to define requests and type system to validate responses. At the core of most applications is the data or API layer. This layer could look like many things. In the serverless world, this usually will be composed of a combination of API endpoints and serverless functions. These serverless functions could be doing some logic and returning data, interacting with a database of some kind, or even interacting with another API endpoint. There are two main ways of creating APIs with Amplify, a combination of Amazon API Gateway and the Lambda function, a GraphQL API connected to some type of data source, database, Lambda function, or HTTP endpoint.
API Gateway is an AWS service that allows you to create API endpoints and route them to different services, often via a Lambda function. When you make an API call, it will route the request through API Gateway, invoke the function, and return the response. Using the Amplify CLI, you can create both the API Gateway endpoint as well as the Lambda function. The CLI will automatically configure the API to be able to invoke the Lambda function via an HTTP request. Once your API is created, you then need a way to interact with it. Using the Amplify client, you will be able to send requests to the endpoint using the Amplify API class. The API class allows you to interact with both GraphQL APIs as well as API Gateway endpoints, as shown in Figure 2.1. In this chapter, you'll create your first full-stack serverless app that will interact with the serverless function via an API Gateway endpoint. You'll use the CLI to create an API endpoint as well as serverless function, and then use the Amplify client libraries to interact with API. Figure 2.1. API with Lambda. At first, the app will fetch a hard-coded array of items from the function. You'll then learn how to update the function to make an asynchronous HTTP request to another API to retrieve data and return it to the client. Creating and deploying a serverless function. At the core of many serverless applications are serverless functions. Serverless functions run your code in stateless compute containers that are event-driven, short-lived, may last for one invocation, and fully managed by the cloud provider of your choice. These functions scale seamlessly and do not require any server operations. While most people think of serverless functions as being invoked or triggered by an API call, these functions can also be triggered by a variety of different events. In addition to HTTP requests, a few popular ways to invoke a serverless function are via an image upload to a storage service, a database operation like create, update, or delete, or even from another serverless function. Serverless functions scale automatically, so there's no need to worry about your application if you get a large spike in traffic. The first time you invoke a function, the service provider will create an instance of the function and run its handler method to process the event. After the function finishes and returns the responses, it will remain and process additional events if they come in. If another invocation happens while the first event is still processing, the service will then create another instance. Serverless functions also have a payment model that is different from traditional infrastructure. With services like AWS Lambda, you only pay for what you use and are charged based on the number of requests for your functions and the time it takes for your code to execute. This is in contrast to provisioning and paying for infrastructure like servers, regardless of whether they are being utilized. Now that you know about serverless functions, let's take a look at how you can create a serverless function and hook it up to an API that will invoke it from an HTTP request.
The physical connection. Whether connecting to a local printer in the home or a website in another country, before any network communications can occur, a physical connection to a local network must be established. A physical connection can be a wired connection using a cable or a wireless connection using radio waves. The type of physical connection used depends on the setup of the network. For example, in many corporate offices, employees have desktop or laptop computers that are physically connected via cable to a shared switch. This type of setup is a wired network. Data is transmitted through a physical cable. In addition to wired connections, many businesses also offer wireless connections for laptops, tablets, and smartphones. With wireless devices, data is transmitted using radio waves. The data link layer of the OSI model, layer 2, as shown in the figure, prepares network data for the physical network. The data link layer is responsible for network interface card, NIC, to network interface card communications. The data link layer does the following: enables upper layers to access the media. The upper layer protocol is completely unaware of the type of media that is used to forward the data. Accepts data, usually layer 3 packets, example IPv4 or IPv6, and encapsulates them into layer 2 frames. Controls how data is placed and received on the media. Exchanges frame between endpoints over the network media. Receives encapsulated data, usually layer 3 packets, and directs them to the proper upper layer protocol. Performs error detection and rejects any corrupt frame. In computer networks, a node is a device that can receive, create, store, or forward data along a communications path. A node can be either an end device such as laptop or mobile phone, or an intermediary device such as Ethernet switch. Without the link layer, network layer protocols such as IP would have to make provisions for connecting to every type of media that could exist along a delivery path. Additionally, every time a network technology or medium was developed, IP would have to adopt. The figure displays an example of how the data link layer adds layer 2 Ethernet destination and source NIC information to a layer 3 packet. IEEE 802 LAN or MAN standards are specific to Ethernet LANs, wireless LANs, WLAN, in short WLAN, wireless personal area networks, in short WPAN, and other types of local and metropolitan area networks. The IEEE 802 LAN/MAN data link layer consists of the following two sublayers: LLC or Logical Link Control. This IEEE 802.2 sublayer communicates between the networking software at the upper layers and the device hardware at the lower layers. It places the information in the frame that identifies which network layer protocol is being used for the frame. This information allows multiple layer 3 protocols such as IPv4 and IPv6 to use the same network interface and media. Media Access Control implements this sublayer IEEE 802.3 or 802.11 or 802.15 in hardware. It is responsible for data encapsulation and media access control. It provides data link layer addressing and it is integrated with various physical layer technologies. The figure shows the two sublayers, LLC and MAC, of the data link layer. The LLC sublayer takes the network protocol data The secret in life is to find a boss you can be proud of. It's good to be a team member if you have a boss you can be proud of. No one owns everything. Our true wealth is other people. That is the lesson to Abel. The world works in cooperation and joint ventures. Most CEOs became CEO because of their sales skill, as per Guy Spear. In business,
It's complex. You can be successful in your career and not understand markets. Most of my workmates wants work from home option, but they don't have capacity to do it. Add the added weather, that's why most of them who went back work from home had a lot of VPN issues back then. They have kids, so they are not as flexible to change jobs or house, which is a huge advantage since the strongest of species is the most adaptable. Just like when remotely people are having a hard time to apply in Quantrix because it's far and they have kids and they are married. I will still be successful because I got the concept of David Ray. It's the focus on knowledge like the story of greatest salesman in the world by O.J. Mandino and Thou Shalt Prosper by Rabi. It's also the focus on learning that made late bloomers succeed. Yes, understanding of people's depression won't make you succeed alone. That's why David Ray includes high tolerance of income inequality. It's sad to live this life alone, as you learned in Magic Mushroom. You need other people better than you, like God, to conquer this world, or people to compete to become best version of ourselves to live forever. He understands what Warren Buffett understands, that knowledge compounds, not just exercise, food, and masturbation. All of us are talented, some are just late to bloom. However, the disadvantage for late bloomers are, as we age, marriage, pregnancy, childcare, and other family obligations with competing urgencies limit our opportunities and affect our career trajectory. As long as you are healthy, you can bloom at any age. As long as you keep child-free and single, you will bound to succeed. Only a few percent of people are late bloomer. Having 4 months of experience in child support turns out one of the greatest thing I've done in terms of expanding the plasticity of my brain while young. It's one of the things that will make me succeed long term past 25 years old. It's what will make me consistently succeed by learning how to keep a lot of money in short period of time because I will inevitably get those big money when my skills, talents, and wisdom compounds. 5 to 15 years from now. It helps me to be more adaptable past age 25 and like those who did not learn new things and stuck on things they already knew. Especially that I'm doing cold shower for 8 years. "20 to 35 years old has no money because the compound effect hasn't worked for them yet. People wants to be at the top of their field because they gain a lot of respect from society by doing it. It's a society's bad culture obsession in early achievements. It's very easy to justify a very unhealthy lifestyle if you're making a lot of money out of it. Remember, the secret to long-term success is a healthy body and beginner's mind. Most senior managers' task is about overseeing payroll, attendance, which is subpar job. That is why it's important to become competent as an agent first while young to maintain long-term success as senior manager in the future. Even if you do become at the top of your field, the system are designed for you to be addicted on that spot because your work are dependent on you staying on the job and being updated on. Elon Musk's talent and skill sets is just fit in the right place and time. Being a 7 foot tall in a gymnast is a disadvantage. Tell me your greatest strengths and I'll tell you your greatest weakness. There's a strong genetic component to how obedient or rebellious you are when facing authority. You can easily imagine how someone with more oxytocin might be inclined to build habits like write thank you notes or organizing social events. Michael Phelps and Hikam El
courage, we're lucky to be born with a rare set of abilities that are highly valued by the society, and to be placed in the ideal environment for those abilities. The truly great among us are the ones who not only work hard but also have the good fortune to be exposed to opportunities that favor us. In-demand fraud analyst job in Philippines that turns out to be your strength because you are a good communicator and studied engineering. Shift your focus to the best solution you've found, but keep experimenting occasionally. The proper balance depends on whether you're winning or losing. If you're currently winning, you exploit, exploit, exploit. If you're currently losing, you continue to explore, explore, explore. In the long run, it is probably most effective to work on the strategy that seems to deliver the best results about 80 to 90% of the time and keep exploring with the remaining 10 to 20%. Google famously asked employees to spend 80% of their work week on their official job and 20% on projects of their choice. If you can find a game where the odds are stacked in your favor, create one. Scott Adams, the cartoonist behind Dilbert, says, "Everyone means everybody has at least a few areas in which they could be in the top 25% with some effort." It was also easier to avoid the trap of comparing myself to everyone else. After all, nobody else was taking the same combination of classes, so who could say if they were better or worse? Specialization is a powerful way to overcome the accidents of bad genetics. The more you master a specific skill, the harder it becomes for others to compete with you. Even if you're not the most naturally gifted, you can often win by being the best in a very narrow category. If you can find a more favorable environment, you can transform the situation from one where the odds are against you to one where they are in your favor. The people in your dorm is the high achievers or breadwinner in their families, which influence you to think the way they think. Our genes do not eliminate the need for hard work, they clarify it. The better we understand our nature, the better our strategy can be. Even so, it's more productive to focus on whether you are fulfilling your own potential than comparing yourself to someone else. People get so caught up in the fact that they have limits that they rarely exert the effort required to get close to them. Furthermore, genes can't make you successful if you're not doing the work. Yes, it's possible that the RIP trainer in the gym has better genes, but if you haven't put in the same reps, it's impossible to say if you have been dealt a better or worse genetic hand. Until you work as hard as those you admire, don't explain away their success as luck. The best way to increase your odds of success in a way that might look like luck to others is to systematically become good but not amazing at the types of skill that work well together and are highly useful for just about any job. This is what you did when you master communication skill and fraud analysis, which is useful in about any job in this digital age. Requesting the entire application as a JavaScript file becomes a disadvantage once the application grows in size. For a more sophisticated single-page application, techniques like code splitting, also called lazy loading in React plus React Router, are used to serve only a fraction of the application that is needed for the current page. Example, mywebsite.com/home. When navigating to the next page, example, mywebsite.com/about. Another request is made to the web server to request the fraction for this page. If you recap how traditional websites work, you will find out that it's quite similar with code splitting enabled SPAs. For a traditional website, every time a user navigates to a new route, a new HTML file with optional CSS, JavaScript, and other asset files is loaded. For the SPA with code splitting on a route level, every navigation leads to a newly requested JavaScript file. Can we still call this single-page application, or are we back at multi-page applications? You see how the terminology becomes fuzzy eventually. Code splitting does not need to happen on route level like in the previous scenario. For example, one can extract larger React components into their standalone JavaScript bundle too, so that it gets only loaded on pages where it is actually used. However, as you can see, this leads to redundant code that's requested from the web server. The same happens when a user navigates to a code split route twice, because it would get loaded from the web server twice as well. Hence, we want the browser to cache, read, store in the browser's cache on the user's machine the result. Now, what happens if the bundle table.js file change because we introduce a new feature to our table, such as a paginated view or a tree view? If caching is enabled, we would still see the old version of the table component in the browser. As a solution to this problem, each new build of the application checks whether the bundled code has changed. If it has changed, it receives a new file name with a hash. Example, table.hash 123.js becomes table.hash 765.js based on a timestamp. When the browser requests a file with a cache file name, it uses the cache version. However, if the file has changed and therefore has a new hash name, the browser requests the new file because the cache version is outdated. Another example is code splitting for third-party JavaScript libraries. For instance, when installing a UI library for React which comes with components such as button and dropdown, code splitting can be applied to. Every component is a standalone JavaScript file then. When importing the button component from the UI library, only the JavaScript from the bottom gets imported, but not the JavaScript from the dropdown. For bundling of a React application or library into one or multiple with code splitting JavaScript files, another technique called tree shaking comes into play, which eliminates dead code, read, unused code, so that it is not packaged in the final bundle. Historically, the following bundlers were used in JavaScript from past to recent: Grunt 2012, Gulp 2013, Webpack 2014 plus, etc. Full stack applications. We're entering the paradigm of full stack applications, which became popular at the same time as SPAs. A full stack application includes client, example SPA, and server application. If companies are looking for full stack developers, they often want to have someone who is able to create client-server applications on both ends. Sometimes the client and server share the same programming language, example JavaScript with React on the client, JavaScript with Node.js on the server, but they don't have to. Anyway, why do we need full stack applications? The need for full stack applications was born due to the rise of a single page applications on the client side. If companies are looking for full stack developers, they often want to have someone who is able to create client-server applications on both ends. Sometimes the client and server share the same programming language, example JavaScript with React on the client, JavaScript with Node.js on the server, but they don't have to. Anyway, why do we need full stack applications? The need for full-stack applications was born due to the rise of single-page applications on the client side. So far, we went from traditional websites with HTML, CSS, JavaScript to modern web applications, example React applications. Rendering static content is fine, but how do we render dynamic content? For example, user-specific content like a blog post, see Web 2.0, but this time with client-side rendering. If only JavaScript and a little HTML is served from a web server to a client when dealing with SPAs, where client-side rendering took over. The SPA application, which is encapsulated in a JavaScript file, doesn't have any user-specific data. It's just the logic for the pages, what they look like, and how they behave for user interactions. The actual data isn't embedded in there because it still sits somewhere in a database and doesn't get interpolated on the server anymore. That's the trade-off you have to make when moving from server-side rendering to client-side rendering. Therefore, another request from client to server, application server written with JavaScript /Node.js or another programming language has to be made for requesting the missing data to fill in the blanks on the client. The client-side templating engine, example JSX in React, takes care of interpolating content data with structure HTML. Essentially, there are two round trips of requests when dealing with client-side rendered applications. One for the JavaScript application and one for the data to fill in the blanks. Once everything is rendered in the browser, a user starts to interact with the application, for instance, by creating a new blog post. JSON is preferred format to send data from client to server and vice versa. The server deals with all the requests from the client by reading from or writing to the database, which can be on the same physical server, but doesn't need to be. To transfer a website to a browser, HTTP is used as the communication protocol for requests and responses between the client and the web server. This is why there is HTTP in front of every URL. The communication between the client and the server is synchronous, which means that the client sends a request to the server and waits for a response from the server. Your website isn't displayed immediately because it takes time to send a request from a client to the web server and to receive a response back from the server. A HTTP request comes with 4 essential HTTP methods: get, post, put, and delete. The HTTP get method is used to read a resource, whereas the remaining methods are used to write resources, where a resource can be anything from HTML to JSON. All 4 methods can be abstracted to the infamous CRUD operations: create, read, update, and delete. In our example of a website, which is served from a web server to a client by visiting a URL in a browser, the browser executes a HTTP get method to read a HTML file from the web server. What's the difference between a client and a server? A client is an entity that consumes a server. As a client doesn't necessarily need to be a browser on your local machine. It could be somewhere remote as well, but more about this later. Most of the great companies I thought of has a high attrition and very strict hiring process, so it's better to apply in boring jobs and build your portfolio while your peers are waiting for their dream company. You are subject to these economic rules of supply and demand in anywhere you go. I also have to improve my accent because people tend to correlate accent to language fluency. People will be stepping into your worldview quickly when you visualize things. Use tone to make your point. Know your product well. Use close to truth and close to lie for positive self-image. Maybe your customer doesn't understand all of the concept you are saying, but they sense that there is a logic in what you are saying, and you are saying it with utmost conviction. You can say it with utmost conviction by reading Easy Prey Investors and winning well because it is extensive knowledge of the area of your expertise, fraud analysis and call center and capitalism secrets. Compounded knowledge is great in speaking because excellent speaker is highly dependent on context too. As an aside, this point about language is one reason knowledge of the humanities, reading fiction, and being bilingual or trilingual can help you locate creative talent. Positioning 200 security deposit should be asked first by care, but that is your job as fraud analyst. You are negotiator or salesman if you like. You have to balance risk analysis and sales, which is hard. That's why it pays a lot. You are doing the world more good by allocating your talent and skills properly. You can be fired if you do not proactively learn more about your strengths. I should assess strengths and weaknesses of my enemies objectively in basketball, but I also have to do that to myself and my teammate. Improve 1% based on players' history of achievement. To avoid getting duped like Canadian investors, you have to realize that no one else will protect you. Not government, not lawmakers, not regulators, and not the auditor of financial statements. Their work is so stressful, just like the customer service in telco, because staff turnover is not a big deal if there's an endless line of new candidates. Even the best job in the world like Accenture or Efron or software engineer in Google or Manulife or PwC will quickly become unbearable with the useless manager that takes their shortcoming out from their worker. Those people are not even the same, and it's complicated because economics is mind-blowingly complicated. That's why we have different results in income, jobs, health after we graduate. It operates in power law. I have a lot of value with an entry level who does not have high level experience in fraud because I have seen every possible problems that job can throw at me. That's why I don't have supervisor calls and I knew the intricacies of verification. Additionally, in our job, the atmosphere is really quiet, so the personality needed here is kind of unique. Moreover, competent is highly dependent on context and our job is also an investment. Connection is only good if it's with the right people. We like to think that we can change people by investing in their growth, but we have limited time, and the truth is, our environment changes us. There's only few who can fuck anyone they want and still have a successful life. When they do fuck others and succeed, it probably succeeded because of luck. To be able to live longer, you have to have integrity and keep as much as good relationships as you can. Customer wants to clarify their mind by having someone listen to them, know the previous notes on their account, their date of birth, and someone will sense their tone of voice and disappointments. That is frequently all the irritated customer wants and the dissatisfied employee or the hurt friend. A person's toothache means more to that person than a famine in China, which kills a million people. A boil on one's neck interests one more than 40 earthquakes in Africa. The reason of lack of improvement in their life and society is mostly because of culture. We like to think that we change our environment, but the truth is our environment changes us. You should delegate outcomes, not process. Delegate outcomes and be clear on what success looks like. Then let your employees work on the best process. When you delegate process, people begin to subtly lose their passion for their work and find meaning elsewhere. How you'll know if your employees feel like bots? Well, first, they stop asking important questions. The why, what's next, and what if questions disappear. But paradoxically, they won't make a move without asking for approval. Are you a bot? That's not what our customers want or need. They come to social media because they want some upbeat and friendly interaction. I could provide better service if we had a bit more freedom to do what we know is right. It's not just social media reps who feel this way. It happens across industries at all levels. We've met vice presidents whose fear has caused dangerous bot-like trends. Most business failures is caused by not setting clear expectations. You cannot make your expectation that customer is usually need to go to the store if you don't know the why behind those goals. Environment drives our personality far more than personal traits. Just like how John Luis Loyola started smoking despite his great talents in making money, productivity, and persuading people. Situational psychologists have better evidence. I think it's important to discuss just how easy it is for any of us to get caught up in things that might seem unthinkable, to get sucked into the wrong environment. That something must be wrong with me. I didn't have the experience or the perspective to understand that this whole environment was wrong. There are always more people available and they are abundantly capable of doing the job that needs to be done. The competition is intense. I felt that my mind was in Omaha and I believed that I could use the force of my intellect to rise above my environment. Many of the educational decisions there were made on the basis of what would get the most students into the best universities. Some of the teachers were remarkable, but for the most part, the goal wasn't to educate us in a broad sense. My Oxford entrance papers consist of math, physics, and a general paper. And guess what? The system worked. I'd been so well trained that despite disastrously misreading the instructions on one exam, I was accepted at Brasenose College, Oxford to study law. But now, I was alongside students who had been more broadly educated and who knew stuff that I did not. Although I loved jurisprudence or legal philosophy, the curriculum also required me to wade through dozens of British common law cases each week. Now, British common law is a phenomenal subject, but not for an 18-year-old whose family had immigrated to the United Kingdom 7 years earlier and who had little social or historical knowledge of the mood influences the decision-making process. What you see isn't what your brain gets. You think that as you're walking around looking at the world, your eyes are sending information to your brain, which processes it and gives you a realistic experience of what's out there. But the truth is that what your brain comes up with isn't exactly what your eyes are seeing. Your brain is constantly interpreting everything you see. Take a look at figure 1.1, for example. The brain creates shortcuts. Your brain creates these shortcuts in order to quickly make sense of the world around you. Your brain receives millions of sensory inputs every second. The estimate is 40 million, and it's trying to make sense of all that input. It uses rules of thumb based on past experience to make guesses about what you see. Most of the time that works, but sometimes it causes errors. You can influence what people see or think they see by the use of shapes and colors. Figure 1.3 shows how color can draw attention to one message over another. Color and shapes can influence what people see. If you need to see in the dark, don't look straight ahead. The eye has 7 million cones that are sensitive to bright light and 125 million rods that are sensitive to low light. The cones are in the fovea, central area of vision, and the rods are less central. So if you're in low light, you'll see better if you don't look right at the area you're trying to see. Optical illusions show us the errors. Optical illusions are examples of how the brain misinterprets what the eyes see. For example, in figure 1.4, the line on the left looks longer than the line on the right, but they're actually the same length. Named for Franz Muller-Lyer, who created it in 1889, this is one of the oldest optical illusions. These lines are actually the same length. We see in 2D, not 3D. Light rays enter the eye through the cornea and lens. The lens focuses an image on the retina. On the retina, it is always a two-dimensional representation, even if it's a three-dimensional object. This image is sent to the visual cortex in the brain, and that's where recognition of pattern takes place. For example, oh, I recognize that as a door. The visual cortex turns the 2D image into a 3D representation. Takeaways: what you think people are going to see when you design a product may or may not be what they actually see. What people see might depend on their background, knowledge, familiarity with what they are looking at, and expectations. You might be able to persuade people to see things in a certain way depending on how you present information and visual elements. You can use shading or colors to make it look like some things go together and others don't. Peripheral vision is used more than central vision to get the gist of what you see. You have two types of vision, central and peripheral. Central vision is what you use to look at things directly and to see details. Peripheral vision encompasses the rest of the visual field, areas that are visible but that you're not looking at directly. Being able to see things out of the corner of your eye is certainly useful, but research from Kansas State University shows that peripheral vision is more important in understanding the world around us than most people realize. It seems that we get information on what type of scene we're looking at from our peripheral vision. People can help but notice movements in their peripheral. People process information better in bite-sized chunks. The brain can process only small amounts of information at a time, consciously. That is, the estimate is that you handle 40 billion pieces of information every second, but only 40 of those make it to your conscious brain. One mistake that designers sometimes make is giving too much information all at once. Applying the concept of progressive disclosure. Progressive disclosure means providing only the information people need at the moment and letting them click to learn more about specific topics as they want or need to. If you don't use progressive disclosure, you will end up with very long pages of information that may overwhelm your reader. Take, for example, this page from the United States Social Security website. This is a section on benefits planning for survivors. The page is very long and has no progressive disclosure. In fact, the reader needs to navigate through 7 screens to finish the page. If the page had concluded progressive disclosure, then each topic could have been summarized in 1 or 2 sentences. The reader can then click or tap for more information. This is especially appropriate for the type of information on this page, because it is likely that only some of these sections apply to any one individual. Counting clicks isn't what counts. Progressive disclosures requires multiple clicks. You may have heard it said that you should minimize the number of times that people have to click to get to detailed information. The number of clicks is not the important metric. People are very willing to click multiple times. In fact, they won't even notice they're clicking if they're getting the right amount of information at each click to keep them going down the path. Think progressive disclosure. Don't count clicks. Know who needs what when. Progressive disclosure is a great technique, but it assumes that you know what most people want most of the time. If you haven't done your research on that, then you could end up with a frustrating site, with most people having to spend a lot of time searching for the information they are looking for. Progressive disclosure works only if you know what most people will be looking for at each part of the path. Read Krug for more information. The origins of progressive disclosure. The term progressive disclosure was first used by J.M. Keller. Keller is a professor of instructional design, and in the early 1980s, he came up with an instructional design model called Attention, Relevance, Confidence, and Satisfaction. ARCS. Progressive disclosure is part of the ARCS model. Present only the information the learner needs at the moment. Use progressive disclosure. Show people what they need when they need it. Build in links for them to get more information. If you have to make a trade-off on clicks versus thinking, use more clicks and less thinking. Before you use progressive disclosure, make sure you have done your research and know what most people want and when they want it. Some types of mental processing are more challenging than others. Imagine you're paying bills on your banking website. You have to think about what bills need to be paid when, look up your balance, decide how much to pay on your credit cards, and click the right buttons to get the payments processed. As you do this task, there are things you're thinking about and remembering, cognitive, things you're looking at on the screen, visual, and buttons you are pressing, mouse movements, and typing, motor. In human factors terminology, these are called loads. The theory is that there are basically 3 different kinds of demands or loads that you can make on person: cognitive, including memory, visual, and motor. All loads are not equal. Each load uses up a different amount of mental resources. You use up more resources when you ask people to look at something or find something on screen, visual, than when you ask them to press a button or move a mouse, motor. I should not always push my mind. Understanding, because it can be unhealthy in other parts of my life, like drinking coffee to the point that you're having a hard time to get sleep, and thus use masturbation as a remedy. Just like going to the gym, Doing the right things is important. It's important to look for and search using recall and reading complex that will push our understanding because that provides deliberate practice that will make you better in less time. Remember as well that the best exercise is the one that you enjoy and what works for you. Reading does not really make us smarter more than listening to audio or watching video because some people are just auditory and visual learner. It's hard to focus on a topic more than 10 minutes, especially if you're not interested and the video creator is not great presenter because it discards the wisdom that world is distracting because of Satan or things tend to fade because of entropy and nothing lasts forever. Reading is not the same as comprehending just like in our visual cortex because new information is assimilated more thoroughly when it is plugged into existing cognitive structures. The lengthier the sentence, the harder it is to read. There are only two ways to form a firing phrase, so you can trigger a habit just by starting the beginning of a sequence, which is repeated a lot and connect it to something you already know. If people can connect new information to schema that is already stored, then it's easier to recall and make it stick. The better people are at something, the more organized and powerful their schema about it will be. Being beneficial to the closest people around us as much as possible does not really work because it's Jewish beliefs instead of Jesus, which is about suffering and repentance of our sins. Loving people as our ultimate goal is wise move because humans can only have 150 close relationship in their lifetime, and how we deal with our close relationship is our greatest challenge because God is training us to build great relationship in earth so we can bring it in heaven. Music will distract me from reading or doing other tasks like coding. Music to reading is like music to exercise. It makes the hard things enjoyable. Others may be distracted from music because they don't understand the value it brings, which is to relieve stress in this stressful world. They also don't understand that the music should be uplifting because we become what we listen, read, watch, taste, etc. I could have known that the best way to take break is by reading and listening to music back when I was college, rather than letting my mind wander to get me out of the task and believe on the myth that wandering during break will help me more creative. The only way to know the truth is to have 5 years experience doing it. That's why the best way to learn is to learn from people who have took the path you want to take so you can avoid the crucial mistakes that humans make when trying to do that thing. Education is nothing more than learning as much as you can from other people's mistakes. The reason why reading is better than videos when it comes to learning is because reading helps us relieve stress and there's a bias in physical appearance. The reason it's better to read than watching videos is because our memories to facts are limited and life is stressful. And when we are stressed, the prefrontal cortex associated with memory does not light up, so stressful situation decreases our learning and memory. Working memory is sensitive to interference, and reading is the only medium that provides us a way to focus, relieve stress, and improve at the same time. People can hold 4 items in their memory as long as they aren't distracted. Being a full-stack web developer requires you to learn a lot in a short period of time. Therefore, it requires you to change often, which requires high-level tolerance to stress. And reading and listening to music is the counterbalance to that stress. It's not enough to be a great communicator, exchange ideas with others, and connect with other people. You also have to specialize. The more human beings diversified as consumers and specialized as producers, and the more they then exchange, the better off they have been, are, and will be. Even those who have several paying jobs, say freelance, short story writer, neuroscientist, or computer executive, photographer, have only two or three different occupations at most. Our jobs today is becoming more and more specialized. For example, in software engineering, your destiny really depends on code language you choose. Specialization encourages innovation because it encourages the investment of time in a tool time in a tool making tool that saves time, and prosperity is simply time saved. If somebody somewhere takes out a mortgage, which he will repay in 3 decades' time, to invest in a business that invents a gadget that saves his customer time, will enrich both him and those customers to the point where the loan can be repaid to posterity. That is growth. A deer must gather its own food. A human being gets somebody else to do it for him, while he or she is doing something for them, and both win time that way. Self-sufficiency is therefore not the route to prosperity. The benefits of focusing on BPI is it makes our process clear for everyone, but it is not the best way to make the company move forward in your company's current situation. Having a focus in BPI will prolong customers' interaction and complicate their simple problems. However, it can make the process simple and easy for employees. Better way is to allow your employees to be micro-innovator while having few simple fundamentals validation behaviors that everybody is aligned. Focus on mastering those validation. Keep reinforcing those to your employees. It's called building courageous culture. Process can be scaled, and process is what comes least naturally to your culture. Either way, you will be back to the other side of the dance before long. This is key. You will get back to curiosity quickly because to use those principles you built in clarity, you have to think critically. Process is transferable. It avoids the problems in a team where even talented, motivated people understand the same ideas differently. And unless your leadership team and managers know how the strategic goals translate into daily behaviors, you'll stay stuck. 90% of managers and employees' problem is deficiency with clear expectations. That's how important processes are. It makes the system transferable so you can focus on other things that is more important. The problem with employees with Bell is not that they don't follow strict validation, like verifying PIN first, or what the management assume is lacking with their department. What they lack is the understanding of what really matters. What is the strategic priorities, and why do we really have fraud? Did we meet customers' need the way they expect? The problem with QA, the problem is that you and I might define our best people differently. Or it might be possible that your worst person is better than my best person, in which case you should promote everyone and I should promote no one. Google is one where a manager focuses not on punishments or rewards, but on clearing roadblocks and inspiring her team. Managers serve their team since they don't choose who to promote. That's why it's important to dance between clarity and curiosity, because we define our best people differently. We have to remove roadblocks for the agents and customers. Our most impactful behavior depends on our strategic priorities. That's why it's very important to know the executive, manager, and frontline key behaviors that will lead to achievements of company's vision. This book relies on modern JavaScript syntax. You may also be curious about TypeScript. TypeScript, a statistically typed superset of JavaScript, offers several language features that JavaScript does not. Modular JavaScript allows you to logically split your application into smaller pieces called modules. Thus, the application can be composed of many nested modules. In the world of scalable JavaScript, when we say an application is modular, we often mean it's composed of a set of highly decoupled distinct pieces of functionality stored in modules. Loose coupling facilitates easier maintainability of apps by removing dependencies where possible. If implemented efficiently, it allows you to see how changes to one part of a system may affect another. Unlike more traditional programming languages, the older iterations of JavaScript until ES5 did not provide developers with the means to organize and import code modules cleanly. Today, all major browsers support JavaScript modules. Modules allow us to separate our application code into independent units, each containing code for one aspect of the functionality. Modules also encourage code reusability and expose features that can be integrated into different applications. A language should have features that allow you to import module dependencies and export the module interface, the public API, or variables we allow other modules to consume. To support modular programming, the support for JavaScript modules was introduced to JavaScript in ES 2015, allowing you to specify module dependencies using an import keyword. Similarly, you can use the export keyword to export just about anything from within the module. Import declarations bind a module's exports as local variables and may be renamed to avoid name collisions/conflicts. Export declaration declare that a local binding of a module is externally visible such that other modules may read the export but can't modify them. Interestingly, modules may export child modules but can export modules that have been defined elsewhere. We can also rename export so that their external name differs from their local names. .mjs is an extension used for JavaScript modules that helps us distinguish between module files and classic scripts. The .mjs extension ensures that corresponding files are parsed as module by runtimes and build tools, for example Node.js. The noModule attribute tells modern browsers not to load a classic script as a module. This is useful for fallback scripts that don't use the module syntax. It allows you to use the module syntax in your HTML and have it work in browsers that don't support it. This is useful for several reasons, including performance. Static imports. The type of imports just discussed is called static import. The module graph needs to be downloaded and executed with static import before the main code can run. This can sometimes lead to the eager download of a lot of code up front on the initial page load, which can be expensive and delay key features being available earlier. Sometimes you don't want to load the module up front, but on demand when needed. With dynamic import, the module graph is downloaded and evaluated only when the module is used. Popular patterns like import on interaction and import on visibility can be easily implemented in vanilla JavaScript using dynamic import feature. But we men, being creatures whose fate is to be reaped, are also made aware of this very fact, that we are destined for reaping, and so we are angry, for we do not know who we are. No have, nor have we studied human things as those who are skilled in horses study the concerns of horses. This line of thought thus led straight back to the fundamental Stoic idea of the dichotomy of control. Death itself is not under our control. It will happen one way or another. But how we think about death most definitely is under our control. Will you realize once for all that it is not death that is the source of all man's evils and of a mean and cowardly spirit, but rather the fear of death? This is an idea also taken up by other Stoics, like Seneca, and by later figures influenced by Stoicism such as Montaigne. If there is one thing that philosophy ought to be good for, it is to make us better understand the human condition by showing us not only how to live to our best, but to accept the fact that death is nothing to be afraid of. Those around us cannot cure our illness or save us from death, but they can accompany us part of the way, comforting us before we get there. Leave it and depart in a thankful and modest spirit. Make room for others. Others must come into being, even as you did, and being born must have room and dwellings and necessaries. The company contemplates suing the employee when she leaves, believing she stole company secrets and is competing unfairly, but decides not to because the cost of litigation. That's how important it is. You can be a competitor to them. They may get there by themselves, but you can read a book on how to get there, namely their messenger. Suddenly, you are smarter than them because you learn through millions of experiences of other people. Additionally, you did not know if what gets them there is luck or skill until you see the whole picture, namely their messenger and daily actions. It's like having Elm's entire 40 years of life and 50 years of management experience secrets at your fingertips. Eating out with others can be a better investment than stocks, and it can be more productive because you are investing in relationships while relaxing. It can be costly upfront, but if done right, the upside is huge. I should aim excellence, but I will never be perfect in my relationships because people go through stuff that you don't know about, and humans are imperfect. That's why you have to be patient and understand them more. By understanding them, you forgive them and you forgive yourself too for the mistakes and imperfections you have done and will be done moving forward. The way to attract a woman is by becoming perfect in their eyes. If there's anything that I'm sure of, is that I'm irrational, imperfect, prone to behavioral mistakes. I laugh at others. Never regret being a good person to bad people. Your action says more about you, their action says more about them. In every action, there must be equal and opposite reaction. One of your key behaviors is learning more of your product while avail. The more specialized we are, the better we would be at it because of the compounded knowledge. That is the key behaviors of every call center agent leader. Solving tough problems. So should you, if you want to move the needle and win well. The more unique it is, the more expensive it is. That's just the law of economics, and that's simply the reason why some are earning exponentially higher than others. That's why call center are paid the big bucks. The more unique it is, the harder it is to find human who can solve it faster. Communication without specialization is nothing. What are you gonna solve? My job is to solve customer problems using our call drivers and solving it as much as we can without forgetting to track and see if key behaviors leads to improvement of numbers. Heat check is good for checking customer experience, and it's T-Mobile or the secret of best customer service in the world, so it's good to keep that in mind. Heat check is good for checking customer experience, and it's T-Mobile are the secret of best customer service in the world, so it's good to keep that in mind. It's not worth suing people that's worth less than $100,000 because 95% is not getting the trials, especially here in the Philippines. It always end up in settlement. They won't know how much info did you get from them unless there are real money involved. Humans are physical beings, they need some proof. What you are getting from them is intangible. Janet spied on you too, so you knew it's not that of a big deal. Honestly, we all should have access on that relevant messenger or info in their career, especially if they are in the brink of collapse in their life and career. You can say you saw their phone, but first, you have to say nothing that they can use in court. I should provide other options like knowing what store near customer's area when they cannot activate SIM card over the phone. You also have to remember to accept Lucky Mobile Care Call if it will be escalated because it's just too costly to fight or sue someone. Both parties should pay the price. Just like how customer service in T-Mobile does things, there's intangible benefit of that, like knowing that people who do harm will be held accountable, but the benefits must outweigh the cost. Most of the time, those intangible benefits do not outweigh the cost. You also have to remember to accept Lucky Mobile Care Call if it will be escalated because it's just too costly to fight or sue someone. Most of the time, those intangible benefits do not outweigh the cost. The value of call center is the number of hours they can save the customer from waiting in queue and arguing with us. That's why we need rep who can provide right solutions to the customer's problems. Personally, if there's one thing I'm sure of is that I am irrational, ignorant, and prone to behavioral mistakes. I laugh at others. TL Johnny FB account is how you will survive in Philippines when your mother died. It is the parents that God given you. It's the luck that deserving hard-working people struggle to get until the end of their lives. It seems that there's an abundance of talent and hard work in this world, especially in Philippines because of overpopulation. It's just lack of timing and opportunity. So you are right when you choose communication as one of your key strengths because it's in demand compared to most strengths. Look at teenage mom who's currently working in Alorica. Most manager job is bullshit. It's subpar job. If you really want to move in the career ladder of your interest, it's not the path that's right for you now because you are still accumulating talents and strengths because of an informed decision in the past. Your career now is on to manager path. There's a 10x engineer at some companies because they are paid based on value they provide, not bullshit jobs like useless managers. The right manager, not bullshit, will be talking to his team 70% of the time. So yes, talking and listening is 70% of the job if you want to be a CEO. Call center agent early on in your career is a great step to becoming a manager. As you saw in MZE, people tend to not know how to protect themselves. The things that is obvious to you might not be obvious to them. If there's one thing I'm sure of, is that I'm irrational. You've been at the back room and knew the details of engineering and they don't know any about that. Most jobs in academia is bullshit and administrative, like what most job in the world is, with exception of creating video, but most of them is still not needed. The most guaranteed way to be productive during your off is to write, listen, watch, speak, and read. That's mostly what you're doing during your off, remember? People who write books become the master because they write the books. People who learn more is the teacher. People are more likely to achieve incredible success if they write a book or a journal. Think of your job as zero value is contradicting to Karin her strategy of clarifying your why to be able to know where to innovate. If you don't know what you need to work to put food on the table when your mother died, then it's not so bullshit jobs anymore, right? Your job is not that bullshit, but it's more bullshit if you can compare it to fast-growing tech company because your industry is established. Of course, there should be capitalism in a private company even though it's established. That's just how capitalism works. It seems everybody wants to work in startup nowadays. Our language cannot describe your job as bullshit or zero value because the things that we laugh at others are also human tendencies. Just because it's complicated and cannot describe by our language system does not mean we won't describe it to know the world a little bit better than we do yesterday. Lawyers is not bullshit or it's bullshit but it's not a detailed way of saying it. I should not have kids early because it will be just like Auntie Rhea, Uncle Nelson, and Father who has a lot of diseases at an early age and died early. It can even be worse because we're living in a time where pandemic hits. Learn to delay gratification because for men, they can get their dream woman even if their age is 40. They don't have the same pressure as women. Just like Johnny to Shane. Johnny has a lot of chatmates because he is at the peak of his age. He has to find a woman of his life. There's a need for critical analysis for law like the curiosity in courageous culture, but it's mostly provide clarity in this work. It is to smooth out the conflict of daily existence. But you don't need to study 4 years to become a real lawyer. It's also the collective good for many people. It is what thought of as right way. It is a way to stop the war. Cooperation and economy exist only because of rules. Without it, we don't know what's good and evil. It's social norms because if they broke the rules enough of the other minors in the camp, you would object and find some way to show the scoff row that the rules were to be followed. Just like you will resign if Ace keeps doing that. People are communicating with each other that they are creating a system of rules that they intend none of them to personally control. Not subjective judgment of Ace. So basically, it's just clarity. It's just a rule we follow so we would stop thinking what we should do next. We may argue and we may end up at a consensus about the rules, but there is no stable and recognized procedure or person capable of saying that it's it. That's why persuasion is important in this kind of job. That's how important. Do not do unto others if you don't want others do unto you. Additionally, law is just the extent of that outside reciprocate rule because it punishes behavior that hinder us from achieving our goals. The mutual recognition of an authoritative way of resolving tough calls in answering the question of whether someone has violated the rules is a key way in which law differs from social norms and conventions. They are organic. They emerge and adopt in processes that may be hidden and hard to control. It's a policy created by the shared platform which in the moment constantly adapting and product of millions of employees and people. That is how your company's system works. That's what you should explain to your customer. An environment is complex when it is dynamic and populated by multiple individuals who interact with each other. These individuals pursue goals, follow rules, and make predictions about how others and the environment will behave. A solution that works today may not work tomorrow because your solution today, together with a million other solutions, has unwittingly shifted the environment experienced by others distantly, connected to you through a long and largely unpredictable causal chain. Like all species, blobfish has found its place in the world by securing a niche, a way of exploiting a particular environment that manages the extent of competition from other species. The law is starting to max out on its ability to manage the burgeoning economic and social complexity. Clarity is good at some point, or in customer service, it doesn't work in fraud. You have to have a great analytical skills. The recurrent need to reinvent the very systems that support increasing complexity because complexity has pushed past the limits of those systems is a familiar theme in human evolution. A short summary of the ideas. Behavioral science provides a powerful set of tools to help us both understand how people make decisions and take action, and to help them make better decisions or follow through on their intent to take action if they would like our help. Here's what you need to know. 1. We're limited beings. We have limited attention, time, willpower, etc. For example, there are nearly an infinite number of things that users could be paying attention at any moment. Second, our minds use shortcuts, aka heuristics. We use them to economize and make quick decisions because of our limitations. Heuristics applied in the wrong context are one cause of biases. Negative and unintended tendencies in behavior or decisions making. Often because of these biases, there is significant gap between people's intentions and their actions. Third, we're of two minds. What we decide and what we do depends on both conscious thought and non-conscious reactions, like habits. What this means is that your users are often not thinking when they act. At least they're not choosing consciously. Decision and behavior are deeply affected by context. This worsens or ameliorates our biases and our intention-action gap. What your users do is shaped by our contextual environment in obvious ways, like when the architecture of a site directs them to a central homepage or dashboard. It's also shaped in non-obvious ways, by the people they talk and listen to, the social environment, by what we see and interact with, their physical environment, and the habits and responses they've learned over time, their mental environment. Fifth, we can cleverly and thoughtfully design a context. We do so to improve people's decision making and lessen the intention gap, and that is the point of designing for behavior change in this toolkit. You will be prompted after you agree to the End User License Agreement, EULA, with upgrade or custom. A custom installation is a clean installation when it comes to Windows. An upgrade is just that, an upgrade of the operating system, and it's not a clean installation. A repair installation is reinstallation of system files and retains the user data files. Refresh is a term used with Windows 8.1. It will retain user data files and only refresh the operating system files. The generalized pass is where the operating system detects hardware and installs the appropriate drivers. The WinRe partition is where the Windows recovery environment is located. The BCD is a term used with the boot configuration data to direct the operating system how to boot. The system partition contains the kernel of the operating system. Windows Update is responsible for downloading and installing Windows Service Packs, patches, and security updates. Device Manager is used to view devices installed on the operating system. The Microsoft Management Console is a console that allows snap-ins to be added for management. Download Manager is a component of the Internet Explorer. Enable Safe Boot with the msconfig utility allows you to boot with basic drivers and minimal startup of non-essential services. Enable debugging is used by kernel developers. Disable driver signature enforcement is used to allow an unsigned driver to load during boot. Mentioning the words troubleshooting theory to many technicians can cause their eyes to roll back in their heads. It doesn't sound glamorous or sexy, and a lot of techs believe that the only way to solve a problem is just to dive right in and start working on it. Theories are for academics. In a way, they're right. You do need to dive in to solve problems because they don't just solve themselves. But to be successful at troubleshooting, you must take a systematic approach. You may hear people say troubleshooting is as much of an art as it is a science. And our personal favorite, we just need to get more experience to be good at it. While there is an art to fixing problems, you can't ignore science. And if you need experience to be any good, why are some less experienced folks incredibly good at solving problems while their more seasoned counterparts seem to take forever to fix anything? More experience is good, but it's not a prerequisite to being a good troubleshooter. Again, it's all about applying a systematic approach. There's one more detail to understand before getting into the details of specific problems in order to troubleshoot anything. You need to have a base level of knowledge. In the same vein, if you don't know how data is stored and accessed on a computer, it's unlikely that you'll be able to fix related computer problems. So before you get too heavy into troubleshooting, make sure you understand how the systems on which you are working are supposed to function in the first place. No matter how skilled you may be at troubleshooting, always consider corporate policies, procedures, and impacts before implementing any changes. Don't perform any actions that would get you or other users into trouble or that would otherwise cause harm to the company. When troubleshooting, you should assess every problem systematically and try to isolate the root cause. Yes, there's a lot of art to troubleshooting and experience plays a part too. But regardless of how artful or experienced you are, haphazard troubleshooting is doomed to fail. Conversely, even technicians with limited experience can be effective troubleshooters if they stick to the principles. Although everyone approaches troubleshooting from a different perspective, a few things should remain constant. 1. Creating a backup. First, always back up the data before making major changes to a system. Hardware components can be replaced, but data often can't be. For that reason, always be vigilant about making data backups. Be sure to validate your backups by performing a test restore after you set them up. Prioritizing tasks. Second, establish priorities. One user being unable to print to the printer of their choice isn't as important as a floor full of accountants unable to run payroll. Prioritize every job and escalate it or de-escalate it as you need to. Step 1. Identify the problem. If I had an hour to solve a problem, I'd spend 55 minutes on the problem and 5 minutes on the solution. If you can define the problem, you can begin to solve it. Sometimes, problems are relatively straightforward, but other times, they're just a symptom of a bigger issue. Perhaps problem is as simple as customer expecting too much from the computer or not understanding how it's supposed to work. Problems in computer systems generally occur in one or more of 4 areas, each of which is in turn made up of many pieces. Collection of hardware pieces, an operating system, an application or software program that is supposed to do something, a computer user, talking to the customer or user. Many times, you can define the problem by asking questions of the user. Real-world scenario. Is the power on? Help clarify things by having the customer show you what their problem is. The best method we've seen of doing this is to say, "Show me what not working looks like." The user may be performing an operation incorrectly or performing the operation in the wrong order. Here are a few questions to ask the user to aid in determining the problem. Can you show me the problem? This question is one of the best. It allows the user to show you exactly where and when they experience the problem. How often does this happen? The latter usually indicates a more serious problem that may require software installation or hardware replacement. Has any new hardware or software been installed recently? Infrastructure changes can cause problems. For example, new hardware or software can mean compatibility problems with existing devices or applications. This can cause both devices to become disabled. When you install a new application, that application is likely to install several support files. If those support files are also used by an existing application, then there could be a conflict. Has the computer recently been moved? Environmental changes can also have an impact. Moving a computer can cause things to become loose and then fail to work. Perhaps all the peripherals of the computer didn't complete or weren't included in the move, meaning that there's less functionality than the user expects. Has someone who normally doesn't use the computer recently used it? Have any other changes been made to the computer recently? If the two happen closely together, there's a good chance that the problem is related to the change. If it's a new hardware component, check to see that it was installed correctly. Be careful of how you ask questions so that you don't appear accusatory. You can't assume that the user did something to mess up the computer. But then again, you also can't assume that they don't know anything about why it's not working. The social side of troubleshooting. When you're looking for clues as to the nature of a problem, no one can give you more information than the person who was there when it happened. They can tell you what led up to the problem, what software was running, and the exact nature of the problem. It happened when I tried to print, and they can help you recreate the problem if possible. Use questioning techniques that are neutral in nature. Instead of saying, "What were you doing when it broke?" be more compassionate and say, "What was going on when the computer decided not to work?" Frame the question in a way that makes it sound like the computer did something wrong, not the person. It might sound silly, but these things can make your job a lot easier. "My computer's not working." Line. Okay, and what exactly is that supposed to mean? Even more frustrating is when no one was around to see what happened. In cases like this, do your best to find out where the problem is by establishing what works and what does not. If you have users available who were there when the computer stopped working, you can try to gather information from them. If not, you're on your own to gather clues. So now, instead of having users to question, you need to use your own investigative services to determine what's wrong. The questions you would have otherwise asked the user are still a good starting point. Does anything appear amiss or seem to have been changed recently? If a computer seems to have multiple problems that appear to be unrelated, identify what they are one at a time and fix them one at a time. For example, if sound is not working and you can't get on the internet, deal with those separately. Document exactly what works and what doesn't, and if you can, document why. Determining if the problem is hardware or software related. This is important because it determines the part of your computer on which you should focus your troubleshooting skills. Each part requires different skills and different tools. Determine if the issue is hardware or software related relies on personal experience more than any of the other troubleshooting steps. Without a doubt, you'll run into strange software problems. Determining which component is failing for hardware problems. Let's say that the sound card doesn't work. You've tried new speakers that you know do work, and you've reinstalled the driver. All the settings look right, but the sound card just won't respond. According to the best practice methodology, we should always consider corporate policies, procedures, and impacts before implementing change. The user's budget, company reputation, and upgrade feasibility are not mentioned in the best practice methodology to resolve problems. This system is producing a BIP code and not completing the post process. Different bias manufacturers use different BIP codes. Look up this BIP code on the manufacturer's website before replacing any hardware. The two sub-steps to identify the problem are gather information from the user and identify user change to the computer and inquire regarding environmental or infrastructure changes. Conducting internal or external research is part of establishing a theory of probable cause. Referring to the vendor's instructions for guidance is part of establishing a plan of action to resolve the problem. Determining the next steps to resolve the problem is part of testing the theory to determine the cause. Capacitors store energy and located on the motherboard and inside the power supply. Since the capacitors are exposed, it likely means that the technician is seeing the problem on the motherboard. CPUs and RAM do not have capacitors. The fifth step in best practice methodology is to verify full system functionality and, if applicable, implement preventive measures. Intermittent shutdowns are hard to troubleshoot but are most likely hardware related. When troubleshooting, always make one change at a time to try to resolve the issue. Replacing the RAM or the CPU to see if it resolved the problem could be a good next step. But replacing 3 components at once is too many changes unless you have specific reason to believe it is all 3. Check to see that monitor is connected properly to the desktop computer and that it's receiving power. The final step is to document findings, actions, and outcome. Reviewing system and application logs is part of identifying the problem, which is the first step. Continuous reboots are most likely caused by the motherboard or CPU failing. It's possible it's the RAM, but less likely. For realizing that the faster we achieve success, early bloomer syndrome, the faster it goes because we cannot handle big things at once. Good things take time because God wants us to be patient. For realizing that if you're living beyond your means, you're already wealthy. For realizing that you cannot know if you have been given a great genes if you haven't do the work. One of the things that hinders people is the society's programming in their head that they are not good enough, when in reality, divorce, death of a family, and a lot of other factors affect our result. The truly great amongst us is the one who have environment that fits their talent and work hard to maximize their talents. For realizing that talent is highly dependent on context because we are all different. That's why Google tests applicants based on their strengths. All of us are talented, some are just late to bloom. However, the disadvantage for late bloomers are 1. As we age, marriage, pregnancy, childcare, and other family obligations with competing urgencies limit our opportunities and affect our career trajectory. As long as you are healthy, you can bloom at any age. As long as you keep child-free and single, you will bound to succeed. Only few percent of population is early bloomer. Having 4 months of experience in chat support, turns out one of the greatest thing I've done in terms of expanding the plasticity of my brain while young. It's one of the things that will make me succeed long term past 25. It's what will make me consistently succeed by learning how to keep a lot of money in short period of time, because I will inevitably get those big money when my skills, talents, and wisdom compounds 5 to 15 years from now. It helps me to be more adaptable past age 25, unlike those who did not learn new things and stuck on things they already knew. Especially that I'm doing cold shower for 8 years now, it will help me to maintain earning 0.001% for 10 years. This chapter addressed the best practice methodology for resolving computer problems, as well as troubleshooting core hardware components. In our discussion of troubleshooting theory, we learned that you need to take a systematic approach to problem solving. Both art and science are involved, and experience in troubleshooting is helpful, but not a prerequisite to being a good troubleshooter. We learned that in troubleshooting, the first objective is to identify the problem. Many times, this can be the most time-consuming task. Once you've identified the problem, you need to establish a theory of why the problem is happening. Test your theory, establish a plan of action, verify full functionality, and then document your work. Documentation is frequently the most overlooked aspect of working with computers, but it's an absolutely critical step. Next, we investigated the causes and symptoms of hardware problems such as noise, excessive heat, burning smells and smoke, visible damage, and intermittent device failure. After the discussion of general hardware, we talk about the issues specific to internal components, including motherboard, CPU, RAM, and power supply. Identifying the issue at hand. Gather information from the user, identify user changes, and if applicable, perform backups before making changes. Test the theory. Check the simple stuff first. Will restarting the computer help? Restarting the computer clears the memory and starts the computer with a clean state. Whenever we perform phone support, we always ask the customer to restart the computer and try again. If restarting doesn't work, try powering down the system completely and then powering it up again, rebooting. More often than not, that will solve the problem. Are the cables plugged in and plugged in at both ends? Cable must be plugged in at both ends to function correctly. Cables can easily be tripped over and inadvertently pulled from their sockets. Are the computer and peripherals turned on? These ones seem the most obvious, but we've all fallen victim to it at one point or another. Computers and their peripherals must be turned on to function. Most have power switches with LEDs that glow when the power is turned on. Is the system ready? Computers must be ready before they can be used. Ready means the system is ready to accept commands from the user. An indication that a computer is ready is when an operating system screen comes up and the computer presents you with menu or a command prompt. If that computer uses a graphical interface, the computer is ready when the mouse pointer appears. Do the chips and cables need to be reseated? You can solve some of the strangest problems, random hang-ups or errors, by opening the case, and pressing down on each socketed chip known as reseating. Of course, make sure the system is off and the components have had a bit of time to cool down first. This remedies the chip creep problem, which happens when the computers heat up and cool down repeatedly as a result of being turned on and off, causing some components to begin to move out of their sockets. Always be sure that you're grounded before operating inside the case. Is the problem user error? User error is common but preventable. As soon as you hear of a problem like this, you should begin asking questions to determine if the solution is as simple as teaching the user the correct procedure. A good question to ask is, were you able to perform that task? User errors provide an opportunity to teach the users the right way to do things. Is it plugged in? And other insulting questions. When asking this type of questions, it's not what you say but how you say it. For example, instead of asking if it's plugged in, you could say something like, Can you do me a favor and check to see that the cable is plugged in tightly? Maybe it got bumped. That generally gets the user at least to look at it without making them feel dumb. For power, something like, what color are the lights on the front of the router? Are any of them blinking? Can work well. Remember to ask neutral and non-threatening questions. Make it sound like the computer is at fault, not the user. These type of things will help you build rapport and you'll be able to get more information so that you can solve problems faster. There's nothing wrong with having an initial theory turn out to be incorrect. It just means going back to the drawing board and looking for another explanation. It happens. Some problems are very complicated. Focus on isolating the issue to narrow down the possible culprits and double-check manuals or online resources if needed. If you've tried everything you can think of, or perhaps are in a tense situation that's time-sensitive and you feel in over your head, don't be afraid to escalate the problem. Asking for help can be hard. Establish a plan of action. If your theory was right and the fix worked, then you're brilliant. If not, you need to look for next option. This may take one of the following 3 paths. Verify full system functionality. If the first fix didn't work, try something else. If needed, implement the fix on other computers. Reboot first, ask question later. If you're running into a software problem on a computer, the first step, after understanding what the problem is and writing down any relevant error message or capturing them in a screen grab, should always be to reboot. Many times, the problem will go away and your work is done. If the solution worked and there are no other affected computers, verify full system functionality. When trying solutions to fix a problem, make only one change to the computer at a time. If the change doesn't fix the problem, revert the system back to the way it was, and then make your next change. Making more than one change at a time is not recommended for 2 reasons. 1, you are never sure which change actually worked. And 2, by making multiple changes at once, you might accidentally cause additional problems. Use the internet to look at the manufacturer's website. The vendor's instructions could prove invaluable. Read the manual. Talk to your friend who knows everything about obscure hardware or arcane versions of Windows. When fixing problems, 2 heads can be better than 1. For example, perhaps some configuration information was entered incorrectly to the DHCP server, giving everyone the wrong DNS server address. Spread the solution. Or maybe a software update that was pushed to all client computers messed up a configuration, and you happen to be first on the scene. Step 4 of the best practice methodology is to establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and implement the solution. This includes referring to the vendor's instructions for guidance. Step 5. Verify functionality. For example, if the users couldn't get to any network resources, check to make sure they can get to the internet, as well as to internal resources. Some solutions may accidentally cause another problem on the system. For example, if you update software or drivers, you may inadvertently cause another application to have problems. There is obviously no way that you can or should test all applications on a computer after applying a fix, but know that these types of problems can occur. Just make sure that what you've fixed works and that there aren't any obvious signs of something else not working all of a sudden. Elon Musk's talent and skill sets is just fit in the right place and time. Being a 7 foot tall in a gymnast is a disadvantage. Likewise, being a 4 foot tall in basketball is a disadvantage. Tell me your greatest strengths and I'll tell you your greatest weakness. There's a strong genetic component to how obedient or rebellious you are when facing authority. You can easily imagine how someone with more oxytocin might be inclined to build habits like writing thank you notes or organizing social events. Michael Phelps and Hikam L. Giroj were lucky to be born with a rare set of abilities that are highly valued by society and to be placed in the ideal environment for those abilities. The truly great among us are the ones who not only work hard but also have the good fortune to be exposed to opportunities that favor us. In-demand fraud analyst job in Philippines that turns out to be your strength because you are a good communicator and studied engineering. Shift your focus to the best solution you've found, but keep experimenting occasionally. The proper balance depends on whether you're winning or losing. If you are currently winning, you exploit. If you are currently losing, you continue to explore. In the long run, it is probably most effective to work on the strategy that seems to deliver the best results about 80 to 90% of the time and keep exploring with the remaining 10 to 20%. Google famously asked employees to spend 80% of the work week on their official job and 20% on projects of their choice. If you can find a game where the odds are stacked in your favor, create one. For realizing that James Clear read Scott Adams' book that became the foundation of his genius, and other ideas on top of Scott Adams' ideas, and he believes that even though some talents do not start out well, you can often win in a very narrow category. It was published 2018 and 2013. For realizing that having great genes alone won't make you succeed, you also have to be in the right environment. That is why repotting is so useful. For realizing that I should not think that I will not be great fraud analyst if I do not put 3 to 5 years of experience learning the craft because we all have limited time and I won't know if I have given great genes or not. For realizing that fraud is just a way of looking at things, some fraud is actually good if you can find a way to create or make them. That is why fraud analyst's job is mostly troubleshooting. For realizing that principle in becoming top student also applies in becoming top agent, it's underachieving in other things simply because you have limited time. It's stats management. For realizing that fraud analysts will always be in demand because Satan is always defrauding the world. Also, to go up in a company, you don't necessarily need to become competent. For realizing that what I get in a school is also community, it's a society of high-performing individuals come together for a specific purpose. For realizing that based on engineering, the real, you also have to be an in-demand industry because our job is also an investment. For realizing that sometimes those who study engineering for 10 years has better pay than top-notch because life is complicated. They may be given a break or have people skills to become CEO. There's only so much work ethic you can do. So much of it is in the industry or company you are. It's about solving bigger markets. To whoever has will be given more. To whoever has not, even what they have will be taken from them. For realizing that aid is part of the problem in third world countries, it's better for people to work hard to earn their money than give it to them. For realizing that fraud is just a way to look at things, it requires high level of analysis to determine what's good economically for society. Reading Lee Kuan Yew or economics books is advantage in fraud. It will also help to read books about laws and policies. For realizing that almost all highly paid jobs is dead-end jobs, company designs it that way. People who look for skill in companies will be replaced by people who focus on market and investment because their skills will quickly become obsolete in the marketplace. For realizing that it's better to work in boring jobs or call center because of most of high-paying jobs or for electrical engineering in Philippines has a high attrition because a lot of engineers wants to work in it. Add to the fact, based on the engineer you know, someone who graduated after 10 years can earn more than cum laude because life is complex. We are trying to describe it with our little irrational brains. That's why Isaac Newton lost all his money. For realizing that talent is the income differentiator between haves and have-nots, it's not degree. There is very low correlation between degree and income today. For realizing that I also have to improve my accent by listening to my calls and realizing that people tend to correlate good accent to language fluency, but having French accent doesn't make me unqualified for the job because the thing that sets America apart is the recruitment of talent from Asia, Middle East, Africa, and Europe because of the English language. And remember that knowing that companies design work to be addictive, you have to find jobs that enhances a skill that can easily be used in another job or can easily be repeated in adjacent industry like English speaking, writing, and listening. Entry-level English-speaking verification can often repot in sales, customer service because of the persuasion skill they need to do that job. For realizing that being out of team-up and pit nibbles or being rejected in an interview is better for me long-term because those environment is unhealthy and my talent at that time is not suited for them. For realizing that my dream job in top companies as electrical engineer is toxic because of how corporate structure are designed. It is designed to have bad management. This is especially true in the Philippines because of the oversupply of workers in any field. So the career that you are choosing so that you can be better than Cesa is really a boring job. You really want a boring job and build business on the side. For realizing that reading easy prey will compound my knowledge in my area of expertise. For realizing that no one wants to apply in my job because it's either boring or overwhelming. The location is far, so it will be costly to those who has experience. They put fraud analysts in San Mateo because they knew that people who was experienced in that field is located in QC. For realizing that it will be pleasant to work at my job because client came from Canada who has seen every problems possible. Also, the account is pioneer, so there's a timing advantage, and as you know, people will not become PewDiePie because they started at the wrong time. For realizing that I am not doing high-level engineering work 5 years after I graduate in any field, with some exception but most don't. Let's say civil engineering, you will only do what you know and can, which is estimates, and the work requires you to go on site, which is not your ideal lifestyle. For realizing that I should start with my lifestyle when figuring out what career to take. For realizing that company or our environment can influence the vision and goals that we had when we started. It changes our identity, religion, and so on. That's why God designed environment to be the most important factor of your success. For realizing that the value of school and Japanese language centers particularly is the environment you will become, the average person. For realizing that you improve your conviction and communication skill by knowing more about your area of expertise, by reading books and reading articles related to the problem you are currently solving. For realizing that Kia, Joanna, and software engineers that you knew is not even the same. Those jobs can quickly become unbearable with bad manager. It can quickly become unhealthy since you are not talking to people. It's not a useful skill in this world. Economics is complicated. You have to consider the supply. If you hear a whining sound and it seems to be fairly constant, it's more than likely a fan. Either it needs to be cleaned desperately or replaced. Power supplies that are failing can also sound louder and quieter intermittently because a fan will run at alternating speeds. Problems with optical drives tend to be the easiest to diagnose. Those drives aren't constantly spinning unless you put some media in them. If it's not responsive, then shut off the power as quickly as you can. Examine the power supply to see if there are any obvious problems such as excessive dust and clean it as needed. Power the system back on. If the noise was caused by the hard drive, odds are that drive has failed and system won't boot normally. So that's grinding and other random noises. Identifying general hardware symptoms and causes. Some hardware issues are pretty easy to identify. A simple rule to remember about grinding noise and other random noise is this. For it to make a noise, it has to move. In other words, components with no moving parts such as RAM, SSDs, and CPUs don't make sounds. Excessive heat. Any component with its own processor will have a heatsink. Overclocking, running the processor faster than it was designed to run, causes the CPU to produce more heat. In many cases, this voids the manufacturer's warranty and can shorten the life of the CPU. While it may be exciting to run the system at a faster speed, overclock with caution. Case fans are designed to take hot air from inside the case and blow it out of the case. There are many different designs, from simple motors to high-tech liquid-cooled models. Put your hand up to the back of your computer at the power supply fan, and you should feel warm air. You learn that in troubleshooting, the first objective is to identify the problem. Many times, this can be the most consuming task. Exam essentials. Know the steps to take in troubleshooting computers. Understand what happens during the post routine. During the power on self-test post, the BIOS checks to ensure that the base hardware is installed and working. Generally, once post beep is good, any more than that and you might have an error. Understand problems related to system BIOS or UEFI. BIOS or UEFI settings are maintained by the CMOS battery when the system is powered off. If the system keeps losing the date and time or boot settings, it could indicate a problem with the CMOS battery. Know what is likely to cause unexpected shutdowns, system lock-ups, continuous reboots, and intermittent device failures. All these issues can be caused by a failing motherboard, CPU, or RAM. In the case of other intermittent device failures, it could be that specific devices as well. Many times, these issues are exacerbated by overheating. Understand common problems that power supply can cause. Power supply can fry components, but they can also cause no power grinding or squealing noises, spinning fans, but no power to other devices, smoke and burning smells. Know which devices within a system can make loud noises. Generally speaking, only devices with parts such as HDDs, power supplies, and fans can produce unwanted loud noises. Know how to avoid overheating. Using fans and heatsinks will help to avoid overheating. Also know that overclocking the processor can cause overheating. Know the proprietary crash screens for Windows and Mac operating systems. Windows has the blue screen of death (BSOD), whereas macOS uses the pinwheel. Understand what a disintended capacitor is. It's when a capacitor swells and possibly bursts, releasing a reddish-brown electrolyte. A motherboard where disintended capacitors will likely fail. Don't touch the electrolyte. Know what causes a black screen. Black screens are likely the fault of the video card, video cable, or display unit. If the video circuitry is built into the motherboard, it could be a faulty motherboard as well. Understand causes of sluggish performance. Generally, sluggish performance is related to the memory or hard drive. If either are being overused, the system will be slower to respond. Overworked CPUs can also cause sluggish performance. Know what causes application crashes? App crashes are most likely one of two things: a poorly coded app or faulty memory. You have discovered the fix for a broken laptop. Before implementing changes, what should you consider according to the best practice methodology? When a user turns on their desktop computer, nothing appears on the screen. They hear 3 long beeps, followed by 3 short beeps and 3 long beeps. What should you do as a next step? This system is producing a beep code and not completing the post process. Different BIOS manufacturers use different beep codes. Look up this beep code on the manufacturer's website before replacing any hardware. The 2 sub-steps to identify the problem are: gather information from the user and identify user changes to the computer, and inquire regarding environmental or infrastructure changes. Conducting internal or external research is part of establishing a theory of probable cause. Referring to the vendor's instructions for guidance is part of establishing a plan of action to resolve the problem. Determining the next step to resolve the problem is part of testing the theory to determine the cause. Capacitors store energy and are located on the motherboard and inside the power supply. Since the capacitors are exposed, it likely means that technician is seeing the problem in the motherboard. CPUs and RAM do not have capacitors. The second step in the best practice methodology is to establish a theory of probable cause. Question the obvious. While it makes sense to question the obvious at all times during troubleshooting, it officially falls under this step in the best practice methodology. The fifth step in the best practice methodologies to verify full system functionality, and if applicable, implement preventive measures. This step occurs after a plan of action to resolve the problem has been established and before findings, actions, and outcomes have been documented. Intermittent shutdowns are hard to troubleshoot but are most likely hardware related. When troubleshooting, always make one change at a time to try to resolve the issue. Replacing the RAM or the CPU to see if it resolved the problem could be a good next step. But replacing three components at once is too many changes unless you have specific reason to believe it is all three. Reinstalling Windows is probably overkill. As well, narrow down these issues before implementing sweeping solutions such as that. When troubleshooting, always question the obvious. In this case, the system beeps once, which is usually a signal from the BIOS that post completed successfully and air is coming from the system fan. All of that appears to be normal. Check to see that monitor is connected properly to the desktop computer and that it's receiving power. The fourth step in the best practice methodology is to establish a plan of action to resolve the problem and implement the solution, which was done already. The next step is to verify full system functionality and, if applicable, implement preventive measures. The final step is to document findings, actions, and outcomes. Reviewing system and application logs is part of identifying the problem, which is the first step. For realizing that law clarifies everything, and it helps to avoid fraud. Avoid distraction on what matter the most, which is customer, colleague, and Norja experience. Do they feel good about it? For realizing that Quantrix is so careful in attrition because they are so new, when investors saw it, their stock price will crash. For realizing that new hires cost a lot because of the mistakes that they'll make, and the customer time will lose because of that mistakes. For realizing that risk management also applies in hiring, where the cost of this new hire making mistakes is greater than just paying more or tenured employee. For realizing that T-Mobile is focusing on what matters most, which is the long haul, the tractor, signature responses, and awesome experience. Because of that, they move the needle in the positive direction and won well. For realizing that because commitment should be voluntary, other department, customer, colleague, and Norja should feel good about making commitments. For realizing that our advantage is to learn from our mistakes and share that mistakes from others. That's why reading books instantly make you more valuable as a person. That's what made us unique as humans. For realizing that customer or care offer change price plan if customer wants more hotspot. For realizing that customer is still being charged for long distance call when they use app like WhatsApp using their mobile data. Also, Wi-Fi calling is only to boost network and would still use local tower. For realizing that customer needs to be in impacted location to perform troubleshooting. For realizing that tech can also change Virgin Mobile language to English or other languages. For realizing that changing APN will help internet connection issue. They changed APN to IPv4 for hotspot device for universal compatibility. For realizing that if the admin page is not working, care usually call the manufacturer due to possible defective device, and it's entirely different set of problems and call drivers for call center agents. For realizing that there is a better issue with MBB device of T-Mobile, that's why it's sometimes overheat. For realizing that tech has a tool to check the coverage in a specific location. For realizing that Ace that does not want you to ask if store is in busy because it will be considered high effort for the store representative. For realizing that customer can request a one-time courtesy if they did not ask for 360 protection insurance or they just accidentally Ellie added. For realizing that I am a masturbation addict because of the culture and laws of the people or the street I grew up, because that affect our brain and result more than anything else. For realizing that a lot of us are deserving to be director at a young age, but not everybody's being given the opportunity or timing that needed to show our skills. Additionally, some people just don't like managing thousands of people. For realizing that we have different goals and wants, some just don't have the aspiration to have the lifestyle that those managers have, like being on site, etc. For realizing that some are just brilliant engineer and horrible at management because they just don't have the necessary soft skills or communication or things that you have studied in call center. For realizing that Royco is added because care receives a lot of disputes with international calls and we end up losing money in that business. For realizing that US carrier care expert can advise customer to watch on YouTube on how to insert SIM to avoid slot damage. For realizing that tech is always aware of the known issue on their call drivers because that might be the one that's causing problems. The way to excel in a high competition environment like Philippines is to stay in a job for at least 3 years and be good to others even when they aren't to you. For realizing that I should do more exercise, readings, writings, social media detox, and cleaning my goals nowadays to keep grounded in this increasingly toxic environment of the Philippines. For realizing that writing gratitude helps me to see the luck and take advantage of it. It made me who I am today. It lets me to discover how hard it is to find a good manager and company that will make your life not totally miserable. For realizing that I should start my words with regret and assurance afterwards, like I'm sorry that happened but don't worry, we'll make sure to include that in our process improvement tool to make our process better moving forward. For realizing that customer service is more about the process now than the agent. Call center jobs are becoming more and more complex, but they are still hard for communication. It's a way to measure customers' expectation through email, chat, call, and so on. It doesn't matter if you're the best engineer, if you don't have call center to know your customer expectation, you are useless. For realizing that patience is really the key in diffusing wealth. It's learning everything you can. 5K or 1,500 a month really doesn't matter in the long term. It's your patience that matters because it's hard to be happy while waiting. So you have to be grounded and do more of your patience activities. Read, religion, art, gratitude, exercise, dopamine detox, deep work, fasting, world-class project, happy music, movie, and book, and so on. For realizing that doing your passion or choosing your career is more complicated than someone thought of, its focusing in lifestyle-centric approach is what seems to be the key because our environment changes us. And when praying for that job, also pray for an environment that fits your lifestyle that won't lead to depression, anxiety, and burnout. For realizing that I can use I'm sorry that happened, I apologize for what happened, and I'm sorry about that, and let me check on that right now. For realizing that customer expectation on good service evolves to systems. They become smarter today so they understand that there's a lot of things that beyond agents' control. For realizing that managers bring order to what is otherwise an enormous challenge of keeping employees in track of their goals. They clarify, lead, and track. They are visionary and they paint the picture to what is otherwise unclear direction of an agent because they go through stuff that we don't know about. For realizing that timing is God's way of blessing us with His luck, it is very important because had you born in different time, you would have different life. For realizing that we are easily distracted, so we tend to lose focus on what matters, like avoiding cost and meeting customers' expectation. For realizing that starting your career at pandemic might actually be a good thing because work from home jobs became the norm. For realizing that I should read richer, wiser, and happier, book more to gain more patient because our current economic situation makes us impatient. Counterintuitively, patience is the secret to learning and adapting to this fast-changing environment. For realizing that US Telco Care can advise customer to go to Bell Repair Center to physically check the phone if it's not turning on. For realizing that Wave 4 won't know Wave 2 and 1 as much as you knew them because you have read all their concerns and heartbreaks in your GC. That is why you're advantage to them along with Jamie Rodriguez Facebook. For realizing that if you have 3 years of call center experience, your job will be secure in Philippines. That is your high income skill. For realizing that everybody loves Sundar Pichai, which made him a CEO of Google. For realizing that every industry has their own time to shine. For realizing that AHT and productivity is an inaccurate way to measure an agent's performance. For realizing that not having opportunity in fulfilling fields might be a blessing in disguise because you won't be able to work from home at the start of your career and learn what you really want if it didn't happen. For realizing that we protect against the fastest growing crime in Canada. For realizing that our process is designed by business analysts. For realizing that most of the successful IT you know didn't know that their skill will be valuable until pandemic. For realizing that short-term gains and short-term losses are potential imposters as there neither is necessarily indicative or real investment ability. 1 year with a great return can overstate the manager's skill and obscure the risk he or she took. There are a number of topics CompTIA expect you to know for the 220-1102 exam as it pertains to security issues. Many of these issues also appear in other CompTIA certification exams such as Security Plus and other exams that have a security component. Rest assured that for the 220-1102 exam, you do not need to know the depth of content. Common symptoms. The operating system is by far the largest attack vector for threat agents. The software installed on the operating system and the files that the operating system stores are the perfect mixture of targets. Threat agents can target an unpatched application that contain vulnerability. A threat agent can also sneak a file that is infected with malware onto the operating system. The applications that are installed on the operating system should be kept current with patches as well. In most cases, the problem can be attributed to either a malfunctioning network interface card or improperly installed network software. To fix this problem, you must fix the underlying hardware problem, if one exists, and then properly install or configure the network software. In some situations, network connectivity issues can be related to security threats. Although you might not seem to have network connectivity, The NIC might be working fine, while the real problem is a malicious program that has crashed or that is not operating as the creator of the malicious program intends. Microsoft updates. Occasionally, applying an update will fix a problem, mainly because that is what updates do. They fix problems. Once you've identified that applying an update is the solution, you need to download, distribute, and install the update. Luckily, by default, Windows 10 or 11 automatically install updates for the operating system to keep you up to date and problem-free. In certain situations, a problem may require you to reinstall software. Windows-based issues can be grouped into several categories based on their cause, such as boot problems, missing files, such as system files, configuration files, and virtual memory. If you're troubleshooting a boot problem, it's imperative that you understand the Windows boot process. Common symptoms, they range from dreaded blue screen of that to spontaneous restarts and everything in between. Sluggish performance. The first step to solving the problem is identifying the component that is impacted by the performance issue. The following is a list of critical components that can be affected by slow performance: CPU, RAM, disk, network, graphics. As you can see from the list of possibly affected components, many of the symptoms are closely related, such as RAM, CPU, and disk. The excessive usage of RAM can create performance symptoms with your hard disk drive. If left for a long period of time, this can both lead to an increase in CPU activity. There are several tools that you can use to identify the problem area so that you can focus on your attention on narrowing down the problem. The first tool you should start up is the Task Manager, as shown in figure 19.1. You can launch Task Manager in several different ways. The first tool you should start up is the Task Manager, as shown in figure 19.1. The Performance tab will show you 4 of the 5 critical areas, detailed previously on the left side. In this example, you can see that the processor is spiked out at almost 100% and all other systems are within tolerance. Now that you've isolated the problem to the critical area of CPU, you can narrow it down further by looking at the Process tab as shown in figure 19.2. You can see that Microsoft Windows malicious software removal process is using nearly 26% of the CPU. The other 74% is most likely distributed among other processes. By clicking the core area headings of CPU, memory, disk, and network, you can sort usage from high to low or from low to high. In this particular instance, the operating system was caught booting up, so that particular process was displaying high CPU. Starting in Windows 8, the Task Manager gained a few tabs. One of those is called Details. Using Resource Monitor, you can get a much more detailed view than what is displayed in Task Manager. Resource Monitor also allows you to sort details, the same as Task Manager. You can click each critical area and drill down to the performance issue. A unique feature of Resource Monitor is the visualization of data. When you select a process on the upper view, Resource Monitor automatically filters the activity of the critical area. As you can see in this example, the Edge browser processes have been selected, and then the network tab can be chosen to display the network activity and connections. The result is the isolation of network activity for this process. This can be done for any critical areas. Now that you've isolated the problem to an action or process in the operating system, you need to do the following. Formulate a theory of probable cause. Test the theory to determine the cause. Establish a plan of action to solve the problem. Verify the full system functionality. And if applicable, implement preventive measures. The theory of probable cause may be that a hardware upgrade is required due to a new version of the application that demands more resources. It's not too far from the truth. Sometimes a process is hung up and is affecting another process. You might find that after running a large query, the hard drive is extremely stressed. Your action plan might be to upgrade the hard drive or move the workload to a faster machine. In either case, you need to verify that the process is functioning the way the user expects it to. If you determine that it's a certain report in the database, remind the user that the report takes time and maybe they should schedule it when the computer is not immediately needed. Or schedule the system for an upgrade of hardware to prevent these problems in the future. Ultimately, you should document your findings so that other technicians do not waste time in the same issue. Boot problems. In order to troubleshoot a failure to boot, you need to understand the complete boot process, starting with either the BIOS or the UEFI. The process is slightly different depending on which firmware you have on the motherboard. However, the outcome is the same. The hardware hands control over to the operating system so that operating system can boot. BIOS, legacy BIOS system perform a power on self-test post, and then the BIOS bootstrap routine looks at the master record MBR at the beginning of the disk. The MBR then reads the boot sector on the first primary partition found. This boot sector then instructs the boot manager to load.
BIOS. Legacy BIOS systems perform a power on self-test, and then the BIOS bootstrap routine looks at the master record MBR at the beginning of the disk. The initial boot sequence from hardware control to software control is almost identical in both BIOS and UEFI firmware. UEFI firmware does give you many more options because UEFI drivers can be loaded before control is handed over to the software. This allows UEFI to treat all locations containing an operating system the same, up to the point at which the hardware hands control over to the software. There is no difference between a network boot and a hardware reboot. After control is handed over to the software, several files are used to complete the operating system boot out. The most important files are as follows: Windows Boot Manager. The Windows Boot Manager or Boot Manager bootstrap the system. In other words, this file starts the loading of an operating system on the computer. BCD. The boot configuration data or holds information about operating system installation on the computer, such as the location of the operating system files. Winload.x is the program used to boot Windows. It loads the operating system kernel. WinResume.x. If the system is not starting fresh but resuming a previous session, then WinResume.x is called by Boot Manager. NTOS kernel.x The Windows OS kernel is at the heart of the operating system. The kernel is responsible for allowing applications shared access to the hardware through drivers. Again, the kernel is responsible for allowing applications shared access to the hardware through drivers. NTBT-log detects the Windows boot log stores a log of boot time events. It is not enabled by default. System files. In addition to the previously listed, Windows needs a number of files from its system folders, for example, System and System32, such as the hardware abstraction layer, hal.dll, the session manager, smss.exe, the user session, winlogon.x, and the security subsystem. Numerous other dynamic link library DLL files are also required, but usually the lack of them or corruption of one of these files produces a non-critical error, whereas the absence of hal.dll causes the system to be non-functional. Each machine has a different startup routine called post, which is executed by the commands written to the motherboard of the computer. Newer PNP boards not only check memory and processors, but also poll the systems for other devices and peripherals. The master boot record, MBR, loads and finds the boot sector. Once the system has finished its housekeeping, the MBR is located on the first hard drive and loaded into memory. The MBR finds the bootable partition and searches it for the boot sector of that partition. The MBR determines the file system and loads boot manager. Information in the boot sector allows the system to locate the system partition and to find and load into memory the file located there. Boot manager reads the boot configuration data, or BCD, to get a list of boot options for the next step. The BCD contains multi-boot information or options on how the boot process should continue. Boot manager then executes winload.x. This switches the system from real mode, which locks multitasking, memory protection, and those things that make Windows so great, to protected mode, which offers memory protection, multitasking, and so on, and enables paging. Protected mode enables the system to address all the available physical memory.
Your problem is you think you are better than them, but the truth is there are many variables and other people won't put attention to you unless you have more than 10,000 subscribers. And successful people support other people, they don't drag them down. And it doesn't matter if you don't have an experience in call center much, because you can just talk about what you know and you can leverage other people's knowledge, because everything that you ever wanted in life, other persons already have it. And engineering is one of the most underpaid in the Philippines and even on the map, so don't be afraid what the engineering students will tell you, because if they are really successful, they shouldn't drag you down. So other people won't necessarily know my secret to success. They have mindsets, cognitive abilities, business discipline, and they will also be successful, because everybody can win in life. And yes, maybe I might think that I am better than them, but I learn from my mistakes. That's why I told Ned that being an engineer doesn't matter, and that's why I am an advocate of self-learning, but not because my parents or society instilled in me that when I am good in school than others, I am better than them. I can change that beliefs because we have a choice and we stock the skill over time, so I can change over time. You should realize that without that loneliness, pain, suffering, there is no happiness. So you should go through even if you don't feel happy or motivated, or when you still want your ex Janet, your past relationship with her, when Bon is the only one who fuck her, because there will be no happiness without that. So be thankful about it, and there would be no winning without challenge, and that's what life is all about. And there will be at times that you will want to give up because you're not seeing any results, and others has a results. Just know that loneliness or that negative thoughts won't last forever. Remember how Carmi Raimundo becomes hopeless before the House of Us? Don't lose hope. Die first before you give up. I should focus more on how to accept pain, suffering, and loneliness because that keeps you from taking action. And it costs you a lot of energy, so you're not able to focus on earning 1,000 PHP because your mind wanted to masturbate. So you should fix the lies that going on in a daily basis in the alchemy of self, more in life, or when you will search in computer in St. Luke's. And that is how you discover get pseudo, like why Danlock is a scam. It's about asking why not or asking what's the lie. I should focus on thinking about the opportunities and fixing my mindset or fixing the lies that's going on in my mind in a daily basis in alchemy of self. And what is holding me back from earning 1,000 pesos. So I should always be thinking what opportunities out there, because if they have the opportunity, they won't tell you that. And the way they get that opportunities is by having great mindsets and cognitive abilities. So focus more on improving your mindset and cognitive abilities because income really exceed personal development. And if you manage to earn $100,000, you won't be able to keep it if you have many self-destructive behavior or the lowest turn of your pattern of existence. And when it becomes part of you or you made your lowest pattern of existence your dreams, then that's what will determine the worth that you will get from the marketplace. And that is what's more important in life more than what we get. It's what we become, so I shouldn't focus on get pseudo business tactics or updated knowledge how to make money online because I should have the mindset first and cognitive abilities, then business tactics. You shouldn't choose on what is right or what is wrong because the money you choose, you will eventually require to face the wrong. So it doesn't mean that some Ovens said that what he is comfortable charging is the one what others will pay for him. It's not like that because if you didn't have $2,000, is he not deserving to be paid by $2,000? Because there is many things that you take into consideration, including time horizon, risk tolerance, how long have you been in your career, long-term goals, and liabilities. So don't choose because it depends on the situation. So think critically or don't choose on either what is right or wrong. So the question is, will you be able to spend 10% of your income if you're given a chance? Will you be willing to spend 100% of your income if you're given a chance? You did it, right? You discover real estate guy and how to really rent a condo by always being in cold place and all the things that you did back then like moving out. You should think of your current close to lie and closest to truth and remember all the nearest until you get far away to understand yourself and to be grateful because that's the most doable and effective way to do it. You should also think the new close to truth and close to life first that you wanted to add but don't have time to add it. Making your customer feel sad is misleading because it does not see you as an advisor to the customer or the changer of their close to lie and close to truth. Also, it did not add the fact that you should make the customer feel the pain without him noticing it by using her own words. Additionally, you have to know that they won't get the refund without you. So you have to flex what you will do by saying I and stating it at the end of contact using your customers' words or without them noticing, and people buy Amazon because of too many choices. You should look expert onset of the call just like how you close them in calls. You should build your customer certainty slowly because it's also misleading because some customer certainty is already 8 out of 10. You should always look behind your customer's eye and build close to lie and close to truth based on where they're currently at, based on the information you have from them. Just like how you build yours, because you will project your uncertainty if you are not convinced on close to lie and close to truth that you are providing them. You won't communicate the close to truth and close to lie to them if you did not use their language. Hence, ungratefulness in the end. You also have an end goal and somehow make them feel the pain and become the solution while doing the above mentioned. Well-compensated job in California will still struggle to raise a family. Building great things is big understanding of life. You have to understand economics and use it in your favor in order to build something great because building something great involves understanding the desire or demand, which is economics. Economics, finance, and technology might be your passion because it helps you feel secure and it allows you to earn more money than most people at your age do. It's something that you love to do and engineering aren't. Highest paid person in Philippines is based in real estate, banking, and retail. It is also what you want to do in your break and it's something bigger than yourself when you can scale it to others. I should do what I love to do, which is making money, because doing things other than that makes me depressed and made me have bad habits. It's about efficiency in the end. How little money can you spend? How can you extend you amplify your energy or life? Time management. Ince does not want to get your laptop. He asks you for it. It's just that he doesn't have money to pay for it too, and you have SSS. He only earns a bit in his business. You should not be angry to anybody. Realize that you'll be more successful living without them, but that doesn't mean they are bad. It's just how human psychology works. It depends if you can do grub in the day because you often do grub at night. Realize that you're also angry to Ince. BPO made people in the country in a healthy middle class and due to inability of government to create jobs domestically. So many people are fighting over a few jobs. Grab and call center is in demand now in Philippines. Uber still teach you customer service in Philippines because it allows you to talk to customer because in US they don't have COD and every items that the customer order in application is available. Our bosses are good in convincing but they also good in details and processes. Yes, I should not chase money, but making a multiple source of income is not about money. It's about financial education and something bigger than myself. Living better than kings 200 years ago is a big understanding of current wealth inequality. Baby boomers accounts to most of world's wealth because they have been rode the growth of financial markets and got the high income while having low cost of living. However, growing economy doesn't mean growing wages of workers like Philippines. Windows-based issues can be grouped into several categories based on their cause, such as boot problems, missing files, such as system files, configuration files, and virtual memory. If you're troubleshooting a boot problem, it's imperative that you understand the Windows boot process. The first step to solving the problem is identifying the component that is impacted by the performance issues. CPU, graphic user interface will be unresponsive and sluggish. CPU problems can be caused by an application that requires high CPU usage, such as movie rendering. RAM. A symptom of the operating system running out of RAM is high disk activity. As physical memory is used up, the less active pages of memory are swapped out to the hard disk drive, HDD. The symptoms of performance closely resemble CPU-related issues where applications are slow in loading. RAM problems can be caused by too many applications being open at once or an application that has high RAM requirements, such as database. Disk. A symptom of poor disk drive performance is the thrashing of the drive heads on the platters of the drive. Thrashing occurs when there is excessive movement of the drive arm to locate information on the drive. These problems can be caused by excessive fragmentation, high RAM usage, or a high volume of drive usage by applications such as video capture. Network. Symptoms of poor network performance are slow loading web pages, network applications that load slowly, and even timeouts. If you're using wireless, network issues can be caused by poor signal strength. Graphics. Symptoms of graphics GPU performance are usually related to slow running video games and playback of videos. As you can see from the list of possibly affected components, many of the symptoms are closely related, such as RAM, CPU, and disk. The excessive usage of RAM can create performance symptoms with your hard disk drive. There are several tools that you can use to identify the problem area so that you can focus your attention on narrowing down the problem. The first tool you should start up is the Task Manager. The Performance tab will show you 4 of the 5 critical areas. Now that you've isolated the problem to the critical area of CPU, you can narrow it down further by looking at the Process tab, as shown in Figure 19.2. By clicking the core area headings of CPU, memory, disk, and network, you can sort usage from high to low or from low to high. Using Resource Monitor, you can get a much more detailed view than what is displayed in Task Manager. You might find that after running a large query, the hard drive is extremely stressed. Boot problems. With the introduction of Windows Vista, the boot process had changed. In order to troubleshoot a failure to boot, you need to understand the complete boot process. The process is slightly different depending on which firmware you have on the motherboard. However, the outcome is the same. The hardware hands control over to the operating system so that operating system can boot. BIOS. Legacy BIOS systems perform a power-on self-test, and then BIOS bootstrap routine looks at the master boot record (MBR) at the beginning of the disk. No OS found. When it's reported that an operating system is missing or no OS is found, the first thing to check is that no media is in the machine, USB, DVD, CD, and so on. The system may be reading this media during boot before accessing the hard drive. The boot manager is responsible for executing the Windows recovery environment. Operating system instability. The cause could be a compatibility issue, a hardware issue, or a host of other problems. One tool that is extremely helpful in identifying software problems is Reliability Monitor. In addition to Reliability Monitor, you can access the Windows event logs in Event Viewer for information about Microsoft-based application problems. All third-party vendors should log errors to the Windows event logs, but generally, you will only find Microsoft products using these logs. In either case, you might find more information about why an application is crashing by looking at the application log. Reliability Monitor also captures the overall stability of the operating system. The overall stability of the operating system is drawn as a graphical line inside the Reliability Monitor application. Blue screen of death. It means that Windows fails to boot properly or quits unexpectedly. It is at this stage that the device drivers for the various pieces of hardware are installed or loaded. It is more likely than not that the problem is related to a misconfigured driver or misconfigured hardware. If it Windows, then go to safe mode so that it only loads only the basic drivers such as standard VGA video driver and the keyboard and mouse. System Restore will not affect personal files, but it will move applications, updates, and drivers. Frequent shutdowns. The problem is almost always related to faulty hardware or a faulty driver, but sometimes it can be as simple as tweaking your advanced power settings. Services not starting. A service failure to start is directly related either to another application installed with conflicting resources or to a misconfiguration of the service. If service is conflicting with another resource, just reinstall the software that installed the service that is failing. If the service fails to start because of misconfiguration, the most likely cause is the user account the service is configured to start with. Low memory warnings. The more items you can have in the running foreground of the operating system, the higher likely it is to have low memory warnings. It processes that our background minimize will be loaded into the page file or paging file on the hard drive. USB controller resources warning. As low loading profiles. A local profile is a group of settings for the user. The goal is to common troubleshooting steps. Rebooting. The goal is to fix the user's problem with minimal disruption. Restarting services. Services should be restarted if they crash, of course. If a service crashes, you can restart the device in the Computer Management MMC by selecting Services, then right-clicking Service and choosing Start. Services can be configured to automatically start in the event of failure on the Recovery tab of the Services properties, as shown in Figure 19.20. Fixing applications. If an application is crashing and acting erratically, it may be due to another application that has overwritten critical files used by the application, or the files may have become corrupted. In either case, choosing to repair an application will validate that it is installed properly, and the process will replace any missing critical files for the application. Data files and configuration files will not be touched. while the application is being repaired. Application requirements and resources. Although the hardware might meet the requirements of the application, most often the application is not the only application running on the hardware. Computers are built with a finite amount of resources such as RAM, CPU, and storage. After reviewing the application requirements and weighing the considerations of application coexistence with other applications and the current load of the application in question, you may decide to add more resources. System file checks. When a feature of the operating system stops functioning, when a feature or services of the operating system stop functioning or errors in a manner that makes you suspect corruption, the system file checker tool can scan and replace critical files. You can perform the same task on individual files such as kernel32.dll. However, if the operating system can't boot, you can use the command in offline mode as well. You simply boot the Windows recovery environment locally from installation media or some other source. Repairing Windows. The repair installation will reinstall all files from source media regardless of their integrity. To initiate a repair installation of Windows, you will need to first download a copy of Windows. The easiest way to download Windows is to use the installation media creation tool. You can download the media to a USB flash drive or to an ISO file. Then, you can start the process. You can just launch setup.exe and choose to keep all apps and files. Restoring Windows. Many of the ways to get your computer back up and running, such as reinstalling the operating system, take a lot of time. System Restore allows you to create restore points to make recovery of the operating systems. Restore points are useful for when Windows fails to boot, but the computer appears to be fine. If you need to use a restore point and Windows won't boot, the system will boot in the Windows recovery environment, in which a full system restore can be performed. The less disk space you make available, the fewer restore points. A factory recovery partition may exist on a machine. This partition, if it exists, may serve as a last resort for stabilizing a system if all else has failed. Microsoft updates. Occasionally, applying an update will fix a problem, mainly because that is what updates do. They fix problems. Rolling back device drivers. Rebuilding Windows profiles. User profile management can become complicated. An alternative to uninstalling an update is to use System Restore to revert an earlier time before the update. Very rarely you will find that a Microsoft or third-party update has created a problem on the operating system. Troubleshooting mobile OS issues. Application problems. Application launch issues. Application crashes. Application fails to update. Performance issues. Slow performance. Frozen system. Random reboots, such as it can be caused by battery health. Operating system needs to be updated. Not enough storage. Running too many running applications. The settings is set to auto restart. OS fails to update. The troubleshooting solutions could be reboot, check the OS and hardware compatibility, storage, and connectivity. Extremely short battery life could be because of overheating. Mobile device overheating. So what's the causes of this? Most of phones today have a built-in battery which is not user replaceable. When the battery goes bad, you are either tied to a charger every hour or it's time for a new phone. Connectivity issues such as intermittent wireless, no wireless connectivity, Bluetooth connectivity, near field communication, AirDrop, auto rotate issues. One common reason is that application is still running in the background and is not really loading. The solution would be to force stop and clear the cache. This usually happens right after an application upgrades itself. Application crashes. Another less common problem with applications is that they crash. This is how this particular problem differentiates itself from app not loading. It doesn't crash every time. The solution is the same. Force quit the application, clear the application cache, clear the application data, uninstall the application, reboot the device, reinstall the application. If none of this solution works, then it may be time to check the vendor site. Application fails to update. You may have one or more applications on your mobile device that fail to update. The developer's expectation is that their application will be updated on all mobile devices so that features still operate as expected. The Google Play Store and the Apple App Store manage the purchase, installation, and upgrade of applications. This upgrade maintenance on installed applications happen in the background. Remember, it happened in the background. The first troubleshooting step should be to try to manually upgrade it. The next step is to temporarily disable any antivirus or anti-malware software installed on the device. Performance issues. Most performance issues are directly related to the applications on the device. For example, an application may use too much processing time and it could cause poor battery life and performance. One of the performance issues would be slow performance. Slow performance is almost always related to RAM usage. The only real difference between traditional operating systems and mobile device is the default action for an application is not to close it, but to put it into the background. When RAM is filled up, the mobile device will swap background memory pages onto the built-in storage. This process is similar to the page file process. This slows down the device. One of the causes of performance issues is also frozen system. It doesn't really describe the temperature, just the functionality, a block of ice. If the system is froze, not responding to a single thing, it will appear with the same symptoms as a non-responsive touchscreen. The hard reset procedure should be researched for the type of device you are trying to hard reset. Another performance issues would be random reboots. Random reboots and restarts could be a symptom of hardware issue. They can also be related to a problem in the operating system. So one of the hardware issue would be battery health. The most obvious culprit is the battery that powers the phone. Second, one of the first operating system symptom would be the update. The operating system should be on the current revision of software. Another hardware symptom would be storage. Check the storage on the device and make sure that it is not over 90%. Another operating system symptoms would be running applications. Check the applications running on the operating system. This should be checked 10 minutes after reboot so that you can see the applications that are set to automatically start and boot. Auto restart. On some Android phones, there is an auto restart feature that should be turned off by default. Another thing to consider when fixing an operating issue of a frozen system would be the factory reset. It will rule out the device operating system from being the culprit of random reboots. Sorry, that's not for frozen system, that's for random reboots. Frozen system will appear with the same symptoms as non-responsive touchscreen. The hard reset procedure should be the research for the type of device you are trying to hard reset. So basically, for frozen system, hard and soft reset will do the trick. And another issue would be OS fails to update. When this happens, you could check this following options. First, reboot. A reboot of the mobile device is always recommended since the process could be preventing the update from installing. A reboot of the operating system also allows for memory to be freed up since insufficient memory could be preventing the update. Compatibility. You should check to make sure that operating system update is compatible with the mobile device hardware. Storage. Make sure that there is enough storage on the mobile device to accommodate the update. Connectivity. Be sure that you have a Wi-Fi connection and that you are currently connected. Many operating systems will not download the update over a metered connections, such as cellular. If none of these suggestions allows you to successfully update the mobile device, then you can try to manually install the operating system via over-the-air update. Extreme short battery life. Tips for increasing battery life include keeping OS updates applied, avoiding ambient temperatures that are too high or too low, letting the screen automatically dim, and turning off location-based services. You should also disconnect peripherals and quit applications not in use. Outside of the preceding usage tips, sometimes battery life is attributed to performance problem. High RAM usage can shorten battery life because power expended on moving pages of memory and in and out of RAM. Overheating. Luckily, mobile devices shut down when they get too hot from ambient temperatures or internal temperature from the CPU. When the device does overheat, you can often help it to cool down quicker by removing any protective case that may be there and putting it back on later. Mobile device overheating. When a mobile device overheats, be sure to understand why it is overheating. Was the CPU usage too high and indicative of another problem? Connectivity issues, such as intermittent wireless. There are a number of reasons why intermittent wireless connections can occur, but two most common are lack of good signal and interference. Include tracking your usage timeline and stay focused on your bookmarks. Open Facebook, add Sequoia, then creativity, and change environment, and 1 minute visualize resources, and nakasulat likod phone, and kung nakapagbolalo mga resources needed, and number 1 goal, and meditate and patay 3 beses ilaw, and weekly rhythm and ayos folder and ayos kwarto and productivity track and pabango unan and money track and labas charger and boxer and short and pantakip mata and dalawa pabango kwarto and earphone and ayos wallet and susi motor and bike and mouse and boxer and medyas and full charge power bank and laptop and short na black. Place, push-ups, then inom kafe, then kuha inihian, then lagay banyo, then thankful, and creativity, then lagay sa damitan, short, counter, akja call, ayos kwarto yung charger, then lagay sa pinto kwarto boxers, and couldn't power bank if not fully charged cellphone, and lagay earphone, wallet, and laptop, and power bank, then lagay phone banyo sa may lagayan yellow. Don't spoke if it's not needed because it will become your habit. Remind Sir Eric of the selfie. Review the most common concern of the customer and master navigating on C2. Bookmark all that you need like Nance. Focus on payment information and T-Mobile app. Write your vision or your vital function to succeed. Think carefully about your vital function, priority, etc. I learned that I need to change my reason, slash purpose of invitation, that I will help my mother to take care of her children. I learned not to be late no matter what happened. I learned to focus on what the customer feel, think, and hear. Ask Uncle Nelson to get the QC because of your mother. Understand the customer. Be kind to them because you know how it feels in their situation. I learned to be grateful instead of smoking. I learned that my listening skill is not effective, so I need to change something. I also need to know why we need to give what other person's needs when selling. There are two ways to connect to other people. One is by researching them beforehand, and second is reading their mind, real time. Bring your T-Mobile shirts later. I need to think what they are hearing, thinking, and feeling because for them to better understand me or for me to better know what I'm going to say so that they will understand. I need to think what they're hearing, thinking, and feeling while I speak. I've learned that I need to improve my confidence while speaking to T-Mobile customers. For realizing that giving or charity eventually comes back to us, if you want to be good in investing and in business or job, you have to give first. That's why there's a saying, you need money to make money. For realizing that retirement by US is by 65 as invented in 1889, which made their old people deteriorate like Lolo and Lola. That is the lesson God wants you to teach. For realizing that I should resist eating before taking a bath because I need to get the chemical in my brain. For realizing that I can water my mushroom and create another 4 space for the 4 mushroom you birth. For realizing that women are better being mother because by age 30, then their ability to get a child diminish. There's a store of employees in Facebook who sacrifice career for being a mother. For realizing that life is not simple, McLennan experienced thermodynamics like you when you knew that Tristan knows Ninoch. You are envy to Tristan even if you know you'll never marry Ninoch because you don't want a child, and for every attractive person you know, there's always someone tired of having sex with them. For realizing that as long as you have life and you will not retire anywhere, live through adversity of being poor, it's just successful people, just don't give up. For realizing that money is not enough, you should also use psychedelics and have mental fortitude to weather those storms. For realizing that God designed a world where it will be very hard to copy others because we will have completely different interpretation about things or Bible. That's why we have standard terms and definition because we are living in one place but we have different worlds. For realizing that God created us to mix things and use principle is what I got from psychedelics as an engineer. For realizing that even though we already have all the resources, we can still squander it if we are not master in solving problems. For realizing that psychedelics and seeing things in a lot of dimensions helps us to learn, understand, and solve problems fast because it is our blind spot. For realizing that mind's eye helps us to visualize 10 steps ahead because we are using our consciousness or other dimensions. For realizing that an adult has a choice, you can do your best but it's still up to the other human being if he will change or not because he has free will. For realizing that I can say that they can be called in frequently dialed number but it's for port out and it's last resort for SIM replacement because that's not stated in BPI for high risk validation because as per Globe and Mail, telco companies tries to hide our process because it can be taken against by fraudster. For realizing that scammers can buy Bell customers' passwords in dark web. For realizing that David Ray just connect taking ownership to business and he just connects seemingly unconnected things. For realizing that phones undergoes 1000 tests to different function, that's why it really broke. For realizing that the reason we won't be immortal is because of hate. So it's good to remind people of theft to remember that they can leave this earth anytime, which is the only thing they can cheat about. For realizing that death is invented so that we won't cheat and will do the right thing because if there's no death, there will be no one who will punish those who are unfair. For realizing that David Ray becomes successful by just being in the right company and having the necessary skill sets for a long time or preparing for that one big moment. For realizing that some Obens will still die because there's hate, there's still a possibility that other people kill him through hate. For realizing that in sales, I might be speaking to a person that potentially have a bad day. For realizing that I should change my schedule preference. For realizing that salesperson is not respected, engineer, doctor is respected because they don't understand it. For realizing that Wolf of Wall Street is a movie so I don't treat salespeople as bad people. For realizing that setting up customer expectation is 2022. For realizing that Canadians buy from Bell because they are alone and want to contribute to a better world. For realizing that we're heading to digital, so the saying that most Canadians still wants to speak to customer over the phone is wrong or outdated due to COVID. The transition to digital just got accelerated. For realizing that client make removing spending cap vague so we can think critical and some people can only understand that in psychedelic. For realizing that Carl is lucky to have parents who teach him English at an early age. For realizing that I am not really smart, I'm just lucky to have parents who set me up to succeed in college like my mother, sending money to me and my father paying for all other expenses. For realizing that we won't get the heaven that we want even if I have the 10 million like Mick Kevin said that money cannot buy happiness. For realizing that English language attracts talents, I didn't realize how valuable is that because in India, if you speak English, maybe 250 million people can understand you. For realizing that I did survive the hard part of a pioneer that has different schedule, it will become easier over time. I will learn a lot and I will thank myself for doing it. For realizing that for having humility, I realize how lucky I am for being a pioneer LOB. For realizing that these Americans are just lucky to be there, they don't even know how lucky they are and how things are already set up for them if they just learn to be grateful. For realizing that doing things I am passionate about is false, we love more things we spend time with. For realizing that Jewish in a lot of ways just fit in with achiever talents based on Gallup. For realizing that Philippines has a lot of restrictions in Philippines and in a lot of ways to whom you are born in PH decides your opportunity. For realizing that problem that you are solving in call center just requires object relationship and sequence, talents or deliberative talents. Aside from great communication because the problem in care doesn't require a lot of energy to solve or mental power. For realizing that people are stressed because they are not eating word of God enough, men shall not eat by bread alone, but by the word of God. If you want to have energy, you, if you want to eat protein, similarly, when you're weak and stressed, you have to read and read. October 24, 2022. For realizing that most people are genuine buyers in an online e-commerce, they will really request for refund unless you provided bad service. People requesting disputed refunds are normal for people who got bad product, those that quickly broken after you bought it, so it's freaking normal in US. For realizing that fraud support is the role next to senior customer service, which means our pay should be better than them. We also did outbound tech, which made your experience extremely valuable. For realizing that people are like cogs because they can easily die by one accident and will inevitably do so in 30 to 50 years, so no one is greater than the system. For realizing that customer service reps can climb the career ladder to vice president, so it's really not a dead end job. All roles that has a lot of responsibility also requires unique talents and that requires you to be different among the rest. For realizing that we should always write things that we are grateful for because it's a form of reading and writing, which makes us eat the healthiest form of stress reliever in this world. For realizing that to investigate fraud, you have to talk to the customer service rep or listen to their call, track what email and communication has been used to contact us. For realizing that to avoid non-existent customer, we have KYC and we have authentication to know if the customer processed the transaction themselves. We also have credit check to know what is the customer capable of paying now and in the future based on their jobs and so on. For realizing that a lot of fraud loss is just a customer employee's mistake and can be cured by a simple change of email structure. Processes have stored up call us to processing swap because human psychology tend to break the system if those simple processes are not in place. Humans need to be committed or know that there's an existing rules to follow through. Without those rules, it's hard to live life. For realizing that sellers tend to sell expertise that they are expert about and often have the buyer not have an idea on what they are selling, and this has the tendency to manipulate the market. For realizing that laws are made so that no people can have a direct control of the rules, but it's not always happen, so the buyer can request a refund or take the thief house away as a consequence of their action. That is called punishment. For realizing that if I want to be good in writing and make myself live forever, I have to read and write a lot. For realizing that people are afraid of death and does not take magic mushroom that made them succumb on fraudulent manipulation of product by the stock or seller. They don't understand entropy. For realizing that people who believe that they can earn money whenever and whenever they want if they are skilled believes in talents and skills, not systems. Because most highly paid job is extremely specialized and it's hard to find a job like that once you quit. For realizing that you have to activate the IMEI with the carrier to check if it's compatible with its services. For realizing that updating software, network settings, and creating APN solves data, calls, and text problems. For realizing that tech support checks the nearest tower in customer area to see the reason of no signal. For realizing that explanation of how people save money by buying bulk is in it of itself a customer's resolution. They also add a free line for multiple lines. For realizing that customer saves money from autopay by having no discounts from their plans. For realizing that customer can lower their monthly bill by removing Protection 360. For realizing that customer service jobs is to provide resolution in one call. They are there to provide the best solution options to the customer that will lead to their satisfaction. They also needs to heat check customer feeling during the call using passive, good, or detractor.
Doherty threshold. Productivity soars when a computer and its users interact at a pace less than 400 milliseconds that ensures that neither has to wait on the other. Key takeaways: provide system feedback within 400 milliseconds in order to keep users' attention and increase productivity. Use perceived performance to improve response time and reduce the perception of waiting. Animation is one way to visually engage people while loading or processing is happening in the background. Progress bars helps make wait times tolerable regardless of their accuracy. Purposely adding a delay to a process can actually increase its perceived value and instill a sense of trust, even when the process itself actually takes much less time. One of the features that is critical to good user experiences is performance. Emotions can quickly turn to frustration and leave a negative lasting impact when users who are trying to achieve a task are met with slow processing, lack of feedback, or excessive load times. Often overlooked as more a technical best practice, speed should be considered an essential design feature that is core to good user experiences. Whether it's the amount of time the product or service takes to initially load, how fast it is to respond to interactions and provide feedback, or how quickly subsequent pages load, the speed at which a system responds is key to the overall user experience. There are several factors that can impact the performance of websites and apps, but the most significant is overall page weight. Unfortunately, when it comes to page weight on the web, the average has increased exponentially over the years. Tesler's law, also known as the law of conservation of complexity, states that for any system, there is a certain amount of complexity that cannot be reduced. All processes have a core of complexity that cannot be designed away and therefore must be assumed by either the system or the user. Ensure as much as possible of the burden is lifted from users by dealing with inherent complexity during design and development. Take care not to simplify interfaces to the point of abstraction. Who should bear the burden of complexity within an application or a process? The user or the designers and developers? This is a fundamental question when considering the design of user interfaces and more broadly how human interacts with technology. When simplicity turns to abstraction. Conclusion: Tesler's law is important for designers to be aware of because it relates to the fundamental challenge we face throughout work: how we manage complexity. We must first acknowledge that with any process, there will be a necessary amount of complexity that cannot be removed, no matter how simplified the process becomes as a result of the design process. Everything from a humble email to a highly sophisticated checkout process will have inherent complexity that must be managed. As designers, we have a responsibility to remove inherent complexity from our interfaces, or else we ship that complexity to our users. This results in confusion, frustration, and a bad user experience. Where possible, designers and developers should handle complexity while taking care not to oversimplify to the point of abstraction.
When response times are too fast, most issues around response times boil down to them being too slow. It might seem counterintuitive, but it's more important to also consider when response times might be too fast. When the system responds more quickly than the user expects it to, a few problems can occur. First, a change that happens a little too fast may be completely missed. This is especially true when the change is not the result of an action taken by the user, but something that happens automatically. Another issue that can occur when a response time is too fast is that it can be difficult for the user. Von Restorff effect. When multiple similar objects are present, the one that differs from the rest is most likely to be remembered. Key takeaways: make important information or key actions visually distinctive. Use restraint when placing emphasis on visual elements to avoid them competing with one another and to ensure salient items don't get mistakenly identified as odds. Don't exclude those with a color vision deficiency or low vision by relying exclusively on color to communicate contrast. Carefully consider users with motion sensitivity when using motion to communicate contrast. Overview: thousands of years of evolutions have given humans an incredibly sophisticated system of vision and cognitive processing. We can identify objects in fractions of a second. We possess superior pattern processing capabilities in comparison to other living things, and we have an innate ability to spot small differences in objects. The von Restor effect is named after the German psychiatrist and pediatrician Hedwig von Restorff, who found in a 1933 study employing the isolation paradigm that participants presented with a list of categorically similar items best remembered ones that were distinctly different. In other words, memory is improved for items of a set that are visually or conceptually isolated from the older items. The von Restorff effect can also be seen in design elements intended to grab our attention. Take notifications, for example, which are meant to inform users when something requires them to take action. These ubiquitous elements can be found in almost every app or service and are designed to grab our attention for better or for worse. A common example of this visual phenomenon can be found in the design of interactive elements such as buttons, text links, and the like. The visual differentiation of these elements can help draw people's attention and inform them of the actions available to them, guiding users in completing tasks and preventing them from taking actions they didn't intend to. To demonstrate, take a look at the example in Figure 8.1, which depicts two versions of a confirmation model, one with buttons that are visually indistinct from one another, and another with emphasis placed on the most important button. Selective attention, banner blindness, and change blindness. Simply put, human lives in a world of distraction. Every day, at any given moment, we are subjected to a plethora of sensory information. While driving, at work, when attending a social event, or simply shopping online, most people have a multitude of signals competing for their attention. Objects within our field view might be visible, but we don't always see them. The reason for this is because attention plays a fundamental role in how we perceive the world around us. In order to maintain focus on information that is important or relevant to the task at hand, we often filter out information that isn't relevant. In other words, our ability to focus on things around us is limited in terms of capacity and duration.
so we focus on relevant information to the detriment of non-relevant information. It's a survival instinct known in cognitive psychology as selective attention, and it's critical not only to how we humans perceive the world around us, but also to how we process sensory information in critical moments that could mean difference between life and death. Conclusion: the von Restorff effect is a powerful guideline for how to use contrast to direct people's attention to the most relevant content. It can help to inform our design decision when we want to place emphasis on critical or important actions or information, and helps to ensure that users of our products and services can quickly identify what they need to achieve their goals. Contrast can also become problematic when not used with restraint. Logical security. Whereas the topic of physical security concepts from CompTIA's standpoint focuses on keeping individuals out, logical security focuses on keeping harmful data and malware out as well as on authorization and permissions. This logical security includes devices and methods that protects the environment logically, such as firewalls, antivirus software, and directory permissions, just to name a few. The areas of focus are antivirus software, firewalls, anti-malware, user authentication / strong passwords, and directory permissions. Each of these topics is addressed in the following section. Principles of least privilege. The principle of least privilege is a common security concept that states a user should be restricted to fewest number of privilege that they need to do their job. For example, if a frontline worker has administrative access on their computer, they have the ability to circumvent security. This is an example of internal threat. When you limit workers to the least privilege they need on their computers or the network, fewer intentional or accidental misconfigurations will happen that can lead to downtime or help desk calls. Access control lists. Access control lists are used to control traffic and applications on a network. Every network vendor supports a type of ACL method. For the remainder of this section, I will focus on Cisco ACLs. The control logic is defined with these simple questions. How are the conditions of an ACL evaluated? What is the default action if the conditions is not met? How is the ACL applied to traffic? How are conditions edited for an ACL? If a specific condition is not met for the ACL, the default action is to deny the traffic. With traditional ACLs, there is no way to edit a specific ACL on the fly. In figure 17.11, you can see a typical corporate network. There are two different types of workers, HR workers and generic workers. We can protect the HR server by applying an ACL to outgoing traffic for ETH 0/0 and describing the source traffic and destination to be denied. We can also apply an ACL to the incoming interface of ETH 0/2 describing the destination traffic to be denied. It is not important to understand how to build specific ACLs since commands will be different from vendor system to vendor system. Authentication factors. Something you know, something you have, something you are, somewhere you are, something you do. Somewhere you are is performed by authentication rules based on the user's location. Something you do, another relatively new factor of authentication for network systems, is based on something you do. Although it has been used for hundreds of years for documents and contracts, a signature is something that you do and don't even think about how you do it. Multi-factor authentication. All authentication is based on something that you know, have, are, or do, or a location you are in. A common factor of authentication is a password, but passwords can be guessed, stolen, or crocked. A fingerprint can be lifted with tape, a key can be stolen, or a location spoofed. No one factor is secure by itself because it can be compromised easily. It makes 2, 3, or 4 factors to authenticate, but as long as it is more than one, as the name implies, it is known as multi-factor. Some applications use email as 2FA method. However, using email as a 2FA option is probably the least secure method. This is mainly due to the fact that people reuse passwords. For realizing that meeting customers' expectations and wants is important because that is the purpose of our lives. For realizing that people who provided people wants and needs and maintain their relationships lives longer than they should be. For realizing that our vision comes from others, we don't control the world, it is controlled by the systems or people wants and needs. For realizing that excellent performance didn't came from scratch, it is judged by the perception of your customers and colleagues, so you have to learn to communicate well with them. For realizing that Warren Buffett is as skilled in the art of writing as he is in investing. For realizing that Nordia client expect their employees to innovate their services. For realizing that telling what to expect is connected to providing a well-trained employees. That is why customer badly wants agents who can set their expectation properly and who can provide better commitments to handle their emotions. For realizing that employers also look at the rate of improvement and age, not just your previous experience. For realizing that I feel bad that happened is different from I feel bad for what happened and I feel bad for this. For realizing that there's little clear-cut evidence that supports prevailing beliefs about why some people excel. For realizing that a brilliant scientist that is not loyal is a poor source of sustained competitive advantage. That is why consensus is very important. For realizing that copying the best performer is the best way to learn. For realizing that people are prone to arrogance once we hit success, when in truth, we just got lucky. For realizing that so many people are in a hurry in a wrong direction. If they just get patient and let life unfold, they will be successful or rich by default because that's what's God planned for them. For realizing that I just need compile JS, HTML, and CSS in one folder to run it in browser. For realizing that no matter how talented and hard worker we are, we still be dependent on systems, so it's very important to choose the environment and industry we will be part of. For realizing that I read talent when I was 23 years old, so that tremendously helps to accelerate my personal development. For realizing that it's okay if you don't come back to earth after you do magic mushroom, because at least you contributed in the research of society. For realizing that Tim Ferriss' latest advice on psychedelics changed to malleability tool that can be used for good or bad. For realizing that I should do 15 grams magic mushroom now because it will shape my brain and I would not be able to do it as my age increases, because our family are high risk of blood pressure and diabetes. For realizing that Lee Kuan Yew said that Jews are mostly smart because they marry rabbis who have to study different language like Torah, Hebrew, and so on. For realizing that I am not really smart, I was distressed because of the classmates I had in college, so I should find a school where I can find the same privilege and advantage that I have when I was studying. For realizing that even if I am doing a good job, if what I can do can be done by someone else and the product I'm working at is not revenue and profit generator for the company, I will be laid off soon. For realizing that people who did not look at their investment portfolio and focus on learning the market has a better returns than those who constantly check price of their stocks. For realizing that China stagnates because of its arrogance and complacency. For realizing that communication is the most important skill. For realizing that we're a deeply communicative species, so when communication is absent or poorly executed, we can quickly go from being perplexed to disappointed to frustrated and angry. Although, so it's CPU core components. Although the computer might seem to act quite intelligently, comparing the CPU to a human brain usually overstates its capabilities. A CPU functions more like a very powerful calculator than like a brain. But oh, what a calculator! Today's CPUs add, subtract, multiply, divide, and move billions of numbers per second. It's simply the speed of the CPU rather than actual intelligence that enables computers to perform feats such as accessing the internet, playing visually stunning games, or editing photos. The man in the box. Begin by visualizing the CPU as man in a box. This one clever guy, he can perform virtually any mathematical function, manipulate data, and give answers very quickly. This guy is potentially very useful to us, but there's a catch. He lives in a tiny, closed box. Before he can work with us, we must come up with a way to exchange information with him. So, how do we talk with the man in the box? Imagine that we install a set of 16 light bulbs, 8 inside his box and 8 outside his box. You can control the 8 pairs of bulbs by using a set of 8 switches outside the box, and the man in the box can control them by using an identical set of 8 switches inside the box. This light bulb communicate device is called the external data bus. Can you see how this works? By creating on or off patterns with the light bulbs that represent different pieces of data or commands, you can send that information to the man in the box and he can send information back in the same way, assuming that you agree ahead of time on what the different patterns of lights mean. Registers. The man in the box provides good insight into the workspace inside the CPU. The EDB gives you a way to communicate with the man in the box so you can give him work to do. But to do this work, he needs a work table. In fact, he needs at least 4 work tables. Each of these 4 work tables has 16 light bulbs. These light bulbs are not in pairs, they're just 16 light bulbs lined up straight across the table. In this code book, for example, 100001111 means move the number 7 into the AX register. These commands are called the microprocessor's machine language. The commands listed in the figure are not actual commands, as you've probably guessed. I've simplified dramatically. The Intel 8088 CPU actually used commands very similar to this, plus a few hundred others. By placing machine language commands called lines of code onto the EDB one at a time, you can instruct the man in the box to do specific tasks. All of the machine language commands that the CPU understands make up the CPU's instruction set. So here's the CPU so far. The man in the box can communicate with the outside world via the EDB. He has 4 registers. He can use to work on the problem you give him, and he has a code book, the instruction set, so he can understand the different patterns. Clock. The bell on a real CPU is a special wire called the clock wire. Most diagrams label the clock wire CLK. A change on the CLK wire tells the CPU that another piece of information is waiting to be processed. Okay, so you're ready to put the man in the box to work. You can send the first command by lighting up wires on the EDB. How does he know when you've finished setting up the wires and it's time to act? Imagine there's a bell inside the box activated by a button on the outside of the box. Each time you press the button to sound the bell, the man in the box reads the next set of lights on the EDB. Of course, a real computer doesn't use a bell. The bell on a real CPU is a special wire called the clock wire. For the CPU to process a command placed on the EDB, a certain minimum voltage must be applied to the CLK wire. A single charge to the CLK wire is called a clock cycle.
A CPU's clock speed is its maximum speed, not the speed at which it must run. A CPU can run at any speed as long as that speed does not exceed its clock speed. The maximum number of clock cycles that the CPU can handle in a given period of time is referred to as its clock speed. The system crystal determines the speed at which CPU and the rest of the PC operate. The system crystal is usually a quartz oscillator, very similar to the one in a wristwatch, soldered to the motherboard. CPU makers sell the exact make and model of CPU at number of different speeds. The quartz oscillator sends out an electric pulse at a certain speed, many millions of times per second. This signal goes first to a clock chip that adjusts the pulse, usually increasing the pulse sent by the crystal by some large multiple. The folks who make motherboards could connect the crystal directly to the CPU's clock wire. But then if you wanted to replace your CPU with a CPU with a different clock speed, you'd need to replace the crystal too. The quartz oscillator repeatedly fires a charge on the CLK wire, setting the bit. If the system crystal sets a bit slower than the CPU's clock speed, the CPU will work just fine, though at the slower speed of the system crystal. Back to the external data bus.
We've been talking about tables with rocks of light bulbs, but of course, real CPU registers don't use light bulbs to represent on or 1 and off or 0. Registers are tiny storage areas on the CPU made up of microscopic semiconductor circuits that hold charges. It's just easier to imagine a light bulb lit up to represent a circuit holding a charge. When the light bulb is off, there is no charge. This set of commands is known as a program, which is a series of commands sent to a CPU in a specific order for the CPU to perform work. Each discrete setting of the EDB is a line of code. This program, therefore, has 6 lines of code. Memory. Now that you've seen how the CPU executes program code, let's work backward in the process for a moment and think about how the program code gets to the external database. The program itself is stored on the hard drive. Hard drives simply can't give the data to the CPU at a fast enough speed. Computers need some other devices that takes copies of programs from the hard drive and then sends them one line at a time to the CPU quickly enough to keep up with its demands. Because each line of code is nothing more than a pattern of 8 ones and zeros, any device that can store ones and zeros, 8s across will do. Devices that in any way hold ones and zeros that the CPU access are known generically as memory. The program has an if statement, also called the branch by CPU makers. Addressing memory takes care of another problem. The memory must store not only programs but also the result of the programs. If the CPU adds 2 plus 3 and gets 5, the memory needs to store that 5 in such a way that other programs may later read that 5, or possibly even store that 5 on a hard drive. Memory and RAM. Memory must store not only programs but also data. The CPU needs to be able to read and write to this storage medium. Additionally, this system must enable the CPU to jump to any line of stored code as easily as to any other line of code. All of this must be done or at least near the clock speed of the CPU. Fortunately, this magical device has existed for many years: random access memory. Each cell is called a bit. Each row in the spreadsheet is 8 bits across to match the EDB of the 8088. Each row of 8 bits is called a byte. In pieces, RAM transfers and store data to and from the CPU in bite-sized chunks. RAM is therefore arranged in bite-sized rows. For realizing that it's more enticing for me to have a higher return and risk rather than low risk and return, because I'm just building my wealth and I have nothing to lose. For realizing that I'm not really full-time in stock market because I don't let investing suck my time when I'm doing my main work, which is doing what I love to do, like programming and learning finance. For realizing that not everybody will become YouTuber or entertainer, and that's okay. For realizing that Philippines is the most affected because we are economy are relying mostly on services, which is the most affected in the pandemic. For realizing that most services has been affected, but services that connected to internet like finance and e-commerce are not that affected. For realizing that higher value of peso added to the hardship of the pandemic. For realizing that remittance are dependent on the recovery of country where the remittance came from. For realizing that the listing of Chinese stocks will screw a lot of retirement accounts. For realizing that millennials will learn faster today because they have a lot of opportunity to fail in stock market. They will realize that there is a risk like the things you realized before when you just invest then in pre-market. For realizing that cash is trash today and diversification is important for big investors. For realizing that I should focus on improving my focus, you can do that by watching movies. For realizing that government doesn't want market to crash because of their retirement accounts. For realizing that scalping can be a profitable business in Philippines. For realizing that I can balance everything. For realizing that there's so many countries that poorer in Philippines like Venezuela. For realizing that I got lucky because I am wealthy and I knew Mercola and Alex Becker. For realizing that there's so many ways to get things done. Don't be limited by other people's solutions. Cold places or constraints helps us become more resourceful. For realizing that I can just redesign my document. For realizing that earning in Grab is not true. I can be holed up at night. For realizing that there is so many bad happening today that it makes sense that other people's behavior will become high risk. For realizing that I should renew my motorcycle. For realizing that I will never succeed no matter how good I am in Philippines if luck is not in my favor. For realizing that I should work like XP developer. For realizing that there's so many morons in Facebook, just ignore them. For realizing that I should buy stock at the right value because analyst or investor job is to value companies that will benefit society in the future. For realizing that Charlie Munger thinks that hedge fund manager just ride the stock market trend because the interest rate is so low. For realizing that your wife is an investment. For realizing that I can go bankrupt even if I am rich if I have 7 kids. For realizing that I should remember the emotion that I feel to better spot the close to life. For realizing that billionaires has the same choices as broke people. For realizing that minimum wage job will sustain our material needs. For realizing that I shouldn't sacrifice the things that makes me happy. For realizing that you don't need to be an entrepreneur to be happy. For realizing that humans are incorrect more than they are correct. For realizing that Napoleon Hill is super helpful but he might not able to interview the most successful people. For realizing that I should not be deceived by the activity that disguise themselves as productive and gives me better dopamine. For realizing that BPO is still running during pandemic better than OFW remittances. For realizing that things that seems productive tell me to do it because I'm gonna be burned out. For realizing that I should create rule to control the dopamine that I take every day. For realizing that organic traffic is not necessarily better if you can figure out the paid traffic the right way. It's good for you. For realizing that I shouldn't eat in the morning and middle of the day. For realizing that the problem with beginners is that they want to make money fast. You have to be master first. For realizing that Alex is not good in English. For realizing that I should just conclude my life if I won't do the things I love to do. For realizing that foreigners are selling off their stock. Philippines was not so good stock compared to other markets. For realizing that it's more like an L-shaped recovery. For realizing that 2008 crash, the OFW remittance remain constant. For realizing that OFW remittance and BPO are down by 16% and it will affect consumer consumption. For realizing that mass gathering in workplace are the source of new transmission. The CPU accesses any one row of RAM as easily and as fast as any other row, which explain the random access part of RAM. Computer use dynamic RAM for main system memory. DRAM needs both a constant electrical charge and a periodic refresh of the circuits. Don't confuse RAM with mass storage devices such as hard drives and flash drives. Address bus. We need some type of chip between the RAM and the CPU to make the connection. Because this is not a matter of just plugging the RAM into the EDB wires. RAM is a spreadsheet with thousands and thousands of discrete rows, and you need to look at the contents of only one row of the spreadsheet at a time, right? The CPU needs to be able to say which row of RAM it wants. The chip should handle the mechanics of retrieving the row of data from the RAM and putting it on the EDB. This chip comes with many names, but for right now, just call it the Memory Control Chip, MCC. The MCC contains special circuitry so it can grab the contents of any line of RAM and place that data or command on the EDB. This in turns enable the CPU to act on that code. Figure 3.17, the MCC grabs a byte of RAM. Once the MCC is in place to grab any discrete byte of RAM, the CPU needs to be able to tell the MCC which line of code it needs. The CPU therefore gains a second set of wires called the address bus, with which it can communicate with the MCC. Different CPUs have different number of wires, which you will soon see is very significant. How many patterns? Because each pattern points to one line of code and each line of RAM is 1 byte, if you know the number of wires in the CPU's address bus, you know the maximum amount of RAM that a particular CPU can handle. For the opportunity to improve my English communication and inspire other people. For exercising 2.5 hours and realizing that exercise is the dopamine substitute for masturbation. For my flawless skin. I improved my English communication to help my family at work. I meditated for 35 minutes. I took a break. For the opportunity to produce more value in the marketplace, for my healthy body, for realizing that not all mistake is failure. Remember, when you fail in your engineering course, you should have back to Japan. I want to be grateful today. I want to write the most important lessons of the day. I will do 3 exercises of Coursera creativity course. I help my family at home to buy diaper. I help them to learn. I give them French fries to eat. Don't drink so much beer. Always eat healthy. I sleep well a while ago. For the opportunity to improve my English communication and to inspire others to become the best that they can become with all that they have been given. For having a healthy body, I will write what I am grateful for at midday and night. I will write the most important lessons for the day. I will do 3 exercises of Coursera creativity course. I am emotional, intelligent, satisfied, can't compare in anything in this world. For good sleep, for realized how to stop masturbation na naman, for having a laptop, 500 gig, and sum up money, track, realize, and for planning strategy. Meditate, plan, labadamit, and Sir Max and process Princom. I am EQ Boy, happy, and success every area. For process Sir Max, for process circuits lecture, Princom lab, econ, and mech. For process MATLAB, and for realize Figaro. Don't sayang so much time on book and borders, lipat agad sa Figaro and then plan realistically on Sir Max. You should have Kalen. For realize, if knowledge don't use, it is dead knowledge. For realize, there's no such thing as perfect strategy. For maraming damit and realize anger and make positive impact. Meditate, finish circuits 3 lab, process econ. I am EQ Boy, happy and success every area. For process circuits 3 lab, know my strengths and weaknesses. Process econ, DC, LEC, and mecha. Process 6 circuit 3 and then need to thankful journal mama and then need hingi tuition papa. For realize 5-minute journal. For non-stop activity on creativity, 5-minute journal. For having spent more time with fam and for realize thankful journal to transform relationship. Meditate, finish logic lab, finish circuits 3 lab and numix lab. For finish circuits 3 lec notes, process circuits 3 lab, process concis. For realize EQ, for process circuits 3 lec, process mecha. For realize creativity and for realize how fast you got up and mix with that is willing to be uncomfortable. For realize based sa result kapag wala ka pang pera and hindi ka pa nagpapaaral sa sarili mo, wag ka muna mag-speak kay papa mo or sa other ins. Maybe mas matalino ka sa kanila pero yung results, just love it. For realize that I will circle the 3 most MVPs on the day and will do it on the Sunday planning that make that week successful. For realize I have clear face and not. Meditate electives iilo. For pasok, for review electives, for download IP. For eyes that see, for feet that walk, for healthy body. Thankful, reflect, creativity 3x, I am EQ Boy, happy and success every area. For process tatlo papaasang docs, for process tulong mama, for nood movie break. We need some type of chip between the RAM and the CPU to make the connection. The CPU needs to be able to say which row of RAM it wants, and the chip should handle the mechanics of retrieving that row of data from the RAM and putting it on the EDB. This chip comes with many names, but for right now, just call it the memory control chip. The MCC contains special circuitry so it can grab the contents of any line of RAM and place that data or command on the EDB. These turns enable the CPU to act on that code. The MCC grabs a byte of RAM. Once the MCC is in place to grab any discrete byte of RAM, the CPU needs to be able to tell the MCC which line of code it needs. The CPU therefore gains a second set of wires called the address bus, with which it can communicate with MCC. Different CPUs have different number of wires. By turning the address bus wires on and off in different patterns, the CPU tells the MCC which line of RAM it wants at any given moment. Every different patterns of ones and zeros on these 20 wires points to 1 byte of RAM. There are 2 big questions here. First, how many different patterns of on and off wires can exist with 20 wires? And second, which pattern goes to which row of RAM? How many patterns? Because each pattern points to one line of code and each line of RAM is 1 byte. If you know the number of wires in the CPU's address bus, you know the maximum amount of RAM that a particular CPU can handle. Because the 8088 had a 20 war address bus, the most RAM it could handle was 2 raised to 20 or 1,048,576 bytes. The 8088 therefore had an address space of 1,048,576 bytes. This is not to say that every computer with an 8088 CPU had 1,048,576 bytes of RAM. So, by lighting up different patterns of ones and zeros on the address bus, the CPU can access any row of RAM it needs. Modern CPUs. CPU manufacturers have achieved stunning progress with microprocessors since the days of the Intel 8088, and the rate of change doesn't show any signs of slowing. The Arithmetic Logic Unit, ALU, that's the man in the box, still crunches numbers many millions of times per second. CPUs rely on memory to feed them lines of programming as quickly as possible. The ever-growing selection of mobile devices such as the Apple, iPhone, and iPad, and most Android devices use a CPU architecture developed by ARM Holdings called ARM. ARM-based processors use a simpler, more energy-efficient design, the reduced instruction set computing architecture. You need to have a lot more knowledge of all the pieces around the CPU to get the full picture, so we'll wait until then to discuss the why of specific processors. Troubleshooting CPU issues falls into two categories: overheating and catastrophic failures, with overheating being far more common than the latter. Once a CPU is installed properly and functioning, it rarely causes problems. The only exception is when you ask a CPU to do too much too quickly. Then you'll get a sluggish PC. The vast majority of problems with CPUs comes from faulty installation or environmental issues that cause overheating. Very rarely will you get a catastrophic failure. Failure to install a CPU properly results in either nothing, that is, you push the power button and nothing at all happens, or a system lockup in a short period of time. Here's a checklist of possible problems that you need to address. Too much thermal paste can impede the flow of heat from the CPU to the heatsink and cause the CPU to heat up rapidly. The second cause or possible problems is not enough thermal paste or thermal paste spread unevenly, cause the CPU to heat up and consequently shut itself down. Third would be the failure to connect the fan power to the motherboard, which can cause the CPU to heat up and shut itself down. The fan and the heatsink installation failures can be tricky. The first few times you encounter them, you might see the text from the system setup. You might even get into an installation of Windows before the crash happens. The key is that as soon as you put the CPU under load, that is, make it work for a living, it heats up beyond where the faulty heatsink connection. An air conditioning failure in my office last summer, deep in the heart of a very hot Texas, for example, caused machines throughout the office to run poorly. Some even shut down entirely. A client called that the other day to complain about his computer continuously rebooting and running slowly. When I arrived on the scene, I found a house with 7 cuts. The CPU needs adequate ventilation. If the intake vent is clogged or the exhaust fans stop working or are blocked somehow, the inside of the case can heat up and overwhelm the CPU cooling devices. Catastrophic failure. You know, when a catastrophic error occurs, the PC will suddenly get a blue screen of death. What's technically called a Windows stop error. Whatever electrical short hit it probably caused the damage to the motherboard too, and you're looking at a long day of replacement and rebuilding. On the other hand, the incredibly low electricity use means manufacturer can skip the fan and make super skinny devices. Technology. Although microprocessors today still serve the same function as the venerable 8088 crunching numbers, they do so far more efficiently. Engineers have altered, enhanced, and improved CPUs in a number of ways. This section looks at 8 features: clock multipliers, 64-bit processing, virtualization support, parallel execution, multi-core processing, integrated memory controller (IMC), integrated graphics processing unit, security. Clock multipliers. All modern CPU run at some multiple of the system clock speed. The system bus on my Ryzen 7 machine, for example, runs at 100 MHz. The clock multipliers goes up to 32 at full load to support the 3.2 GHz maximum speed. Originally, CPUs run at the speed of the bus, but engineers early on realized the CPU was the only thing doing any work much of the time. If the engineers could speed up just the internal operations of the CPU and not anything else, they could speed up the whole computing process. The clock speed and the multiplier on early clock multiplying system had to be manually configured via jumpers or switches. Today, CPUs report to the motherboard through a function called CPU ID or CPU identifier, and the speed and multiplier are set automatically. You can manually override this automatic setup on many motherboards. See overclocking. 64-bit processing. The EDB gradually increased in size from 8 to 16 to 32 to 64 bits wide. Virtualization support. Intel and AMD have built support for running more than one operating system at a time, a process called virtualization. Virtualization is very cool and gets its own chapter later in the book. The key issue from a CPU standpoint is that virtualization used to work entirely through software. Programmers had to write a ton of code to enable CPU that was designed to run one OS at a time, to run more than one OS at the same time. Think about the issues involved. How does the memory get allocated, for example? Or how does the CPU know which OS to update when you type something or click an icon? With hardware-based virtualization support, CPUs took a lot of the burden of the programmers and made virtualization a whole lot easier. The CompTIA A+1001 objectives referred to the virtualization support as the virtual technology CPU feature. Parallel execution. Modern CPUs can process multiple commands and parts of commands in parallel, known as parallel execution. Early processors had to do everything in a strict linear fashion. The CPUs accomplished this parallelism through multiple pipelines, dedicated cache, and the capability to work with multiple threads or programs at one time.
To understand the mighty leap in efficiency gained from parallel execution, you need insight into the processing stages. To get a command from the data bus, do the calculation, and then send the answer back out onto the data bus, a CPU takes at least 4 steps. Each of these steps is called a stage. Number 1, fetch. Get the data from the EDB. Second, decode. Figure out what type of commands needs to be executed. 3. Execute. Perform the calculation. 4. Write. Send the data back onto the EDB. Smart discrete circuits inside the CPU handle each of these stages. In early CPUs, when a command was placed on the data bus, each stage did its job and the CPU handed back the answer before starting the command, requiring at least 4 clock cycles to process a command. Pipelines keep every stage of the processor busy on every click of the clock, making a CPU run more efficiently without increasing the clock speed. No, no CPU ever made has fewer than 4 stages, but advancement in caching, see cache next, have increased the number of stages over the years. Pipelining isn't perfect. Cache. When you send a program to the CPU, you run lots of little programs all at the same time. Okay, let's be fair here. You didn't run all these little programs, you just started your web browser or some other program. The moment you double click that icon, Windows started sending many programs to the CPU. Each of these programs breaks down into a number of little pieces called threads and data. Each thread is a series of instructions designed to do a particular job with the data. Modern CPUs don't execute instructions sequentially, first doing step 1, then step 2, and so on, but rather process all kinds of instructions. Most applications have certain instructions and data that get reused, sometimes many times. Because the CPU runs faster than the RAM can supply it with code, you'll always get pipeline stalls, called wait states, because the RAM can keep up with the CPU. For realizing that features or vision or mission is what people buys or what employees follow for 10 years more than money. For realizing that features is better than money. For realizing that I can be happy without those things because we don't need it for survival. For realizing that most of the people on Facebook don't put attention on me because they are so busy on their own lives, and it's like Darren Hardy experiment that thing when they are noticing what you wear and successful people don't drag others down. For realizing that you buy a feature, Google feature is free food and a home and a cold shower. For realizing that I should watch Idiosyncratic Thinking by Sam Hobbes. For realizing that I should price my product based on how I help them make the transformation and from the fact that they will do the work but not what based on my own transformation, which I will pay $450 if they will deliver it to me. Case to case basis because everyone has different current and desired self. For realizing that life is so short, so I should do all I can. For realizing that it's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep, because we only need money for characteristics and feelings. For realizing that insanity is only popular belief. For realizing that to know the better version that my customer buying or feature they are buying, I have to objectify things. For realizing that the best way to not judge people or let their guards on, I have to objectify things. For realizing that I should do what I would do if this was the last week of my life. For realizing that I can know what I want to do if I took the self-awareness. For realizing that salesman is not selling things,
they are selling features, and for realizing that it should be more detailed in better version of themselves, and for realizing to find money with less energy because energy is money. For realizing that I can make more money in YouTube than be promoted as DL. For realizing that I should start researching how to become a leader in a call center. For realizing that referral and YouTube is worth more than your commissions and promotions, so be kind to your workmates. For knowing fxhome.com and knowing how to slice a video. For calling Michael, for being grateful and for having clear skin. For realizing that I have a self-worth issue. For realizing that the thought that I'm not at worst top 5% is a guess and the probability that it is right is low. For having a clear skin. For doing my best in every call, for realizing that I am worthy, for realizing that my son, Hawk, works big time, for realizing that master will make me happy in the short term, for sleeping well, for realizing that in my dreams I should know how to take the lessons in my dreams and apply it to the number one problem I am facing right now. That lesson is about our dreams can only become true if we made it our lowest version of ourselves that we can accept. For realizing that Jude is also in PayPal and he is just in VXI for approximately 1 year. And for realizing that Ethel and Kuya Alex also transferred to another job before their 1 year. So technically companies are laying off people. For realizing that my affirmation should be no matter what my lower self will tell me, I will do the right thing and have full control of myself until I die like when I fail. For realizing that affirmations and doing it whether I feel like it or not, and for realizing that I shouldn't fear nominations because people is not paying much attention and successful people don't drag down people. For realizing that it's not about how much money you make but how much money you keep when you reach the peak of the pattern of your existence. For realizing that I shouldn't let Coach Raymond and Jana what I can and cannot do because I will stock the skills. For realizing that I should be grateful at night to ignite the compound effect. For realizing that I shouldn't let anyone tell me what I can and cannot do like QA. For realizing that Rosalind so become bottom performer for 6 months. For having an eyes and ears. When the CPU looked for a line of code, it first went to the built-in cache. If the code wasn't there, the CPU went to the cache on the motherboard. The cache on the CPU was called the L1 cache because it was the one the CPU first tried to use. The inclusion of L2 cache on the chip gave rise to some new terms to describe the connections between the CPU, MCC, RAM, and L2 cache. The address bus and external data bus connecting the CPU, MCC, and RAM were lumped into a single term called the frontside bus, and the connection between the CPU and the L2 cache became known as the backside bus. To keep up with faster processors, motherboard manufacturers began to double, even quadruple the throughput of the frontside bus. Multi-threading. At the peak of the single CPU 32-bit computing days, Intel released a CPU called the Pentium 4 that took parallelism to the next step with hyper-threading. Hyper-threading enabled the Pentium 4 to run multiple threads at the same time, what's generically called simultaneous multi-threading, effectively turning the CPU into two CPUs on one chip with a catch. First, the operating system and the application must be designed to take advantage of the feature. Second, although the CPU simulates the actions of a second processor, it doesn't double the processing power because the main execution resources are not duplicated. Multi-core processing. Although Intel and AMD had different opinions about 64-bit CPUs, both decided at virtually the same time to move beyond the single-core CPU and combine two CPUs into a single chip, creating a dual-core architecture.
A dual-core CPU has two execution units, two sets of pipelines, but the two sets of pipelines shares cache and RAM. A single-core CPU has only one set of everything. Today, multi-core CPUs with 4, 6, or 8 cores are common. Each core has a dedicated L1 and L2 cache. CPU manufacturers engineered the cores in multi-core CPUs to divide up work independently of the OS, known as multi-core processing. This differs from hyper-threading, where the OS and applications must be written specifically to handle the multiple threads. Integrated Memory Controller. All current microprocessors have an Integrated Memory Controller, or IMC, moved from the motherboard chip into the CPU to optimize the flow of information out from the CPU. An IMC enables faster control over things like the large L3 cache shared among multiple cores. In practice, this means that different CPUs handle different types and capacities of RAM. Integrated Graphics Processing Unit. As you'll read about in much more detail in Chapter 17, display technologies, the video processing portion of the computer, made up of the parts that put a changing image on the monitor, traditionally has discrete microprocessor that differs in both function and architecture from the CPUs designed for general-purpose computing. The generic term for the video processor is Graphics Processing Unit, or GPU. Security. All modern processors employ the NICS bit technology that enables CPU to protect certain sections of memory. For eyes that see, for being out of debt, for saving 50 to 60% of my savings, for realizing that we have more than enough is true, for realizing that I need to be happy first, for realizing the art of dying, for realizing that I cannot stay for long in T-Mobile because I got flu and it got me stuck for 2 weeks, for having a chance to close my family, wave mates, trainer, and the people that I will encounter today, for having a clear vision, having a healthy fit, hands and mind. I was able to improve my closing skill by fixing my mindset. I was able to learn that what I lack is mindset, not skill, because I need to fix my mindset first before I can use the skill right. I was able to pass Zoom mock call test. For realizing that I just need to program my subconscious mind and listen to hypnosis song when brain is tired to fall asleep faster. For realizing that I should always ask myself what is the one thing I can do such that by doing it, everything else will be easier or unnecessary. For having a chance to take notes and learn the HTC Week 1, 2, and 3. For having a chance to read Problem Solving Technique by Edward De Bono. I was able to pass all my pre-employment requirements at VXI Panorama. I was able to wash my grandfather's clothes. I was able to take notes on Dunlock's HTC Week 1. I was able to learn that I need to apply what I'm learning because in order for me to change my current results, I need to change something. And when I apply my learning and gain experience, I will be able to solve next problems better because I will be able to know what to look and significance of what I notice or find. For having an opportunity to create my vision board and explain why I wanted that to achieve. Close myself by writing a letter to myself and expose all the lies in my head to help me become confident when closing a sale. For realizing that I don't need to masturbate for me to sleep better and I need not sound like a salesperson and answer every question with question. For not having fever and for having healthy mind. I was able to create my vision board. I was able to clear my employment in Sutherland. I was able to celebrate my grandfather's birthday.
For realizing that I need to be objective when receiving information or listening to people, to not be persuaded and do the best possible decision and best possible life. For realizing that time is more important than money. For realizing that communication is what I love to do and will continue doing until I die because I feel good when I'm doing it. For realizing that people is confusing me when they are speaking at me. That is why I should need to objectify things. For realizing that I should always look on the data, not just authority like Philip Romulo. For realizing that how you combine system, mice, sequence the information and things is what really separates the worst from the best. For realizing that I can earn more with selling unang than grab. For being grateful. For realizing that entrepreneur is more secure. For realizing that I should also use my energy or my prioritizing skill when taking break to use my time on the happiest activity possible. For realizing that I shouldn't smoke because I can either choose on long-term or short-term happiness because life has always sadness and you only have two choices. For realizing that I should really know who should I become because it will save me days of thinking if I will still be fraud analyst or not, or if I will be electrical engineer or computer because Philip Romulo knows what he wants since he was 15 years old. Tahimik ka lang. Life is difficult. Being human hurts. In our short time on this planet, we'll have many moments of marvel, wonder, and joy, but also many of angst, dread, and despair. We'll know the highs of love, connection, and friendship, but also the lows of loneliness, rejection, and loss. We'll experience the delight of success, victory, and achievement, but also the miseries of life, defeat, and disappointment. In other words, life is difficult. And if we live long enough, we're all going to experience pain, stress, and suffering in many different forms. The problem is most of us don't know how to deal effectively with this reality. We work hard to find happiness, but all too often, we fail. And even when we succeed, it's usually short-lived, leaving us dissatisfied and wanting more. So, why is it so hard to be happy? I'm glad you asked. This book is based on a huge body of scientific research that shows we all easily get caught in a powerful psychological trap. The good news is there's hope. We can learn how to quickly recognize we're stuck in the happiness trap and more importantly, how to escape it. One reason for the growing popularity of ACT is that it's astoundingly effective in helping people with a wide range of problems. Those 3,000 scientific studies I mentioned earlier cover everything from depression, addiction, and anxiety disorders to psychosis, chronic pain, and trauma. Last but not least, we all know about the importance of eating healthy food, exercising regularly, and cultivating good relationships with others. These are foundational building blocks for health, happiness, and well-being. But how hard is it to actually do these things on an ongoing basis? Easy in theory, hard in practice. For most of us, fortunately, ACT gives us all the tools and strategies we need to break bad habits, overcome procrastination, motivate ourselves to start and maintain healthy new behaviors, and build better relationships with the people in our life. Shortly, we'll look at how ACT achieved this. But first, let's consider. Is happiness normal? Life is not fair. Some people have horrific childhoods where they've been abused, neglected, or abandoned by their caregivers, whereas others grows up in loving, supportive families. Some live in extreme poverty or areas rife with violent crime or in war zones, prisons, or refugee camps. Others lives in good housing conditions with excellent amenities. Some have serious illness, injuries, or disabilities, whereas others have glowing health. Some have access to good quality food, education, justice, medical treatment, welfare, travel, entertainment, and career opportunities, whereas others are deprived of most or all of these things. And some people, because of their skin color, religion, gender, politics, or sexual orientation, are continually subjected to prejudice, discrimination, or victimization. In any country in the world, there is a vast gulf between the least and most privileged members of society. And yet, people on both sides of that gulf are human and therefore have many things in common, including the fact that no matter how privileged or disadvantaged we may be, we are all naturally predisposed to psychological suffering. Perhaps you've noticed how the self help sections of bookstores keep growing larger. Depression, anxiety, anger, divorce, relationships issues, addictions, trauma, low self esteem, loneliness, grief, stress, lack of confidence. If you can name it, there's a book on it. And with every passing year, psychologists, coaches, counselors, and their therapies steadily increase in number, as do prescriptions for medication. Meanwhile, on the television and radio, in magazines and newspapers, in podcasts and social media, the experts bombard us with non-stop advice on how to improve our lives. Wait lang, sir.
Magiging Diogenes na ako. Sir.
Wait lang. Once ano mo view mo ito, good. Ito. Nakita ko lang sila. Understanding storage devices. What good is a computer without a place to put everything? Storage media hold the files that the operating system needs to operate and the data that users need to save. What about saving to the cloud? The computers that make up the cloud rather than the local computer hold the storage media. The many different types of storage media differ in terms of their capacity, how much they can store, access time, how fast the computer can access the information, and the physical type of media used. Hard disk drive systems. Hard disk drive HDD systems are used for permanent storage and quick access. Hard drives typically reside inside the computer, where they are semi-permanently mounted with no external access. Although they are external and removable hard drives and can hold more information than other forms of storage. Hard drives use a magnetic storage medium, and they are known as conventional drives to differentiate them from newer solid-state storage media. The hard disk drive system contains the following three critical components. Controller. This component controls the drive. The controller chip controls how the drive operates and how the data is encoded onto the platters. Today, the most common and well-known of these technologies is Serial Advanced Technology Attachment, or SATA. Hard disk. This is the physical storage medium. Hard disk drive systems store information on small disks from under 1 inch to 5 inches in diameter, also called platters, stacked together and placed in an enclosure. Host bus adapter. The host bus adapter, or HBA, is the translator, converting signals from the controller to signals that the computer can understand. Most motherboards today incorporate the host adapter into the motherboard circuitry, offering headers for drive-capable connections. Hard drives, regardless of whether they are magnetic or solid state, most often connect to the motherboard's SATA, or Parallel Advanced Technology Attachment Interface, or PARA. The back of the hard drive will have data and power connections.
Essentials. Understand Windows operating system security concepts. You should be able to compare and contrast Microsoft Windows operating system security settings. This should include knowing the various accounts that are created by default and why you need to disable or rename these accounts. The answer to the chapter is this. Letter C. A bring your own device policy defines the minimum specification for an employee's device. A screensaver should automatically start after a short period of idle time, and that screensaver should require a password before the user can begin the session again. Android apps have an .apk extension. The goal of single sign-on is to follow a username or password combination. Once the combination is entered, claims are used to access additional resources. The Windows Credential Manager is a password manager that is built into the operating system of Windows. The advantage to assigning the IP addresses statistically is that you can make certain which host is associated which IP address. Wi-Fi Protected Access to or WPA2 offers the Advanced Encryption Standard AES for encrypting wireless communications. An extension is a type of add-on that will extend the functionality of the web browser in a way it was never originally designed. Fingerprint locks are the most secure of all the lock methods since fingerprints are hard to duplicate. Face locks have a high number of false positives. The encrypted file system is a functionality of Windows NTF. The file attributes are most likely set to read only, and thus you are not permitted to delete the file. Mobile device management software enables you to enforce profile security requirements on mobile devices. The permissions will be the same as before the move, since you are just moving the files and not creating a new entity. The user will have only the modify permission when logged in locally to the computer, since the file system is not shared with the appropriate permissions. Because the user is in both groups and the sales group has full share permissions and the sales group has modify and TFS permissions, the most restrictive of the two is modify, so that will be the effective permission for the user. Fences are intended to delay or deter entrance into a facility. A fingerprint scanner or any device that identifies a person by a physical trait is considered a biometric security control. Although the end result of any of these attacks may be denying authorized users access to network resources, a denial of service attack is specifically intended to prevent access to network resources by overwhelming or flooding a service or network. A distributed denial of service (DDoS) attack uses multiple computer systems to attack a server or host in the network. Tokens are rotating numerical keys that you must physically have with you to gain access to the operating system or applications. An on-path attack intercepts data and then sends the information to the server as if nothing were wrong while collecting the information.
A spoofing attack is an attempt by someone or something to masquerade as someone else's IP address and is often used to disrupt access. The reflective attack is using a broadcast ping (ICMP) on a network. Spear phishing is a type of social engineering where someone is trying to con your organization into revealing account and password information by pretending to be high-level person. A symptom of many viruses is unusual activity on the system disk. A brute force attack is a type of password attack in which a password is guessed over and over until the right password is guessed. The thesis of your presentation should outline the need of a firewall to isolate the external network from the internal network. A login script is used by Active Directory during login to Mac drives and printers. Anatomy of a hard drive. A hard drive is constructed in a clean room to avoid the introduction of contaminants into the hermetically sealed drive casing. Even some of the smallest contaminants can damage the precision components if allowed inside the hard drive's external shell. The following is a list of the terms used to describe these components in the following paragraphs: platters, read or write heads, tracks, sectors, cylinders, clusters, or allocation units. Inside the sealed case of the hard drive lie one or more platters, where the actual data is stored by the read or write heads. The heads are mounted on a mechanism that moves them in tandem across both surfaces of all platters. Older drives use a stepper motor to position the heads at discrete points along the surface of the platters, which spin at thousands of revolutions per minute. Newer devices use voice calls for a more analog movement. Be familiar with components of a conventional hard drive system and the anatomy of a hard drive. For realizing that I should know what to do, then what I should do. For realizing that I don't need to do some ovens mindset now, I should just not do what should not do. For having healthy body, for realizing that I should use my energy during break to not forget something, not necessarily plan step by step. For realizing that TLN helped me more than my family. For realizing that I should take a break with call center agent because that is spending my break in a productive way. And using my energy and being with people who are actually achieving great things. For realizing that systemizing or looking in big picture and details is a way to solve problem in CV. For realizing that we don't really buy or want the thing, we want the characteristics, features, freedom, time, which is more important than thing or money. For realizing that I should focus on adding value on the marketplace, because if I add value then the money will naturally come. So keep on giving the features, characteristics, freedom, feeling to them, and for realizing that the most beautiful thing in the world cannot be seen by eyes but can only be felt by heart. Because when you are happy or in a higher self, you will come up a lot of idea that will make you add value. For realizing that features or freedom is more important than mansion or the thing
because time is more important than money.
Bakit?
For realizing that I should look in big details like how can we solve customer problem or is this will turn out as fraud or not. We need to be able to zoom out and zoom in about the details during the call. For realizing that I have a better salary than Jude now due to toxic environment of PayPal because I'm earning commission. For realizing that we buy features and features is more important or more successful than money because you can have $1 billion but you are fat and don't have freedom, then it doesn't matter. For realizing that I should be scientific in doing things, whether in resigning, posting in Facebook, etc. For realizing that I shouldn't really resign to stop masturbation. I should charge 450 in pillow if that is the value of the transformation it brings. For realizing that I should focus in object, relationship, and sequence while on the office. For realizing that my problem is not smoking with teammates, but it's not spending time with them after lunch or break. For realizing that what we buy is feature, characteristic, and the way to make money is not to be popular, it is by adding more feature or value to the people around you. For realizing that we become rich by adding value and having a mansion does not mean adding value. For realizing that mansion, cars, iPhone, etc. comes down to atoms. It's all there. We just got to build it. For realizing that those mansion or position won't make us happy if we are not a happy person to begin with. For realizing that I am selling them the 20 pairs of pillows solely because I have promised Kenny and TL Kim, but I can really earn money another way. For realizing that I should see more than I can see. For realizing that I should make the object as priority because it should be sequential. For realizing that features or vision or mission is what people buys or what employees follows for 10 years more than money. For realizing that features is better than money. For realizing that I can be happy without those things because we don't need it for survival. For realizing that pills has 99.9% of succeeding and I shouldn't worry on things that don't happen. For realizing that I am a great copywriter and what I post in Facebook is probably one of the best persuasion in print nowadays because I know get sued of. For realizing that I know my workmates niche, friends, better than anybody else because I am great in market research or critical thinking. For realizing that I should look myself like the third person point of view when talking to the customer, not as Garrett who is afraid to be fraudulous, wants the HT to be lower. For realizing that we buy features, not feelings, and features is different to everybody and feelings confuse us to sell other people, we buy a better version of ourselves. For realizing that I should not just think object, relationship, and sequence because it should be sequential, that I should look at third person point of view who don't have bias like middle of customer and call center agent.
There's a good reason for this. If a drive breaks, you lose data. As you probably know, when the data goes, you have to redo work, restore from backup, or worse, just kiss the data goodbye. It's good to worry about data because that data runs the office, maintains the payroll, and stores